Hello, friends. Hello, traders. And of course, everyone else. I'd like to welcome you to the biggest and most watched live futures trading broadcast worldwide. Yes, that's TopstepTV. And this is opening call. He's fast and I'm furious. I'd like to say good morning, good morning, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. We've got some exciting and informative educational programming for you throughout the week. And we're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that says, you better start journaling. That's all I can say. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Get your game plan ready, checklist, journal. Of course, they are all ready. I'd like to say good morning to our good friend and my brother from another mother, John Hoagland. Good morning, Hoag.
Good morning, Furious. How are you feeling this morning?
Pretty good, fast. All right.
Good. Well,
Good to
welcome,
have you.
traders. Welcome, B to Beers. We've got Wednesday, January the 10th, is always our focus is trying to seek accurate context, always thinking about risk management and patience, looking for a interesting yet challenging trading day. But again, aren't they always?
Well, Johnny, I got some news for us if we're ready for some news.
I am always ready.
All right. This is news. It's not olds. It's news. U.S. stock futures were mostly higher today with the crucial inflation data out of the world's economy. Coming later this week elsewhere, we got some Boeing talk. The chief admits that the breach was a planes maker's boo-boo. Yes, it was. We do see the Dow unchanged here. The S&P added 7 points. NASDAQ gained 66. So main averages on Wall Street were mixed, closing the prior session. The Dow 30 shed 0.4%. S&P dropped 0.2, and the NASDAQ gained 0.1. So Boeing chief Dave Calhoun admitted that the dangerous mid-air blowout door panel on one of its 737 MAX aircrafts last week was our mistake. Speaking to a staff town hall meeting, he did say, this can never happen again. Yes, I hope not. And
Yeah, right.
This was a real seriousness of the accident. So, yes, that was very serious. And Johnny, what do you got? What do you got, John?
Eddie, I'm sorry. I keep losing you for some reason. You're breaking up on me. I don't think it's happening on YouTube, which is a good thing. But as far as the economic numbers this morning at 6 o'clock, the mortgage applications and rate came out. The applications the previous week were down 10.7%. Now that makes sense because it was a holiday week. Last week, back up about 9.9% as far as the number of applications for mortgages. That, of course, raised the mortgage rate from the previous 6.76% to 6.87%. Wholesale inventories, which is a preliminary number, is due out at 9 o'clock. Not necessarily expected to be all that impactful to the markets today, but at 9:30, the EIA petroleum status report comes out. Now, last week's came out minus 5.5 million. They're looking for a small draw this past week of 0.675 million, 675,000 barrel draw. The API, however, last night came out with a surprise minus 5.2 million barrel draw. So we'll have to wait until 9:30 to see how that number comes out. It always seems to be a bit of a coin flip or a guess as to how that number is going to come out. At 10:30 today, there's a 4-month bill auction. At noon, a 10-year note auction, which I'm sure many investors and traders will be watching to see how that auction goes. And at 10:15 today, we have one of the talking feds, William, due out to speak. Now, that's the only talking fed that I see on the schedule so far, but they do have a tendency to pop up from time to time without notice. So we'll be keeping an eye on that for everyone as well. VIX is up a little bit this morning, 12.9, nothing tremendous. Dollar index down slightly so far this morning at 102.47 last I checked. And the yield on the 10-year just barely back down below that 4% level at 3.99%, basically 4%. So we're keeping an eye on that as well. And again, looking forward to a interesting and challenging trading day. The way things are setting up, knowing that the CPI is tomorrow, looking for probably some chop, but I don't get to choose that. We're going to be watching using market generated information for our decisions today. And I'm hoping that all of us, that's our goal here, everybody has a good trading day today. We are looking forward to your success. Anyone else you got?
Well, every time the VIX is mentioned, I think as a child, my mother used to rub it on my chest and put it under my
Vix.
nose when I was sick. What's the VIX today? But anyway, yes, that was in the olden days. Olden
Yes.
days, you youngsters out there, I don't know if they do that anymore, but
Actually, they
oil
do.
prices. Do they really?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay,
my,
well,
my
good. I
wife
guess
loves Vix.
put that on a slice of bread.
Yeah,
Oil
there you go.
prices were volatile today as traders weighed the Middle East supply disruptions and the industry data that pointed to mixed U.S. inventories. U.S. crude was 0.6% lower. We had the Brent also 0.6% lower. And, well, you know what? There is, I'm going to tease you with this one. There is a story we're going to have out coming up. And John, you like fancy cars. You like the old style cars, nothing European fast like that, right?
No. Old American classics, particularly Pontiacs, for some reason.
Oh,
I don't know why.
okay. Well, I'm not sure if this is a Pontiac or not, but I'm going to tease you with this one. We got a really cool story coming out. Jack's going to bring that up a little later on, but I don't want to ruin it. But there are 6 of these that this company wants you to drive. So we'll leave it at that. Bill Murray, you know who Bill Murray is, one of my favorite
Sure.
comedians of all time. Mike Veck, remember Bill Veck, the owner of the White Sox,
I
Cleveland
do.
Indians, Disco Demolition. Well,
Mm-hmm.
his son Mike and Bill have purchased the Joliet Slammers baseball team. Now, Murray and Veck, along with Mike Veck's son, Night Train. Yes, his actual birth name is Night Train. Whatever he was thinking about and smoking at that time, that is one hell of a name for your kid, Night Train.
Yeah.
They're going to be controlling the ownership, the minor league team, the Joliet Slammers. There you have it. And of course, our tip of the week, as that voice in your head said, journal, 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 turtle, turtle, turtle. Have you let's know in the comments, have you started the journal? Are you continuing the journal? Let us know. Johnny, what do you got your take on today's journaling?
It's it's one of the first things that I think a lot of traders jettison as far as, their homework that they do. Uh, but it's one of the most important things that you can do. So, as much as you get tired at the end of the day, as much as as much as you might think that it's not going to be useful, when you continue to do the journal, it will become more and more apparent how important journaling really will be to your trading, to
Yes.
your advancement as a trader, and to your bottom line, because it cannot help but shorten your learning curve. Do the journaling, emotional, there's you can look at the technicals, why you took the trade, where you took the trade, all that. You can print out your trade log and go through that, and that's good, but get a little bit deeper, get inside your head when you're starting to journal. That's one of the things that we put out this week was the emotional journal. And we'll be talking more and
Oh
more
yeah.
about how to use that as time goes on. And stick around, ladies and gentlemen. At some point in the day today, probably during fast markets, I want to show you a really cool new tool that we've put together for all of you. And I'll leave it at that. Stick around and I'll show that to you when we get a little bit of a slower market state during fast markets, and I'll show you this cool new tool. I'm really excited about it.
Oh
I think you
boy. I
will be
mean,
too.
we're teasing them and getting them all excited, aren't we?
Yeah.
It's it's good stuff. All right, Johnny. Let's get over to the charts. Johnny, what do you have for our contestants today?
All right, come on down.
Here we go.
All right, so here's the daily in the S&Ps. I'm going to get a little bit more recent here. So yesterday we had volume slowing. I mean, look at the size of the overall range. It was, of course, smaller. We lost 40,000 in open interest on an attempted move to the upside. To me, that's more of a function of positioning and getting hedged for the CPI release tomorrow. Uh, the market attempted to move higher in the S&Ps. It traded to the previous day's Monday's high after that big upside squeeze to Monday. It wasn't really able to maintain any price above that. But overall, I think our range extremes are pretty well defined. I'm just kind of basing those range extremes off of last week's high and low. Don't forget weekly kickoff high 48.16 is certainly one of the things that I'll be keeping an eye on if price gives us the opportunity to trade to there. Now, we had the big rally on Monday. Typically, there's a hangover or repair day the following day. We have big news tomorrow. I'm really kind of expecting further or tighter range bound activity today as we head into that CPI number. Now, of course, anything can happen. If somebody says something, anything like that, if Williams says something here at 2:15, which is pretty late in the day, which would be during the power hour, things can change considerably according to that. Moving on to the 30-minute chart now, let's take a look at there's Monday's big squeeze. Yesterday morning, we talked about the fact that the market was opening in range and inside value. What we were looking for was a bit of a repair type of day. And I think we got that repair type of day when we look at the volume profile from Monday. If you were here yesterday during the opening call, we talked about that it was very toothy and that price was probably going to come down to a high volume node. I was looking really for the point of control to be reached to the downside yesterday, but it reached this high volume node and basically spent the rest of the day repairing this area here. Was there any business left to do? It just kind of filled in those little kind of holds here in the profile, and that's what we basically call repair. Yesterday, the market opened, it ranged, it continued to push to the upside, basically creating a double distribution trend day to the upside. Now, it did close the single TPOs. You ICT people would call this a fair value gap. It came down and traded one tick to close that fair value to value gap, to close those single TPOs, and then the market just kind of continued to rotate there. We have overnight inventory largely just flat. The market looked a little bit higher. It's come back to where the market opened last night, which is right here. The open last night was 47.90.75. We're trading 91.25. Any overnight inventory that was established or accumulated has now been reconciled, and we're opening inside value close to the point of control, which is that comfort level from yesterday. I'm going to suggest, and I'm going to try to remain patient in the trading day today. I'm looking for a high probability of chop. Now, yesterday, the market opened and drove higher, but fell into the chop that I'm kind of expecting today. So there's a little anomaly down here, which is one little TPO that sticks out on the TPO chart. That anomaly is 47.83.75. It's right where we closed out the single TPOs or the fair value gap on the 30-minute chart, and it just overlapped by one tick, and that little tick sticks out in people's minds and in their eyes. That could be a potential target for the downside, which currently actually lines up almost perfectly with the 100-session moving average. To the upside, if we get a move to the upside, I'll be watching yesterday's high and the overnight high, which are relatively close. 804, 804, relatively close. They're exact. Now, that is the market attempting to come back up to that level, reaching that level, but not necessarily able to continue above. It's not a particularly strong high. Some would call that a double top, which you could use. for an opportunity if price gets up there. But if price gets up there, it's saying that the auction may not quite be finished to the upside. Now, when we look at the all-time high here, the all-time high was put in here in the overnight session. It is also not a strong high. The next day, not a strong high. The following overnight session, not a strong high. This is an area that if price continues to push higher, was going to be targeted by traders, because price has 3 times gotten up there and failed to continue, but at least it had the effort, it had the energy to try and get up there. Yesterday, we had excess at the low. Looking at a little bit further out, this low here from last week lines up right where the market took off after the FOMC meeting last on the 13th. So looking at these extremes, which would be areas what I would be looking for larger opportunities, we've got some space to try and get to them. But again, I'm really kind of thinking that the market is going to be relatively choppy and range bound today due to the CPI tomorrow. A lot of traders in all time frames will be adjusting positions and hedging themselves for whatever happens tomorrow. On to the NASDAQ. So volume and open interest rises a little bit. The NASDAQ actually looked above the range from yesterday, the range from the previous session, and the maybe there's a little bit of a preference to kind of get into some of those tech stocks a little bit. Perhaps, I mean, the NASDAQ is very tech heavy, and we did close higher than the previous range. We traded above it, where we did not in the S&Ps. We closed above it, which we did not in the S&Ps, and we added 2,000 in open interest. So there's still an indication that buyers are still willing to come in and continue to buy at these levels after coming off that low from last week. Here's the 30-minute chart. Here's Monday's big route to the upside. The market did get basically to the point of control from Monday and basically spent a good amount of time repairing the profile from Monday and then finding continuation to the upside. This is a double distribution trend day when it comes to profile, and the fair value gap, or the single TPOs, was not covered last night. We did not come back yesterday. We did not come back and check those levels. The value of the single TPO high 16,733, the single TPO low 16,752. This could be an easy target for this market to come down and kind of refill in that area. It is a double distribution trend day. If we open between the point of control up here and the high volume node down here, we can fall into repair much the way we did the previous day. We're not opening with a gap. We're opening in range right at the point of control with no overnight inventory, no runs, no hits, no errors, and we're going to try and stay patient. It's not fun. It's not sexy, but a lot of trading is not fun and sexy. There's a lot of waiting that goes on. But we'll see what kind of opportunities we can find here in the fast markets early in the session here. Now, here's crude oil. Crude oil remains range bound. The volume was okay yesterday. Seems we're bringing in more volume, but we're still very much in a medium time frame area of balance. We added 7,800 in open interest on that push to the upside yesterday. We gained open interest on this one. We figured we had some trapped shorts down there. We are squeezing those trapped shorts. We've got new buying coming in, but overall, it's largely going to be kind of shorter time frame controlled because we are in this area of balance. I'm going to move quickly to the 30-minute chart here, maybe getting a little bit short on time here, ladies and gentlemen. So when we opened with the gap yesterday, I was really looking for the market to trade to the lower end and close that gap, which it almost did within 3 ticks. And then I would be looking for the market to come up and close the other end of the gap, which it tried to do, didn't do a very good job of it yesterday, but in the overnight, it has now checked that. the the um the naked volume points of control on either side of this gap are visual targets. We could move down here. We could move down here, which is basically to 70.40, and we could move all the way up here to 73.70, really without changing any type of market state. Look at this. Look at this chart. We've got some pretty defined levels of excess, right? We've got last week's high here. We've got last week's low here. We rotated higher. We rotated lower. We rotated higher. We rotated lower. Basically, I'm looking at in a kind of a longer time frame view of a range bound trade, and I'm going to use range bound rules. If we get up here and we can't break out and continue, we're going to fade the extreme up here. If we get down here and we can't continue, break out and see some momentum to the downside, we're going to fade that extreme, and we can see if the market will just continue to rotate from high to low. The EIA does come out today. That can, of course, change everything. But I'm going to, be looking at the idea here. We opened with a gap. We've traded to the value high from yesterday, almost. That's one of Deanna's numbers. When we open with a gap for a gap close for her in crude oil, it doesn't trade to the high of the range. It trades to the high of value from that day. So we're getting pretty close to closing that gap. We're looking forward to seeing what D can show us in crude oil today. Moving briefly and quickly on to gold. So we've seen volume slowing near the weekly kickoff low. We can see it right here. Volume just continues to drop as we hang around this at kind of important inflection level. We lost 1,400 in open interest yesterday. There's no real decision making going on here, and I'm seeing really a lack of conviction in and around this weekly kickoff level. What do you think they're waiting for? CPI? I mean, it just makes sense. If the dollar pops, look out below in gold. If the dollar breaks tomorrow, we could rotate back to the high of the current area of balance, which we're kind of calling the weekly kickoff high of 2073. The 30-minute chart is going to be showing us rejection or failure below the weekly kickoff low on Monday, testing to the weekly kickoff low yesterday, failing below it overnight last night. The market has opened in range and in value. The profile yesterday was by and large a double distribution trend day. The market opened between them. Point of control from yesterday and the high volume node up here would be really the first areas that I would look for opportunities. Couple of things. The low that we put in on Monday was not a strong low. We have another weak low here, indicating that the downside auction may actually not yet be over. And when we look at this, we're seeing lower highs and lower lows. A breakout below that weekly kickoff low with some meaningful participation, perhaps some momentum, could bring us a pretty good opportunity. But for the time being, trading range bound rules, looking to fade the extremes of the area of balance. If the market goes and accepts, you've got to go with it. On that note, let's take our deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Let's get down to business, Eddie.
Business. And pray for peace, as John always says. We need a lot of that. Now, hey, Topstep TV. We're Topstep TV. Our community is Topstep TV. And together, we're the biggest and most watched future trading stream you'll find. We've got the all-star lineup and guests every single week, and you're not going to find another show out there like what we have to offer with the education support and, of course, the tradertainment. And just want to let you know that we will be having Deanna coming on for Fast Market. We've got Cammy Capital going to join us here for Power Players. Bonnie's going to join us for Top Quiz. Back to the Futures. Martin going to join us for Back to the Futures. And, of course, our Power Hour, D-Time, the one and only Dolby will be with us for Power Hour. So we're going to take a little break here, and we're going to bring on the, of course, the Chi-City locals for our Wednesday trade in Fast Market. Stick around, and don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe. Remember, you're part of Topstep TV. Be right back. Welcome to Fast Markets.
Topstep Fast Markets.
Yes, and we've got, today is Wednesday, and we've got Deanna with us. Good morning, Deanna.
Good morning, Eddie. How's it going?
It's going very well. I see that everybody has their Topstep gear on today. You got your nice hat on. Is it chilly where you are right now?
It's pretty cold, yeah.
It's
we had
cold here
some
too.
snow the other day. I just came back from walking the doggies, and yeah, it was a bit nippy.
Bit nippy. Good morning, Andre. How are you, buddy? Good morning,
I'm doing
Michael.
great. How are you, Eddie?
I am ready to go here. And let's, you know what? Let's get our hamsters, ponies, and chimps in the gates. Got a couple minutes here. Lots of surprises coming out here today in Topstep. So stick around, bell to bell, and we're going to see what we can do here in Fast Markets. We got a couple minutes. Any opening comments here, guys, girls? Anything we're looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to the trading day. What's that, Johnny?
I see you've heard my comment already.
Oh, what?
What?
remember that?
Let's have a day.
Dave Chappelle, man. That's and then what? Who was that guy? Oh, what? No, let's get after it. Daily levels. Throw this at the top of the screen.
Yep.
Top of the screen, please. And then 74% already, Andre. Lots of traders trading today.
Yeah, I figure everyone's fully back in the markets by now.
Yeah.
All right, let's get ready
I
here,
already did
folks.
some trading for London.
Okay.
So I'm actually starting the day on crude oil, $210 up.
Nice D.
There you go.
Nice
go.
D.
Little cushion.
Yeah, a little bit.
Hey, I faded myself. I faded myself yesterday. Remember that, guys? I made $2,200.
It worked.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you call me out now? I'm the one
So
fading
rub it
myself.
in.
I bet
Rub
you,
it
buddy.
What do you do now? You keep fading yourself?
I'm getting my brain back rewired. Is what I'm doing
I
right now.
gotcha.
All right, here we go, guys and girls,
We
and
are
everybody
open.
else. We are
Okay.
open.
80% long, 78%, like longs out of the gate, big time.
I can't figure out why.
4804s again, John.
There's no overnight inventory. We're right in the middle of the value area from yesterday. to me, I mean, it's a hurry up and wait kind of a day.
Okay.
We know we've got PPI, we got CPI tomorrow. We fell into range the last half of yesterday. We're kind of in the middle of it, but let's think about the opening range trade here.
Oh, I just got a short one out of the gate. Took that as a loser. So here we go.
Because we're long.
80, these longs are getting paid out of the gate.
Yeah, they were yesterday out of the gate too.
Yeah, they've been getting paid for 3 days.
Yes,
They've
they
been getting
have.
paid for 2 days. Yesterday. Yeah.
Yes,
yesterday but towards the end of the day they had a sell off, which did Andre, I did mention watch out for the sell off at the end of the day. I'm short one more.
Boy, 80% long. Yes, and NASDAQ.
You got to get at least short one. The whole herd of people in the concept is long. So I like these 16% of the people that are short. That's a harder trade, but it has been a little odd.
The harder trades to take have always been the more successful ones for me.
Yeah, same, Johnny.
Yeah, same here.
You know what, Deanna started early. She got herself a nice little cushion. Robbie, can we get a poll in here to see who is traded before that opening bell? Let's get a poll in here. If you're trading before the opening bell or you're waiting to trade after the bell. Let's see what that percentage is.
All right, I took a long here just because the opening range is left at the low. I'm going with the tilt, who has been getting paid for the last 3 days.
I like that.
Keep this light and tight, Michael. Light and tight.
Yep. Got to bounce off something up here.
Yeah, so I do trade London sometimes. I only spent about 90 minutes looking for trades and stuff. So the theme of the day today for me is probably not going to be any big trades, but rather just kind of jabbing, because yesterday I had a drawdown day, multitude of reasons there. So I spent a couple of hours yesterday just looking at things that could have been done differently. So one of the strengths that I have is also one of my biggest weaknesses, the fact that I can hold trades quite a long time, right? My average hold time is about 45 to 50 minutes. But, whilst that works for me most days, on days when we have unexpected things happening, that doesn't work so well. So obviously, when you get yourself in a drawdown, you need to adjust expectations. And I see way too many people who get themselves in a drawdown and then try to recover the trade all in one go. That never works, because just by the fact that you're staying in trades for quite a long period of time, you're exposed to quite a lot of risk as well. So you need to minimize that. And whenever I'm in a drawdown, I kind of try to get smaller trades. So let's put it in real world terms. If you need some money and somebody comes up to you on the street and goes, "Hey, do you want $100?" You're not going to say, "Nah,
no,
I'm good." You're going to say, "Yeah, man, yeah, cool." So that mindset has to carry into covering the drawdown as well. So if you get into a trade, it gives you $100, just take it and keep doing that. One of the problems with drawdowns is that it's not really a lack of profits issue; it's a confidence issue.
Agreed.
So we need to make sure that the confidence doesn't go down. So therefore, my goal for today is not really to look for my big D trades that go to like 70 to 80 ticks. They're just, opportunity to get some profits, cover some of that drawdown, and just keep going until I'm back to the high mark. So we have to make those adjustments.
I love it. Out of the gate knowledge.
So D, I'm in this trade. I was just up $100 and I didn't take it. I should have taken the $100, but we're still positive. So
yeah,
$100 is
especially for this
$100
time
and
of day.
$50 is $50.
Yeah. Exactly. I think we get lost a little bit because it's all just numbers on the screen. But just, let's be a little bit common sense, realistic. Yes, we all want those big profits, but obviously when you're in a drawdown, there's other priorities that have to take place, and repairing the mindset is one of them, or making sure that you don't damage your mindset in the process.
Yeah. Hey, Eddie, what's 2 quarters?
Was key.
Eddie, what's 2 quarters and a nickel?
2 quarters and a nickel, 55.
$10 is $10, right?
$10 is $10.
And
And
finally broke
I'm
through
picking up
48.04
quarters.
S&Ps. Wait for that.
Okay, so I just took $225 on that long.
Nice,
I was looking at the
Nice
liquidity
one.
up here at 48.05, and I just got out just short of it. We still got 48.0650. There's some liquidity. Liquidity is still presenting as higher here, but there's a start for the day.
Nice, Johnny.
Nice.
Awesome.
That's a good start.
Out of the
Now
gate,
we're trading yesterday's high, the overnight high. We weren't able to hold above it. I think that was a good out on that trade, at least for now.
Hey, Trey, we got some numbers coming up in 24 minutes. We've got wholesale inventories. These are minor, but Deanna, your big number, the brute of the herd in less than an hour here.
Bane of my life. The bane of my life. Yeah.
It's the bane of your life. Bane.
Yeah.
Crude oil inventories, we're looking at it only 675,000. Prior was a little over 5 million. So that might turn the blend around in crude.
In Philadelphia, it's $50. Somebody just put that in the chat. I had to call that out. Don't forget, folks, we've got something.
Blues Brothers. Is that Blues Brothers?
That was Trading Places when he goes into the pawn shop to sell his watch that tells time in three different time zones, and stop. Burns my fingers.
I got engaged. I got engaged in Star.
Did you?
Did you really, Mike? Who did
I was at the country.
Jack?
Deanna, you would appreciate this. I assume it's the same. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I was calling it Stad. It's GSTAAD in Switzerland.
Stop.
Yeah, start. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, got down on one knee and proposed at the train station. You would have thought I'm romantic.
Well, yeah. I mean,
All aboard.
you got that going on.
We got married after 10 years of being together, so we already knew exactly what we wanted and stuff. So our proposal was like us two kind of drinking and going, we're going to Vegas for fun. Should we get married? Yeah, go on then.
Why not? Something to do.
Yeah, let's do it.
Something to do.
Man, this NASDAQ has a permanent bid in here, man. It will not pull back.
Oh, we got Anne-Marie here.
Yeah.
Perfect
my wife
execution from Hoag today. Giving you the props there, Johnny old boy.
Johnny old boy.
Yep.
Long time ago. Lives close to Stad. Sweet. That is the most beautiful.
Bo Diddley was the pawnbroker. Bo Diddley in that movie.
Bo Diddley.
That's right.
Yep.
Hey, we got our poll back. 521 votes.
Oh.
Do you trade before or after the opening? Before 20%, right? Not too much. After 33%. I thought it'd be a little bit higher. A little of both, 46%. There you have it.
I mean, you say pre-market open, but really we have the London session, and obviously for a lot of you in the States, it's overnight. So unless you're a night owl like Dakota, I think that would be a bit tough. Whereas for me, I am awake at that time of day. The London session and crude oil, it sometimes moves really well. Other times it's quiet. So you have to pick your days. You have to pick your days. I do like trading DAX for the London session, but obviously that's not an option at the moment. So it's just a private brokerage for me.
Anne-Marie Band shorting 48.04 looks like a scalp. Lots of upside pressure holding. Thank you, Anne-Marie.
And
what is above, John? 06 half.
Yeah. And looking at the tilt right now in the S&P is it's 55% long, 45% short, and the difference between the average long and average short is about 2 points, maybe a little bit on the wide side. Maybe not. Maybe that's a little bit on the tight side. Maybe that's what she's looking at here. This is something that we're kind of keeping an eye on, and we're going to see if we can't find a way to kind of quantify this. And I thought of a really good idea about it. I want to talk to Anne-Marie and everybody about it at another time. But if Anne Marie's theory that when the prices are close together, you're going to get a pullback off of whichever side is over long or over short. I was watching it yesterday. There was some pretty good merit to it, but trend has a lot to do with it. And we've been, as we know, trending to the upside here. So
they just keep selling 48.
Keep a look at that, Anne Marie.
48. Did you get short, Andre?
I didn't. I tried to get along. I scratched it though. I think I'm trying to figure out when we're going to break through this level.
I just cut that short a little bit.
Did you? Nice. Yeah, Emery was talking about.
No. I'm down 400. I was getting short run.
Yep.
Short stop, all the way up. 80%, man. I mean, every morning I got to do my TBM trades by Matt. Wait 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Yeah.
I wouldn't spend my morning digging out of the hole. I know that.
Yep.
Well, community, do we have some positions on? Share those. You got any ideas for our Shy City locals? If you do have an idea, make sure you back it up with a reason. Just don't say, go long. That was street football,
That
was street football. You play in the backyard.
Waving down at him.
Yeah, go deep.
You go long. You just stay here. Yeah, right.
That's cool. Street football is the worst, Eddie. Man, you lay out. You can't lay out for anything, and if you actually do to be a hero, that's not a good combo.
Right, I'm just doing a little short in crude oil.
Okay.
73.12 is the entry. I'm not going to stay it long.
There you go.
Man, they're just so every time we get up to that level.
Naked point of control, 16,876 or 16,878. Thank you for that level, average trader.
There you go.
Helping out.
What's up?
Team ball. Bullish order block at 820. Oh, can you see that far? I can't see that far.
Go ahead.
No, I'm good. That's it.
Hey, John, we got liquidity 4806 half.
Yep, I'm watching it. I see it.
Look at you guys.
Hey,
we're
D,
probably
I'm
going
I'm learning, man.
I know.
We're probably going to get there.
Feel out of the
We
loop.
took out that 05 level. 06 half just makes sense.
Yep.
D, Brandon wants to know why you went short.
It's just a little scalp. There's a supply reaction, and we do have some supply up top, but this is actually just a little scalp. So whenever you see a supply level and then a reaction, so we have a bearish engulfing from the supply, that can mean that you have at least the next candle that might go in the same direction. We also have a little gap at the open, which you can argue that it was closed and that actually session high yet again brought a reversal. So literally I'm just looking for a few ticks here down to like 72.92. If I can get that, I'll be very happy. I'm lowering the stop losses as well. So not only am I lowering the size, I'm also lowering the stop size today because I don't want to dig a bigger hole than necessary. Obviously, when you're in a drawdown, you have to make those adjustments and just keep jabbing at it,
Yep.
Absolutely.
We'll see.
Jab.
Yeah, and because of that, there's not much time. Like, I don't want to spend too much time in this. The longer you spend in a trade, the more chances are that you will need those wider stops, which is why my 35 tick stops usually work very well. But when I'm doing this, I'm literally just looking for immediate moves, and if I don't get them, like I'm not getting it now, I'm out. So that was a scratch trade. So that's not what I wanted to see.
Deanna is a guy. Yeah, as a guy who's trying to get himself. I feel like I'm at the trail end of my little cold spell since the new year. It's containable.
Yeah.
Nice. I can 1,000% relate.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, if you are in a drawdown, that means you've done something wrong, right? And you can't keep swinging for the fences. And to think that we're going to get some magical trade that, immediately brings you 100 ticks, I think that's where people go wrong. And then you spend too much time looking for like sort of high on hopium moments, and you don't close the trades that, you don't close the trade as it starts to go against you. So if you don't get that move immediately for a scalp, you need to be out. Like you can't sit there and just go, oh, I think
they look for that one trade that is going to make them whole again. One trade, they get it all back.
Yeah.
One
Doesn't exist.
And that doesn't work.
Nope.
It's like getting up to the plate. Pro Ball Eddie always talks to me about this because he's a baseball fan. It's like getting up to the plate after you've been striking out forever. I'm like, I got to hit a home run, man, to stay in the league. No, to stay in the league, you just got to get on base. Just got to get on base.
Exactly.
So stay in the trading league, base hits, base hits, base hits. If you start trading cold, I've been trading cold, and I hate weeks. He said that in here. Yeah, I come out of the gate and I've been fighting Tyson. So I got to quit swinging so hard. I got to quit doing. We go back to trading. You got to go back to trading 101, and that's how you stay longevity in the game. In my opinion, that's how you stay longevity in the game. But if you keep going for these, leaning on the back of your foot, swinging as hard as you can on every pitch. I mean,
Michael, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, the thing is, these base hits can turn into doubles into triples. That's like Danny said. You know what? Load the bases up. All right.
Yeah,
that's going to score runs.
Exactly.
Yes, sir. All right, I'm only down 300 now.
Hey, Dre, you're looking at the dome, aren't you? You're looking at that size, right?
Yep.
You know what?
Yes, I am.
Luis is asking, explain that dome and what you're looking at.
Well, John's got me really looking for, and something I've learned lately is that in S&Ps, the market is attracted to liquidity. So where there's larger block orders on, say, an offer or bid, you'll see the market gravitate towards those particular orders, the quantity on the ask or the bid. And so that's essentially what I'm starting to look for and try to hone in on, is looking for where the quantity or the size may be, because the market's going to try to seek liquidity, John, if I understand what you've been teaching us.
Yes, that is correct. Now, Andre, do you remember for the last 3 days, there have been at least 500 on the offer at 48.08?
Yep. It
really?
Hasn't traded yet. Yep.
Really? Oh, wow.
Yep.
251 there now.
Oh,
hey, why is that important to know? Because there's two ways about it. You guys know it, and you guys seen it over and over again. So the one important thing, guys, is tune in. That's why we're gonna have a bell-to-bell, freebie thing that starts tomorrow. B2B club, yeah. We're all gonna be B2Bers. And then you have Hoagland and Andre speaking the same language. Why? Because they're B2Bers. They're watching this. So when the market comes up to that now or later on today, they still have their eye on it. Does that mean they're trading it? No, or around it. I don't know. But John, why is it helpful for you and Andre to keep talking about that?
Well, just in the spirit of what Andre was talking about, the market seeks liquidity. It seeks the levels where the most trade facilitation can happen. And if there's that liquidity up above, like we've been watching up at 48.08, that 500-600 on the offer, which hung there for 3 days. I mean, it was up there for 3 days.
Yeah.
And so the market has been working its way to get to the level that is going to provide the most liquidity, the most facilitation of trade. But now we see that big offer is gone. It's not there anymore. It's not there. Now look at what we're seeing below, Andre.
I saw that.
48.04 quarter. That's kind of following price. That could be spoofing. That could be just somebody trying to push the market up to that level, that 48.08 level. Maybe they've decided they're going to maybe use an ice order up there. Maybe they have a big package that they want to sell up there.
What?
Now that I'm watching these markets.
I hope that package didn't fall off a boat.
Michael, last night.
Sorry.
We have a package. Go ahead, Deanna.
We're talking about liquidity. Like last night, I was talking about ES and seeing 85 and then 800, where you had 85s and then 800. So it was 79. So 800, and I had like 2 levels. So I figured I would just leave a limit order in one of those, and it just dipped exactly where the stack of orders that we could see on the dome. But there was also other things. Like I think there was an initial balance high around that area, which is why we're all looking at that. And I just plopped in a limit order, and lo and behold, It just dipped there to the tick, went back up, and I grabbed like 7 points literally in the space of, I don't know whether it was seconds, man.
That was a
Hug, you were
fantastic
in on
trade.
that.
Fantastic
You're in
trade,
on
Jackson.
that. So
That
that's
was a
why
good
it's
trade.
important, right? But those are kind of scalpy trades that, you know, it takes a number of years to actually be able to use that to your advantage. It's not something that you'll have success with if you don't have the speed of thought processing. Just like an elite athlete can figure out what's going on in the game and strategically make a move that might seem odd to everybody else. But
Wow.
when it's happening, he can see something else. Why? Because there's experience there. There's, you know, whole bunch of stuff that the skill, obviously. And this is the same thing. So the more micro order flow you look at, the more speed of thinking and decisiveness you need. So while it's great to look at the ladder, Michael said it, whoever has been advanced trading at some point should look at the ladder. And that is definitely true for intraday. I know that for me, it can help me. Yep.
Deanna, really quick, we have the NASDAQ selling off pretty hard now, pulling back. Everything's pulling back really hard. We got the NASDAQ below the VWAP, and we got the S&P. Yeah, so go ahead. I just wanted everybody to make sure that we have our eyes on this as well. And,
so inside days are not that conducive to directional moves. So the only way you can get a good move, push, whatever you want to call it, is if the price actually goes outside of the value from yesterday. Then you have the rejectional value, but we don't have that yet. So I'm not surprised that it sold off. It hit
Andre,
the
you
second
saw.
standard deviation.
Sorry, D.
I saw you.
Andre, you saw that when liquidity started coming in below the market, look what happened.
Exactly. All right, let's start pointing in the right direction then.
Yeah,
it's definitely seeking that liquidity. Damn, that was a pullback.
It's lost its bid.
Quick
it's lost
tech
its bid in
announcement.
this market. Really. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, I think we found the culprit of D's very slight echo, and I'll go.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Well, no, it's you,
us.
Michael. It is Michael, Andre, Hoag. You guys need to wear headphones or turn your speakers whatever you're listening through way down right now.
Got it.
Okay.
So I'm okay.
Yeah, I always have the headphones because otherwise it's too much echo.
You got it.
How about that? It was us the whole time.
I know.
Yeah.
I always
So it was me. I thought it was me.
What do they say when you're
It's
pointing
not you, it's
me. When you're pointing your finger, you have three. Just remember, you have 3 pointing right back at you. That's what I.
Yeah.
You know.
So those voice processors, by the way, were just letting in. The reason we only heard D is because you have those processors on, and it was compressing to the higher frequencies. So we just heard a little bit of D's slightly higher voice than yours. Hoag was clean. So
is it better now?
We gotta talk a little lower.
I do have well, I talk as low as I can, but I do have some high frequencies in my voice because I'm a female. In case you didn't know.
Oh yeah, that's fantastic. But yeah, it sounds a little better now. But yeah, you guys need headphones.
Okay.
I noticed Trace by Matt TBM had a thing in his ear.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could also hear echo on Anne Marie the other day as well, probably for the same reason, just higher female voices.
Bummer. Well, hopefully, guys, is that better because I turned you guys down.
5 minutes
probably
remaining.
5
Especially
minutes.
with that limiter.
Wholesale inventory is coming up, folks, in 5.
Yeah, I guess I could wear these. Want to?
You know, Michael, you mentioned this bell-to-bell club. This is something that we've got our fantastic traders in our community listening us from opening bell to closing bell. Be here tomorrow, okay? Just a fair warning for our first bell-to-bell club giveaway. Yes, we've got a surprise for you. You need to be here all day to qualify. We'll drop the details tomorrow morning. Bell to bell to bell club. Bell to bell. Oh, I just closed the markets. Sorry.
It's all
The markets closed.
I thought they went dead. I was like, what's going on? No, it's Ed. It's Eddie.
Close the markets. Dummy.
Yes.
All right.
Am I coming through okay, guys? I messed with some things down there.
Loud and clear.
You sound good to me.
Yeah. Don't mess too
Sound
much
really
with
good.
things, but you sound good.
Right.
You're looking
Yeah,
good
you
with
did.
that Topstep TV gear, man. I gotta get.
I
one
mean,
of those
it's comfortable. I wore slippers to work today.
Hey, you did.
Hey,
I'm
me
wearing
too.
slippers right now.
Yeah.
Then again, I work from like next to my bedroom, so that's all right.
Yeah, I know.
What do you mean today? I wear slippers every day to work.
Do you? It's crazy since COVID how everybody's gone to like the most comfortable mode in the planet.
It's nice.
My wife.
Now, Dee, you got those? You got those bunny slippers? What kind of slippers?
They're not bunny slippers. They're kind of fluffy. Hold on, fluffy slippers. Let me. I call them the fluffy booties.
Nice job, Anne Marie.
Right. ICD.
Okay,
ICDs. We'll talk about
They're
that.
kind of like
ICDs trades.
ICDs trades.
ICDs trades. Yeah, we know about FTMO. we know about FTMO right now. Yeah, I think it's a very smart move.
What's up with that? Yeah.
Think so?
What?
Smart move?
I saw that. Is it because of CFDs? Is that why? Because technically CFDs are illegal in the States.
My take is FX needs to get the hell out of the United States of America. Because they don't like them. They don't like CFDs. It's not even legal. So now you're going to go these dark pools that aren't even dark pools. That kind of like
the problem for those. I don't know whether people know the difference. So forex brokerages have this like weird thing where they take products like crude oil and gold, and then they kind of go, oh, this is XTI USD. It's a forex pair, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's actually crude oil. And the problem is that they take a derivative and then make a derivative out of that, which is terrible. And it's not really regulated. Like you can't really do that. And it also then causes a whole bunch of issues because every single broker can add an additional forex spread on top of that, which can sometimes be like 5 to 7 ticks. 5 to 7 ticks in intraday is a killer. Like seriously, man, if you change your stop loss by 5 to 7 ticks, your whole risk model goes to the pan, to like down the drain, because it's such a huge addition. Like you can't just randomly add 5 to 7 ticks. This is why we all trade futures, because it is regulated. And if that's why they're doing it, then that's well needed. But
that's why Deanna, friends never let friends trade forex.
Mm-hmm.
You know that?
Yeah, true. Yeah,
that's what they say. That's what they say here in the States.
That's what Casey Mack said. Like, not you, Michael.
in the chat, they're wondering what's up with FTMO, and the question was FTMO banning U.S. customers. You got some detail on that?
I'm gonna email the CEO. I talked to him like 2 weeks ago.
Nice.
I'm gonna email him. I just think it's a smart move. Like, there's no reason. Again, CFDs aren't legal here in the States. So why do you think you can give a 200-to-1 leverage and do simulated and never take anybody quote unquote live? Yeah. Now, I'm not talking about them, but I'm talking about a lot of other players that are here. And my Forex funds is another one. My funded for whatever stupid names are those, the same exact company name, which is like a different letter in between. Mm-hmm. So if Matt's listening, nice job with the same. But the FTMO guys, I think they're hands down the best FX firm for sure. They always have been. So I think that's a smart move. Stay out of the States. Your business is huge everywhere else. It's like regulated.
Stay out.
Yeah, I mean, I made a YouTube video about that, and this is also the problem with pure sim firms as well. So the issue is that they get to control the spread,
number here,
and it's not really a spread. Yeah, it's not really a spread. It's just nonsense things that a broker adds. That needs to stop. Like seriously.
All right, I got a number right now. Here we go.
Oh, sale. Let's see what we got here. 0.2. So the expected was 0.2%, coming in at 0.2. Wholesale sales month over month, they were looking at a 0.4, coming in at 0.0. There you have it. Next number on the agenda, 9:30 Central Time, EIA oil inventories. So we'll be there.
Nice.
Yeah. So as we were kind of suspecting that it was not going to be impactful, especially that it came out exactly as it was expected to.
And exactly as the previous. So
wow,
yawn,
what
you
a
can
doozy.
roll. Yeah.
All right, I grabbed $50 out of a little crude oil scalpy scalp.
There you go.
Jab, Deanna.
Jab,
50
jab.
bucks. 50 bucks. 50
Yeah,
bucks.
$50. $50.
Nice opening range trade, John. Well done.
Yeah.
Not seeing a whole lot right now.
It can be a beautiful thing.
When it works, they always are when it works, right?
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't looking for a home run on it. We actually took a pretty decent profit on that.
All right, about 3,000 people.
So somebody has a question. Would London initial balance be 3 to 4 a.m.? I suppose that's Eastern time, and yes, I think so. So if it's Eastern, then yeah, 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. is the London initial balance.
Thank you, Deanna.
Very welcome.
Well,
Hey, if you guys haven't noticed, Eddie is pulling a lot of. He's your trading buddy here for everybody in chat. He's been pulling a lot of your questions, and he'll bring them in here. So ask away. We'll weave it into our show throughout the day. Anybody who's hosting and driving and all that kind of great stuff is really going to help you stay more involved. So that's kind of something we've been talking about, is how to get a little bit more of a connection between the 3,000 and some people here and us trading. So we're all learning together. Trading questions only. Trading questions only.
Yes, please. Please,
I get the feeling someone is watching us.
Yes, nearly 3,000 traders are watching us. And we've only got under 700 likes. Come on, peeps.
Uh-oh.
Come on, peeps. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe, and benefits us and, of course, you.
NASDAQ sold.
There's your sell-off.
Yeah.
Had to shake out all those weak shorts.
Everybody,
like myself.
boy, did they shake them out.
They shook them out. Shaketh. Not stirred.
Someone had a very good question earlier. What is the difference between failed auction and an auction fade? But I think that might be a bit of a loaded question for the fast markets, because it would take probably at least an hour to explain the difference properly. So maybe we can plan that.
Deanna, at some point, and Hoag, at some point, you guys, we're going to start doing some videos that are going to sum up this. So we can just drop a video link in there so we don't do too much of a rinse and repeat on lengthy explanations.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're looking for today's levels, Eric just pinned those up top.
Nice.
Make sure you click that link. That's going to give you today's levels, everything we're talking about. So got to have that in front of you.
Isaac Rivera, what's up, dude? I haven't seen you in a while. I mean, I know you've been here, but I know you have at Nebraska. That was like when I first started Topstep. That was my handle.
Really?
Yeah, I'm from Nebraska, so I had to come up with something.
Hey, Johnny Hoags.
Yes.
Got a question for you here. This is from Grog. My name is Grog. Hoag, are you seeing the weak low ledge on the ES profile? If you are, what are your thoughts?
The weak low ledge.
Weak low ledge.
Time frame, Grog?
Grog.
Time frame on that?
Doesn't have a time frame on this.
Let's have a look at gold. I haven't looked at it today. Well, I had a trade for London, but I haven't looked at it.
30-minute. Okay. The weak low ledge. If you're looking at today, I mean, we just took out the low of the opening range but I don't see a ledge on today's profile here. Week low ledge. And maybe you're talking about around 47, 75, 75.
All right, we move on, John. If it's not there.
Okay. All right. You guys were, talking about the glossary and all that stuff. We've got something really cool. Should I show everybody now?
Whoa! What
Do it.
Did you get a tattoo? John
Here
got
it
a tattoo.
is.
Whoa!
So this is a new
Hey,
page
yeah.
that you can bookmark, TopstepTV. Now, this is going to give you everything. It's going to give you the schedule, the crew, the TV guide, featured guests, stuff about Topstep. Take a look at this. Here's the featured
Daily levels.
Wow.
Daily levels. Yup. Featured guests. We go back to the TV guide. We got daily levels here. There's the daily levels. We go back to the TV guide. We've got Trader Lingo Glossary, which is ever expanding.
What?
Nice.
And we've got link to the journal, the emotional journal.
We've been showing that, yes.
Yes, and we are going to be talking more about using that and having it help you kind of determine how you react to some of the decisions you make and some of the things that happen in the marketplace. And if you do this, it cannot help but shorten your learning curve.
Wow.
You're going to find patterns.
KV really liked that. He really liked our trading journal.
Yep.
So
Generally,
back
theme of
to
the week.
home.
Theme of the week.
We've got our crew on here. There's Michael, Eddie.
Wow.
Look at that. Look at that.
There
You
we
can
are.
kind of just scroll down to all of this too. You get the weekly kickoff levels down here. You can sign up for that. You can sign up for Topstep TV. You can sign up for a trading combine right on this page. Look at this schedule: the opening call, fast market, shoulder tap, power players. Everything is on here with a basic kind of overview of what you can expect during that segment. We even talks about what a fire drill is.
Wow.
And Johnny, how do we get to this?
Yeah, how do you get to this?
Here is the link. It's topstep.tv. I'm going to send it into the chat right now. Let me get this open here. And here it is, topstep.tv.
Nice.
Bookmark it.
Yep.
Bookmark it so you can check out what we've got going on every day. You can check the trader lingo. I love that. We even already added kerfuffle.
It's in.
That is a new industry term. Come to the markets unprepared or scatterbrained, or a commotion or confrontation caused by conflicting views.
Wow, nice work, guys.
Yeah, that's bananas. I love it.
How awesome is this?
Community, who's your trading buddy? Yes, Topstep TV is your trading buddy.
Andy, how about Woozy Woo?
It's
gonna be
Woozy Woo. Hey, just leave it just throw your hands up like fairy dust, like Woozy Woo.
I'm collecting things every day that have to go in there, and Woozy Woos is on the list for today.
And you put bananas on there. Rooster wants bananas on there.
And what is the definition of bananas?
It's just anything wild.
Right?
Anything. Basically,
anything
bananas.
Crazy.
It means anything crazy, anything wild. Just bananas.
We'll put it. Anything can happen. ACH. Well, maybe that should be on there too. ACH. Anything crazy.
Hold on. Sam wants to know is Ligma in there? Leave that one up to the imagination, Sam.
Yeah, you guys can define that one.
We got to put in Fedapalooza. That's when
nice job.
Everyone in the Fed is talking one day.
Alrighty, good stuff, guys. Everybody who did that, Alyssa, I think you were. I don't know if you're tuning in, but I think you were a complicit that what it is? And do it in accomplishing this.
She was vital in doing it.
Vital.
Well done.
Yes.
Nice. Great job. Great job.
Danielle,
hey,
thank
Jason,
you for leading that.
Jason Terry says, I'm in a separate Discord for my trading buddy. It's where I started learning the trade options. I have at least 10 of them signed up to Topstep now. Way to go, Jason. We appreciate that.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Jason, if you want a private Discord room, we're looking to do this. Well, yeah, maybe here's a guinea pig. Email TopstepTV.topstep. And if it's 10 of your friends and you're actually all trading together, we're going to watch it. If it's just you in there, then like, I don't know why we would do it or you would do it. But if it's like 10 of your friends, 5 of your friends or something like that, we're looking to open up private rooms and make it so we can have like, create your own team. I'm the Jayhawk team and I have 6 buddies that I trade with. I want to talk to them and, we're all whatever. How do we do it? Can you help us out, Topstep? Just email us if it's something you want to do. And then we'll look into it. I'm not promising anything, but it helps us understand if there's a demand there and a use there.
Casey, is that his picture from 1986? Yeah, that was my graduation from high school picture. I gotta get a new one in there.
Wow, look at this site. This is really cool.
Base hits. Yeah. Yeah, dope. Very, very cool site.
We got that up there. Yeah. Eric has posted the link, Topstep TV. Scroll up, folks. Bookmark it.
I just did.
Something you're probably going to want to look at each and every trade day and on the weekend too.
S&P's was like kind of little, it's right around its VWAP. And then NASDAQ's right around its VWAP and settlement. Lots of areas here. On my 30-minute VWAP, settlement, and a 50-period moving average on a 30-minute chart, which I like to watch.
Yep. So D, on a range day, on an expected range day, how important is the extremes of the initial balance to you?
Very, because for now, they're the session high, session low. That's what they represent because we don't have any other point of reference. So if you had that, you can use those as orientation points to play the range.
And we got a big number tomorrow. And a perfectly logical context or hypothesis could be we're gonna establish a range and we're gonna bounce around in that range all day.
Yep. And especially when you couple that with the fact that we're opening inside the distribution curve, aka the value area from yesterday's business. So try to stay away from the middles.
The strategy. What'd you say?
I said, so try to stay away from the middles, which means VWAP.
Don't diddle in the middle.
Probably not the best. Yeah, probably not the best trade location for a day like today when we do expect to see a range bound day.
Focus on the extremes.
Yep.
All right. So there's my number one hypothesis today was
I like that, Johnny.
Range bound. Number 2 is once the initial balance is established, focus on the extremes for your opportunities. There may be a failed auction outside the initial balance that comes back in. It may stop before the end of the initial balance. There's opportunity that allows you to limit risk at the extremes of the initial balance today. It's not a very big initial balance, so it's not going to take a whole lot of energy to extend it. But that's where my opportunities are because why? I can limit risk. Anything in the middle, it's even risk and even potential profit target. I don't like those. I want asymmetric opportunities. We'll find those at the extremes possibly today.
Absolutely. And also expect that on a range bound day, even if you have a session high and session low established, on a range bound day, they will get broken because you have the market makers that are working inside that initial balance range just by the fact that it is an inside day and that we haven't broken outside of the value area. That tells you something. However, on those days, they like to take those references out before they go back. So keep that in mind. Expect that. Make that as an assumption to watch out for. So don't get caught by, putting stops right above or below the session highs and lows. That's never a good choice on a range bound day.
That's excellent advice. You have to anticipate where your other pea shooters are going to be putting their stops. And that's where they're going to be putting.
That's what the market makers are aiming for, because they know that, and they're like, well, these guys don't know what they're doing. Let's take their money.
Right. And a day like today is huge for algos and HFTs. They just pick out money all day long. They just pick our pockets all day long. Don't let them.
Yep.
Hey, Trey, what's your P&L? Deanna, what's your P&L? Let's get those up there.
Where am I? Up a whopping 25 bucks right now. Sorry.
I'm 250.
Sorry.
There you go, Robbie.
My bad, Robbie.
250. Robbie. Jack, we got some news here. We got our Topstep News Pack 1 ready to go.
She sure did. Nice job, Deanna. Yep.
Yes, indeed. It is ready to go. And we got some very interesting news about hacking Twitter.
God, I saw that last night.
What?
Good luck.
Oh
Good luck passing that.
It's party time.
Yes, that is right. From the official SEC Gov Twitter account. I can't bring myself to say X yet, maybe in time. Sent out a tweet saying that the Bitcoin spot ETF had been approved, but within 5 minutes, it was clear that it hadn't, which made a nice, tidy little trade here. If you look at the Bitcoin chart, I believe we have that. Yep. From this chart, you can tell exactly when said tweet went out and when it was retracted. True story. My best trading day ever when I was trading professionally was off a similar hack tweet when the AP was hacked.
Yep. Exactly what you're talking about.
So there's always had Twitter open when we were trading. And
Jack,
what was that headline, Jack? Again.
Well, it was a little more scary than this. The headline
explosion or something.
AP was an explosion at the White House.
That's what it was. Yep.
Yeah, and it was from the official AP.
I remember that.
In
that one. Yep.
I don't know, 13, 14, something like that.
Yep.
We were on the trading floor when that happened.
One thing I wanted to bring up is Gary Gensler, by the way. Apparently, the account didn't have two-factor authentication on, and somebody pointed out, here's the chair of the SEC in October reminding everyone to put their two-factor authentication on.
Too good.
Can we have instead of a caption? Can we have instead of a caption in the chat? What password do you believe or do you think that they had? Was it like SEC 123? SEC 123.
Yeah.
And then one last piece of news, something Eddie alluded to earlier.
The tease.
Yes.
What
about
is it?
A certain vehicle. Between now and January 31st, they are looking for new drivers for the Wienermobile, known as hot doggers.
You're right.
It'll be the 37th class. You will spend a year driving 20,000 miles in a fiberglass hot dog. So if that interests you, now it's your
All
time.
aboard, Michael.
I've been on RV trips, but I mean to smell hot dogs the entire freaking time. Oh, man.
I mean, you're gonna smell like hot dogs.
You're gonna look like a hot dog while you smell like a hot dog.
Oh God!
It came to my school once, the Wienermobile, and it was sick. Nothing better for third graders than a 27-foot hot dog car. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. When the Red Bull girls pull up in the car, that was like we had that in college. That was the coolest thing.
What happened?
We had the
My
St. Pauli girls
girlfriend
in grade
was the Red Bull girl that handed out that stuff, and her name was Mickey. And I'm like, she's went out and always just. We had to do all these events, and I'm like, whatever. I mean, like, it was not the coolest thing, but bring home the Red Bull.
Hey, Johnny, remember Oscar Mayer? They used to have like a whistle that they would give away in between. It was the Wienermobile, and in between the packets of hot dog. Remember that? And
I do remember that. That was like in the 70s.
Well, I was alive in the 70s. So
yes, me too.
Yes. Oh, down boy.
So how does the SEC? How does Gary wake up today after last night and go, yeah, let's work to get this Bitcoin ETF passed through? Like right now, they just got hacked. So it's just like the Bitcoin community, in my opinion, if they did that as the Bitcoin community, I don't know. I just don't think their whole role is to keep people safe. They get hacked, and they're trying to get, is Bitcoin ETF coming out or not? I don't know. TBD.
CBD. All right. Anne Marie says, do you think they're cooking in that fiberglass hot dog? I don't know if they're cooking hot dogs in that Wienermobile. I don't know if they're trading Bitcoin in that Wienermobile.
What happens in the Wienermobile stays in the Wienermobile.
Come on, Jack. Come on, Jack.
I got a joke, but I can't say it.
I mean,
no, I can't do it. Can't do it.
We should have a pay-per-view one where anything goes.
Anything goes. It gets to the point.
It's not a bad idea.
Need therapy.
Yes.
Say hello, Daniel.
All right, so we're right here, fiddling in the middle.
Fiddle in the middle. Patience, patience, patience. Like they're talking about range-bound day. Glizzy.
Jason Terry up 45.02 in the 150K combine. Done for the day. Good choice. Absolutely love it
Good
here.
Smart.
Stick around,
Good
Jason.
choice.
Nice way to stop too. That helps your consistency rule too as well. Nice, smart move.
Hey, MP, you kept trading in the afternoon then, I take it? Because you kept racking up those profits. When did you, what moves did you catch yesterday?
I got short off the highs. I got short like a 2-lot around man. I don't know. I'd have to look at it.
No,
it's when it weakened up. Yeah, you know what helped me out too? I got short, and I have a bunch of executive folks out here, and we had a meeting. So after I got in with this, I had left the 2-lot on, and I'm watching on it from my phone while we're like planning 2024 strategy.
You're watching this trade.
Yeah. So if our strategy fails next year or this year,
blame it on the NASDAQ.
It's because of that 2-lot.
Nice trade. Nice trade. Really, I needed that one. Good job.
Yeah. Kept me in longer, Deanna. You would appreciate that. Kept me in longer.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, anything to keep the fingers off the trigger.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh, because I wasn't in the office. I was actually in a conference room. So.
Yeah. Jared calls that the design distraction. So anything you can do to keep you away from hopping in and out, if that's the problem.
Yeah.
And whether it's conference calls, meetings, painting, cooking, walking the dogs, anything works, right?
Yep.
Right.
Hey, Ghost, what happened to Patrick? Ghost, what happened to Patrick Whelan? Patrick's still a partner of ours. And whoever he promotes, he can promote. He wants to go off and do his thing. So we're proud of anybody who wants to do whatever. We do like working with people that want to work very close with us because we're building something pretty cool. But yeah, Patrick. And Patrick, one of your posts yesterday said something about the guys in the tube can't coach or coaches can't trade or something like that. If you coach, you can't do. What's that? Those that can't do coach? Yeah. Hoagland, remember we've heard this before from traders back in the day?
Have. Yeah, we have.
Yeah. I think it's a complete disrespect to every teacher you've ever had in your entire life that's teach. No, those who teach can't trade, or those who teach can't do. Whatever.
Something like that.
Yeah, so you threw that out there. I don't know. Stay consistent. How about that?
What is he doing? Teaching?
Yeah.
I guess that would be. Or it's just e-tainment.
No, hey, congratulations, Andrea. She was playing a short crude from Anne Marie and put up a quick $200. Good job, Andrea.
Here's something. Here's my answer to that. This is, I mean, there's all these inspirational things you get off of social media, and I save them from time to time. This one I really like. The best teachers are those who show you where to look, but don't tell you what to see.
Yep. There you go.
Yep.
If you don't have a coach
here, we're teaching you to fish.
Yeah. If you don't have a coach and you don't have a teacher and you don't have you wouldn't be where you are today. You can go back to high school or you can go back to middle school. So give a little respect to those who spend millions of dollars giving away free coaching, because that's what we do here. This whole broadcast, and then Topstep coaching, group coaching, Discord platforms. all that kind of stuff. It's here to put you in this position. Then you got to go out and perform. So I'll say it to you, Patrick. I'll say it to every other trader out there, myself included. You need to get with a coach. You need to have a teacher. And you need to have some guiding light to help you stay centered. John says it all the time. Stay balanced. 5 minutes. Stay disciplined. Hold you accountable. All that kind of good stuff to put you in a long-term, consistent, profitable, and disciplined approach to trading. So then you can make this a lifelong journey. And that's what we're trying to do here in the community of traders.
Amen.
Yeah, and I've been at this so long. I've earned every gray hair on my head. I've earned every gray hair.
You've been coaching and teaching thousands of traders. Same with you, Eddie. And Andre, you're a part of it. Yeah, Deanna, you do it every day as well. So.
Yeah.
Oh, teaching, trading, trading buddies, all that.
Yeah, John was the one who taught me. So
there you go.
Half of the things that I know, I wouldn't know if it wasn't for John sharing his knowledge and experience and showing us how it's done.
Got it.
And it's right. It makes me so proud. It makes me so proud.
Hey, we got a number coming out here. We've got real quick here. Sorry to interrupt. Crude oil inventories in about 2 minutes.
Oh boy, get ready, Deanna.
Yeah, well, I've got a little position on, but I'm about to bail out of that because of the crude oil inventories. So I will be out. So
hey, Johnny, I have a
question there about in the crude.
Hey, Johnny, were you ever a runner on the floor?
Yeah, I started as a runner.
You were started as a runner. I thought you did.
Yeah, I made $99 a week.
That was a lot of money back then, right?
Wow, that was a lot.
It paid, 1 week paid for my train pass for the month.
That's about it.
Not bad. Now you're
I made 75. 75 a week.
Not $100.
So then the 1 week the 1 week paid for your train pass, the next week paid for the month, and then next week paid for possibly your food for the month. Yeah, dude, that's tight.
Yeah, well, you had to have a place to live or a second job, and I had that second job for 8 years, just making sure the bills got paid. I've seen and done things in trading that most people would make most people sick.
Hey, Eddie, did you see that this is the highest poll we've ever had? Because usually 20% of the people are like, no, I don't like the show. Do you like the show? They're like, 80% say yeah, 20. 92% of people say, do you believe a coach or teacher will help you improve? 91. So instead of jabbing, we're here to learn. We're here to grow every single day. May sound boring to some, but
yeah, I mean, it's a coach teacher. I mean, come on. You need somebody to sort of point you in the right direction.
So to use my yeah, definitely, because this is a performance discipline. There's a lot of parallels with sports, and I did bodybuilding competitively for about 4 or 5 years.
Wow!
And if you try and coach yourself, you're going to get yourself in so much trouble because you're not accountable, and you're also not objective about what the hell is going on. And everything with fitness competitions is about dialing everything in. So you want full muscles, but you want very low body fat. Now that's a very difficult thing to achieve. So you have to have enough protein, but you also have to have just the right amount of fats and tiny amount of carb in there, just enough to give you enough energy to push through very, very difficult workouts. How are you going to do that by yourself? When you look at yourself, you're going to get body dysmorphia. You just look at yourself and you go, not skinny enough, or still fat, or something like that. Well, trading is the same way. You look at your performance here and you're like, oh, that'll do. But actually, you probably can do better if you do a little bit of tweaking here and there. It's the same thing, right? And you can't see that yourself. So it's always better to have a trading buddy or a coach who can actually look at your results and go, yeah, actually, if you just switch this around, maybe try to be a little bit more accurate with your entries. Maybe look at your MAE and MFE numbers. Try to modify targets and your stop losses based on what you've already done. And that's very difficult to do for yourself. So accountability is very important. I do not agree with the statement. Yeah, I don't agree with the statement that those who can't do, they teach. because that's just, every tenured professor. Out. Yeah. So we're going to have storm in the teacup.
Storm in the teacup.
Yeah.
All right. Crude oil inventories, they're looking at a 150,000 coming in at 1.338, 1,338,000. And we have the gasoline inventories coming in at 8 million. They were expecting about 2 million. And the distillates, they were looking at a 1.7, coming in at 6.5. So a big skew across our energies.
Mm-hmm.
And yet we have a neutral day.
Andre, 80% long. Big long. Right now.
Market slowed down. We're range bound. This could be a nice short in NASDAQ.
I got short 80s, or sorry, 60s right here. I'm going to take one off. I had two on. I don't need to be.
So in the S&P, is it 72%? Slip kid.
So the Slip Kid says it's a build, Russia smusher.
Yeah, go ahead.
I like that.
So with Anne Marie's theory, the S&P is the average long is 98.76, 98.77 basically, and the average short is 99.25. They're within 2 ticks of each other, with the long at 71%. This would be an area where I think what her theory says is this is an area to look for an opportunity for a pullback lower if all the longs capitulate, because the longs and the shorts are at the same level. You might see a little bit of a pullback. If you're looking for longs, you might try and look for a pullback before trying to get into it. And of course, trend is always part of that equation. So let's see if we get some sort of a reaction here, some sort of a pullback. I mean, the tilty is not that bad in the S&Ps.
No,
we're looking at about 6-point difference as far as the longs and the short average pricing in the NASDAQ, which I'm not quite sure if that's close enough for a move off of this. We did see a little bit of a pullback off that. We're at 68% long S&Ps now. And we're about $1 apart as far as average longs and average shorts. So that is now expanding. I'm thinking that takes a little bit of the probability of a pullback if the longs capitulate off of this. Now, this is, of course, a brand new theory. This is something we're just thinking about. Nothing to use here just yet, but it's something that we're keeping an eye on. And I'm trying to keep in touch with Anne Marie about her thoughts on this.
I love it, John.
And it's somebody asked yesterday. It's not the only thing you should use. Of course, it's not even the only thing you should use. John uses a billion. Multiple other things besides his years of experience. We talk about it every morning. He talked about the play out of the gate this morning and everything he looks at, volume profile. So.
I mean, in ES for now, overnight high has failed to close a 30-minute candle above it.
Right. Yeah. And that's also pretty much yesterday's high to the tick. The overnight high and yesterday's regular trading hour session high are to the tick.
Yeah, so we smashed through it, but then went right back down. So that doesn't bode well for longs. And then still back to value, which could be determined as a responsive selling, right? So anytime the price tries to get outside it, somebody sells it back to value. That's responsive.
Yep.
So for now, 18, what is it, 4818? That I wouldn't say that would be a high probability hypo for now. Obviously, things can change.
We are seeing more liquidity above price right now than below. That is for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's not too far, though. I'm just looking at it. So 4803 and 04 have got some orders there, sitting and waiting.
and 05s. I mean, they're not huge. I mean, we're talking a couple hundred on the offer. It's not like they're huge offers. They just kind of stick out to you.
It's a block. Yeah, but it's a block of orders all stacked. And that's usually a bit difficult to go through. Even if they get smashed, it's going to take a little bit of time to get through all of them. So the more of those stacked orders that you have, the thicker the market looks. Yeah, we might break through them. but it's going to add time onto the trade.
So I saw that there was a question, and somebody was asking what a failed auction is, and you see I know you see the one that happened in crude oil today.
Yeah, I do see that. There is also a demand area though, but the failed auction is over, and it happened right before the release, and I don't like trading through the inventory. So now we have a neutral day. For now, both VWAP and value high are proving reactive. So I'm gonna still sit on my hands here, and then if we stick inside this range that we have established, so with a high at 73.60 and a low at 72.60, for now that's just going to be my reference for longs and shorts. So I'm looking at a range bound day here.
Yep. Yeah, because it traded both sides of the initial balance early here.
Yeah,
so
and that's kind of like an elastic band. Exactly. So if you have an elastic band and you kind of try and pull on both sides, so if you imagine that the elastic band is the initial balance, and if somebody pulls it from both sides, well, it's not going to go one side or the other, is it? It's just going to go bing back to the middle. So that's the whole idea of ranging days, if you want to make it visual.
I love your sound effects.
The sound effects get me up.
Bing.
Vicky Nihai, you asked about Topstep doing more than 3 accounts. I don't know, Vicky. I don't think that's smart. So no. And why? And maybe I'm gonna ask you why. I'll kick it back to you, Vicky. Vicky Nihai. I think I'm saying right. Why do you want more than 3 accounts? And then I'm gonna ask you, have you been successful with 1 account? Like consistently. Like not having to go back to the combine, like funded, stayed funded, taking payouts, stayed funded, taking payouts, stayed funded, taking payouts for at least 3 months. You can't hold that. I don't think anybody should add anything more than 1 account. You're just paying. I don't care about activation fee. I care about you getting better because that helps the whole planet of traders get better because we'll just get closer and closer to you, bring you up to the live account, what we do, and we'll showcase you like Kyle and other players that have come up here, and some of them, yeah, sure, have gone up and down and all around, but welcome to the world of trading. So why? I just want to know why.
I mean, the only thing that I would say about more than 1 account is like if you want to delineate the sessions that you trade and to make it easier to track. So, having, 3 accounts, that's actually more than enough. So you would use 1 for London session or overnight.
Yep.
You would use the second one for maybe the first part of the New York session, and then the third one for the second part, and then see which one you do best at. So that would be the only reason, just to track things in a slightly more separated way.
Yep, that's exactly what we talked about when we decided, okay, let's do more than 1 account. And because I'm like, I had 2. And then I had 1 for like the whole week. I would hold positions when I was trading in the pits, but I had my pit account down on the trading floor, which is my daily account that I traded. And then I had ones holding positions, or I had ones different strategies. 20 accounts.
Yeah, exactly. So you had swing trade. Yeah, you got swing trading, maybe some swing trading, and then intraday.
What are you
can't even trade 20 accounts live. Go to a brokerage firm and ask them, can I have 20 accounts? I'll be like, what? What are you supposed to be doing? What are you supposed to be doing? They're like, no, you can't do it.
You
can't do it too because you could wash it. You can't wash them in sim, but you can wash trades, which is stupid still too. Like you buy 1 in 1 brokerage account, selling it. That's dumb. Man, learn how to play the game with 1 account. Vicky, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about the whole general concept.
Money laundering.
Yeah.
Right.
learn how to play the game. Yeah, learn how to play it. Be disciplined, consistent. So if she said, Vicky, if you jumped in here and said anything, please somebody grab it, throw it in Slack, let me know so then I can understand the why. I just want to understand the why.
That's the first thing they would ask you is, why do you want 20 accounts?
Yeah. Remember those teachers that know nothing? John, did you ever tell anybody to trade more than 1 account when they were struggling or wasn't consistent or was looking to you to get them on the right track?
Well, yeah, I mean, there were people that asked, and I'm like, that puts you in the sight of the regulators. If you have 2 accounts and you're trading opposite, and it was when we were doing Forex because you get opposite positions, and they were asking why we couldn't do that in futures, and I said because you're washing money. It's money laundering. They're watching that all the time for anything that it indicates that you don't want that kind of trouble. And most brokerages will probably only let you have one live account, or unless there are different kind of parameters to them. But they're going to want to know why. But if you're a trader, trade one account.
Yeah, Dan, you asked, doesn't using a trade copier over multiple accounts spread risk? Sure, you could say it like we have trade copiers. You can do it, sure, but you still have. If I have $1,000, $50,000 downside, $2,000 downside, if 2,000, you still have 4,000. So when you put it on, I mean, the whole like spreading risk out again. Like if you can't do it in the live world, like why? And we're gonna side. We have people trading 15 lots. I think somebody has traded more than 15 lots too in the live account. When you trade live with it, we scale you up like a real trader would. I mean, Andre, did your prop firm, which is probably one of the more respected ones or the most respected ones in Chicago, did they tell you to trade 20? They had you in one account, right?
One account. Start with one account with a one lot, and then you just grew the size.
Yeah. So kind of take a little like lesson from what they teach people to go on the pro track, the pro ball track, the professional track. Not the woozy woo track.
Not the woozy.
But again, like to each his own. Just to each its own. To each its own. I mean, I'm not saying anything's right and anything's totally wrong. Just not in the history that I've seen it works.
Can you imagine if you had?
I'm trying a long in crude oil.
Nice. Is crude moving at all? Because S&P seem to have hit the snooze button.
Low value.
Yeah. Hey, Audrey, what if you went and talked to Waters, which is the head of the firm? Hey, Waters, I want. Is one account? This is bullshit. I know you give me tons of size, but like, I want 20.
Waters
be like, what the? Get the hell out of you! You're fired, and B,
you're fired. I don't like. I don't like where your head's at.
That ain't on your way out. Yeah,
here's a box. Pack your shit up.
And people may think we're not ripping on anything. It's just like it's not We've been doing this forever. And you're like, well, the times have changed. Sure, okay, fine. I'm not going to be this old curmudgeon guy in the industry. It's like this is how you should do it. But it's just like we never seen it work. And then you're just giving money to that company, like however many X over X, 20X over, your one account failure. You're doing it 20 times.
It's racking up the fees.
The Safe Trade says here, my job is not to marry a prop firm, but to use them however I see fit. Whatever works for you.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about that a lot.
By all means, I still love all the prop firms out there because they put people in safe environments for the most part.
Right.
I would say.
NASDAQ.
Led said, just wanted to express my gratitude to the whole Topstep team. Lives changed, including mine. He stayed funded for 105 days. Wow. Made 129K. Thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. Keep it up. Thank you, Led.
Man, that's awesome.
Good job.
That is very awesome.
Amazing.
Innkeeper, get that guy a beer.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the way to do it.
That is awesome. That's like kick-ass.
80% long, Michael. 80% long.
Yeah, I'm short from 83. And the NAS crack. You get a little pullback, I'll feel okay, but it keeps holding this bed. And you just want to give it some little sigh of relief.
Any liquidity in here, John? I'm not seeing much in S&Ps.
Well, you got the NASDAQ extending the range above the initial balance, so you've got an initial balance breakout. If this ends up being a failed auction, then we can start to look to the other side. But I think we're still seeing a little bit more liquidity above in the S&Ps. 4809 and a half. There's the 347.
Okay.
So the liquidity is still showing higher here in the S&Ps. But I don't want to buy it up here. It's bad trade location if you're expecting a range bound day. So in the NASDAQ, I'd be looking for this excursion above the initial balance to fail, and then look for a move in the opposite direction.
Yep.
And that goes with our hypothesis that we're going to stay range bound.
Yes,
the trend is still to the upside, ladies and gentlemen. The trend is still to the upside.
Hey, for those asking the question about the reset, I know that you're asking and asking and asking, and it's sort of getting a little monotonous. Here it is, Bell to Bell Club. Okay, be here tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yep. Today is Wednesday. Tomorrow is Thursday. Be here, Bell to Bell Club giveaway. We're going to give away one free reset. You'll need to be here all day in order to qualify. We'll drop those details tomorro't
I know. What if that's just like one person? Tomorrow,
just only one person from Bell to Bell.
Just who's ever Bell to Bell, there'd be one guy or girl that we're going to give this to.
So be it.
Like if I was listening, like I give no F about that.
We can't thank you enough.
No. But this is for everybody, guys. Everybody who's Bell to Bell.
There you go.
Bring your cousin in here. Bring your mom. Bring your dad. All that kind of good.
Any updated P&L, folks?
2 from 86. I'm short right now. I would like to see some type of pullback. Some type of pullback. Some.
Your sister.
You
right
got 68% longs. The average price is 17 points apart in the NASDAQ.
All right, so crude oil value high has capitulated. So we may have some single prints now. So I'm just going to sit on my hands. I tried a long of value high, didn't work. Mm-hmm. So right now I don't have a hypo here because it's a neutral day. And we're accepting value now to the downside. But at the same time, value area is not that big. And I don't like jumping into breakout moves on a neutral day.
Hey John, Timmy Two-Tone is asking about if you can tell if this short or longer time frames are in control right now. NASDAQ, if it's specific to the market.
Okay, so a lot of it has to do with if we're in a medium time frame range on the daily chart. I mean, there's a lot of factors to it. If we're range bound, inside the range is typically going to be shorter time frame traders, and you can gauge that by the open interest. If open interest is up one day, down the next, if it's inert, if there's not a big change in open interest, that tells me that it's probably shorter time frame traders. Many of them are going home flat. The algos, the HFTs, they're also going home flat. So those are all short time frame traders. It's when the market becomes directional and we see divergences in delta and additional open interest. That's what tells me that there's probably longer time frame traders in the marketplace, and it can happen intraday and interday. There are periods of time when the market becomes directional where you're going to see open interest increasing over a number of days. Sometimes you're going to see the delta negative on those days, which indicates that the more aggressive traders, which are probably short time frame traders, are fighting against a longer time frame presence, a bigger hands, long time frame trader. Long time frame traders aren't that price sensitive to the day time frame. Right. They're looking to, and they're always hedging against other products. So to recognize their presence in the market helps us to understand that our direct competitors, the P shooters like us,
that's right,
maybe we're getting a little bit too short on the way up here, and we can look for continuation, especially when those short time frame P shooters decide they've had enough, they're losing enough, they got to get out, and then you get the big pop to the upside. I showed, I think it was Monday or one day last week, an example of this in gold, and we can certainly do that example again, but not right now. But it's typically, if the market is directional and we're adding open interest, that's one of the things, one of the nuances, one of the features that I look at to decide, this looks like longer time frame versus shorter time frame activity.
There you go. Thank you, John.
It's a complicated thing.
Hey, folks, traders, boys and girls, we've got a pinned question here. Today, we're going to have Mick with Ask Risk Manager a question. So there is the link up top in the chat. If you do have a question for Mick, please use that link. Those are the questions that will be asked. Thank you, Nick, for posting that link.
What we got here?
Yeah, it's not. It's
not. It's showing some strength right now.
God, yes. Okay. It could be
target.
Hey, don't forget too. If we get 3,000 likes, the guy in the white Topstep TV hoodie is going to be tweeting Kevin Durant.
This is going to be an ongoing thing until we get the 3K likes. Tomorrow we
I'm
have
gonna say
people set.
I'm gonna say your game is broke. Lose the basketball. Come over. Let's trade.
Your legs are skinny.
We saw him play a couple months ago, Michael.
You're washed. Is that what you want me to say, Jack?
Yeah, Jack wants me to say you're washed.
we have a gallery to show tomorrow that we're showing Rips is on of Katie mixing it up with people on posts that have less than like 15 likes. So it'll be fun. We also have some hot streaks in yesterday's best if we want to check those out real quick.
Damn.
Sure.
Who's hot? Who's not?
These are all the traders that got coached, right? In some way, shape, or form.
I think so. They learned how to do this somewhere.
They learned how to do this somewhere.
Jack, you crack me up, man.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
Jack, we got time for some hot streaks.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, let's do some hot streaks. Yeah.
Who's hot?
It is.
Oh shit.
It's hot. Who's not?
Dino
moving up to that top spot. That was a quick jump. 12,000. Matthew J with 19. Brian K, 17. JS 17 and Dimitri, all in our express funded accounts. Good days trading too. I like that. Dino kicking some butt there. Who did we lose, Jack?
Well, JD had to be out sick today, so I'll have to go back to the sheet and take a look. But it looks like we're in that same range of low 20s to high teens. Nobody's broken out into the Massimiliano stratosphere yet.
No. What did he get up to, Jack?
36.
36. That's a month and a half, man. That's nuts.
It's a month and a half of great trading. It's actually, yeah. Yes,
come on.
Yeah. Holy bananas.
And we also have some yesterday's best funded P&Ls.
You can
Yesterday's big days. Cammy, that's a new name.
Tough, man.
Yeah, Cabby.
Yeah, that's a new name.
Before.
Hans, very good. Hans. 17,000.
Sure.
Michael T with 15. Ezekiel. Last time I saw that name was in the Bible. 11,000 XFA and Buis. I'm going to say Buis. All right, it looks French, and I have to say it French. Buis. 10,000 in yesterday's best. Compare Hans, Michael, Ezekiel, and Buis. Great job.
Awesome work. Awesome work, folks.
There you have it. Thank you, Jack.
For real.
Ezekiel.
I did not say Massimiliano. He was a trader that was super hot with us about a month ago. John Jones. Could not lose. It's impressive.
Yeah, that was a fun one to watch. And guys, behind the curtain of trading, there's going to be traders that go up, down, all around. There's some consistent for a long time and then, flatten out. There's some that come up, blow out, and come back. As a trader, you always want to be growing as a trader, and you always want to be putting money into your. So when you get funded, please, after 5 winning days, take a payout, please. You'll feel so good when you put that, and it shows up and you see $5,000 show up in your account.
Nothing better.
And Yeah, and your air conditioner went out the week before. No sweat.
Where do you come up with this stuff, man?
Choppy there, Jack.
I don't know. I got to give him a call. He's a ring-a-ding-ding.
Air conditioning goes out.
He was just in town. Him and I spent some time. It was great.
Oh yeah.
I love my dad. I love my. He doesn't come for Christmas because my mom's here. And they don't get along. It's been like 15 or 20 years. I still don't like her. Like, okay, Dad, I like my girl too before. But he comes, but then I get the whole time. He comes in January.
You're breaking up a little bit, partner.
You got to figure out your mic there.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if it's me or so I started closing down some tabs, thinking it might be my
chat.
Are you pushing buttons again, Michael?
I think it's just Michael's connection at the moment. Did they put like a large piece of tinfoil over a snow mass or something?
Could be.
Actually, there's a space shuttle that just pulled in, but yeah.
He's better
am I still breaking up?
It's iffy.
Checking mic 1, 2, 3. I'm short one. Come out, come back in, yeah.
Let's see here. Yeah.
What was tilt up to, Michael, when you got short?
75, but then it went down to 60. But then I still like this area because
I got you
of the range bound extension talk. I'm
sure
sure
I did pronounce that name correctly. Thank you, Dorman.
Am I still breaking up?
I want to hear that story about your dad too. You cut out.
Am I breaking up?
Yeah, the good part. You got to the good part. Started cutting out.
Oh yeah, probably my dad. I don't know. It won't come because my mom's here. So they got divorced. I don't know, Deanna, if your parents are divorced or not, but mine went through a war.
No, so my dad died 2 years ago. Actually, it's coming up in 2 days.
Michael, that's tough.
Yeah. But yeah, they were together until the end. My dad, I think he had kind of dementia towards the end, so it was really difficult on my mom. So yeah, she stuck with him. You know, she was like, well, you know, I chose him, so in sickness and in health. And yeah, she went through hell and back. I mean, I really feel for her. But yeah, sadly, we lost him a couple of years ago. But they had a very loving marriage for, you know, good 50 years. So I was the lucky few. One of the lucky few who doesn't come from a broken home. So I'm very grateful for that.
Michael.
Well, yeah.
At the Onion, they used to play a game with new people at the writer's table where it was called Married or Divorced. And they would just go around the new people after having a conversation and just guess if they were married or divorced, their parents, and vote on it.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's a terrible game.
Oh my God. That's such an Onion thing, too. Oh shit.
Am I lagging?
Michael, I think you need to quit and rejoin. There's something up specifically with your connection.
Yeah, it's because I'm getting delays. I was getting delays in my trading platform.
It's time to ski.
The mountain's calling? Not a bad idea.
The mountain's
we got big numbers coming up tomorrow and Friday, so that's when the fireworks really start going. Today,
my goodness.
I'm not going to force anything. It cost me some bucks yesterday forcing trade. So,
hey, one thing, Andre, I want to mention too is a big number today.
Hit me.
We've seen this 10-year note auction.
That's right.
Scramble the markets here. We got that coming out at high noon today.
That's right.
Let's see. It's going to be 10 o'clock here, top of the hour. And so in a couple hours, 10-year note auction. I'll make sure that we watch that. Also, at 12, the Atlanta Fed GDP, which is a minor major number. And, of course, we've got a little later on today, Williams will be speaking. Yes, one of those Fed heads.
Oh, yeah. What time is that, John? Or Eddie?
That's going to be 12, 1, 2, 3. It's going to be right around the close. So we'll see if he can stir something up before the new session starts.
Yeah, tune in for Power Hour. We'll get some movement there.
Yeah.
Is it better now?
Give it a test, Michael.
Is it better now, guys? Is it better
There you
now?
are.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Lato BKK. First chat I just saw when I came back in. I see a ski video of me. It's like a snowplow. What? I got to give it to my coach because Andre is my coach. So if he can't ski, my teacher could ski, I guess. If he's coaching
That's
me
true.
like that,
How about
right,
that?
Andre?
I could definitely ski.
My ski coach.
How about that?
Yeah.
I guess those who teach can do as well. How about it?
Andre rips.
Not bad. Not bad. I missed
Not
it
rips,
up there.
rips. That's who's. Yeah, not who's going to be on here
Rips,
tomorrow, but
Rips
Andre.
is coming out with us. Yeah.
Rips is going to be on here tomorrow, but when you ski, you rip.
I do.
So we left single TPOs in the NASDAQ here, D and everybody. S&Ps are right at the high of the initial balance. There's there's liquidity above again.
Yeah.
9.5, 10 even.
The market has closed the 30-minute candle in the ES above the overnight high and rejected value, but we're still inside the initial balance. So it could be a run higher, but for now we are building some structure. So we have 3 TPOs per row. So it's not the strongest auction.
No.
Oh, what the hell was that? Ah!
Huh?
Oh, I'm in a trade.
Ah.
Oh no!
Ah.
Out!
Oh, I like this. I like this poll question.
Okay.
I'm very interested to see how this poll question comes. Is your trading
Whatever you're
platform
doing,
using life?
it ain't
Yeah.
working.
Don't become the accidental trader.
No, I'll close that. No. I just heard the CTS T4, pew, and I'm like, what's that?
Yeah.
I'm still
There's
trying
another
to
great
get
sound
my
effect.
head around.
Another great sound effect.
Yeah. Pew. Yeah, that's always like a surprise. It certainly wakes you up.
Yeah, like what was that?
Yeah. Oh no. And when you have multiple platforms open, any one of them could be doing some sort of. You have the Ninja Trader order filled, and you're like, no.
Order filled.
Yeah.
Order
and then
filled.
CTS has got this kind of like a laser blaster.
Oh, that was good. Who did that last sound effect? That was good.
360 at 4806.5.
Yep. And 4808 is now back. 331. We've got 9.5, 352, 10 even, 342. It's just so hard to buy the highs.
It is, Johnny.
But the NASDAQ is leading us. It has left single TPOs above the initial balance. It is now, building volume, spending time above there. So I would have to say our primary hypothesis for the NASDAQ has now failed.
Yeah, that is a sustained auction with some single prints in NASDAQ.
Yep.
That's different than ES. That looks stronger to me than ES.
100%. Look at 08 now, Andre.
Wow. Almost 1,000.
900 on the offer at 08. That's that same level where that 500 lot was hanging
sure,
for 3 days.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's back, though. Interesting.
It's back.
Getting close to 700 votes here. Wi-Fi are hardwired, and 57% are Wi-Fi'd. Only 43% hardwired.
Hardwired
Highly
better,
suggest
guys.
if you're
Hardwired
a trader, hardwired. Yes, exactly. You're not going to get these interruptions or lags. It's direct. So if you can on your router, make sure you get yourself one of those Ethernets and hook it into your laptop or your desktop. You're going to have a much smoother. You'll see the difference. You'll see the difference for sure. There we go. 800 votes.
Especially if you do like a speed test.
Crude oil has finished the value acceptance. Crude oil done with value acceptance.
Raymond, dial up is not an option.
Dial up.
Yeah.
Oh
Remember
God,
those
I
days?
remember
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
D all the way through value from yesterday. Truth.
Like, what's that? Internet. That's how it used to sound. And then you'd wait for like a tiny page to load for about 5 minutes, and you'd have to sit there waiting.
Remember? Your
Just
mother
to
would
read
pick
an
up the
email.
phone. Your mother would pick up the phone in the
Yeah,
kitchen
it would
and
disconnect.
take you off.
We actually had 4 phone lines, so it wasn't that
Oh, no,
big
good
of
for
a
you.
problem in our house. Yeah, because we had a big house, so you couldn't like shouting just doesn't work because they will be in like the other part of the house. So you can shout all you want, nobody would hear you. So my
That's a big
dad had like
house.
3 additional lines installed. Yeah.
Well, our good friend Nick Dolby Time says that Wi-Fi is responsible for about 95% of connection issues when it comes to trading, and he's speaking as a former support rep. So yes, and congratulations, my bong up $1,100 on its Topstep X account.
Deanna, what is that?
So congratulations, my bong. Yeah, I'm happy for your bong, Eddie.
God,
it's my bong.
Only a
Bong's a good trader.
That's good. Yeah, and a bell to beller too. See bong on here always. Nice.
Real quick,
I heard you talking about your parents briefly, and sorry about your father. I know we've already talked about that, but you're going to see your mom soon, aren't you?
Yeah. Next week, actually, 16th. So
awesome.
I'm flying in the morning, and then obviously we're going to be doing Back to the Future, so I'm going to be streaming from there, and then I'm staying until Friday. So there will be some trading from Belgrade, hopefully.
Cool.
Wow.
My parents were together forever, and my dad was sick too, but they always told us they were staying together for the dog.
Not the kids.
I love that. No, just don't want to traumatize the dog. Yeah.
Right.
It's funny, Arthur's dog was a rescue, and he hated whenever we would argue. Like, we would raise our voices, and both me and my husband, we're pretty passionate people. So, when we're arguing, it's full on, right? And every time we would just start shouting, he would theatrically go up the stairs. Just don't want to be here. Mom and Dad are fighting. No.
My dog does that too. I'll be watching Chicago sports, cussing and swearing, and the first time I say a naughty word, the dog is up and out of the room.
No.
I mean, and I'll be like, whoa, wait a minute, you don't have to leave.
Yeah, they sense that shit.
My current ones, they don't care. They're all shout, they all bark, and they're pretty noisy bastards. My current lot, and they just don't care. Like, whoever's shouting, they're like, "Can we join in? What are we doing?"
All right. Hoag, I got a question for you. Or D. JP's asking, when price has been accepted at extremes, like in NASDAQ, what's a good trade location? Shoulder of the HVN?
That's something that I would look for.
Yeah. Initial balance high is a pretty good area if you're going to have an auction that is a bit more sensible, especially in the ES. ES likes to bounce off the initial balance highs in the upside auctions. NASDAQ, again, I only really trade, if I'm going to trade NASDAQ, I either trade it during London, which behaves entirely differently, or towards the last sort of hour of the day. If I'm like rested, healthy, I feel like I can handle it, pop a beta blocker, maybe a shot of whiskey. I can trade NASDAQ. But I would imagine that similar things apply to NASDAQ as well. Having said that, it's a crazy product. So maybe just looking for a 2-minute demand level and see whether you get a bounce off of that. Maybe find some orders on the dome. That's where the ladder would be pretty useful, just to look for those. Because if you have a thin market like NASDAQ, you can find those areas of support and resistance quite easily on the dome or bookmap or whatever you want to use. And in a directional market, in theory, it sounds like it would be super easy to trade. But in reality, I find trending markets some of the toughest days to actually find a good trade location. That's why I joke. It's like point, click, and pray.
Why
Yeah.
you guys? Why is it difficult? I agree, but why is it difficult? If people are asking why are trend days difficult, you go back and look at the chart and you say, "Oh, just buy it." We just went higher all day. Why is it so?
Because you have to pay higher. You have to pay higher.
Yeah.
You have to pay up.
And you have no good way to limit risk. Yeah, and
like on Monday,
Monday,
trend up. We're up 2% on Monday. It was so hard just to get in. It was Deanna, it was a PCP type of trade, right?
PCP type of trade. It's like, okay, it's going up. Point, click, and pray.
Point, click, and pray.
That's all you can do.
I like the
point. That's going in the glossary.
Point, click, and
that's going in the glossary.
JP says, excellent answer. Huge value when one has a coach. There you go. Yeah. Way to go, JP.
Well, it's been,
yes.
Eddie's my mic coming through because it's been an internet.
Yes, you're coming through very nicely now.
I mean, we put the coaching thing to bed now that 95% or whatever it was, people say coaches help. Everybody here has Topstep basically coaches in a certain way of like the rules help coach you the right direction, and you work with a coach to get your strategy and mindset and all that in the best direction. But
Slipkit has a good question. Would you? Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say something to you, but I completely spaced it.
Oh, okay. Happens to me.
Coming up here, half past, we got Mick with shoulder tap, and if you have not, if we can post those, post that form for his questions again, and make sure he's got some questions to keep him busy today, if you could. Thank you.
So Slipkit says, when you say value acceptance, does tagging prior settlement play a role in that assessment? It really depends where the settlement actually is. If it's somewhere near important levels, like value high from the outside, average daily or session range exhaustion point, then yeah, absolutely. You can then look for a reversal trade. Today, we have settlement in crude oil very deep inside value. So by the time that the value was accepted and tag settlement, the whole value acceptance is over. And granted, on days like these, usually it just keeps going. I really don't like doing crude oil reversals after the value acceptance because it never really works out. So one of the trades that I might be looking for later on is a pullback, maybe up to this single print at 72.40. So I'm just going to mark that like this. And then, another run lower. So today, I wouldn't say that tagging settlement does anything to play into my decision making. But yeah, there are days when that will matter, definitely.
We've just closed the single TPOs in the NASDAQ, and we are back in the initial balance. The S&Ps never broke out. They never took out the initial balance.
Okay, and yet on ES, we have an RBR formation, a rally-based rally. I'm just going to go down to a 15-minute chart. So we do have some demand here as well, and VWAP in ES, overnight VWAP. So if we manage to break below that area and close at least this 15 minutes below it, then shorts might be in play. If not, you may have a case for another long, and then maybe break above the initial balance high. So that would be my orientation point. Demand level plus VWAP in ES, and then maybe try and find a long trade in NASDAQ. That's how I like to play it. I use ES as my benchmark, and then if I'm going to trade NASDAQ, I will position myself based on whatever ES is doing, if that makes sense.
So really quick, guys, we do have a new game that I would like to announce that's coming in the future that may include a free reset at some point.
Nice.
So on TikTok, there's this viral bingo card going around.
Oh, yeah.
About the 9-month Royal Caribbean Ultimate World Cruise, Hell on Water, that we have mentioned before on the show. If you can't read it, some of the things on there say like mass norovirus, somebody gets left behind, a wedding, stowaway, second COVID outbreak. So we thought that might be a good idea to try with TopstepTV. So in the next week, 2 weeks, me and the production team have been compiling so far a list of about 40 things that you all repeatedly do. And we are going to put them on a bingo card that you cannot see and give it to the chat. And we'll keep that running until someone gets bingo, and that will be for a free reset.
Oh, that's pretty good, guys. Dolby.
I love this.
Dolby,
this
man.
awesome.
Yeah. Shout out to Dolby, dude. This is great.
I mean, when does this start, Jack? When does it start?
They're not telling us.
We just came up with it yesterday. Probably by next week we'll start it going. We'll see how it goes.
I can't wait to see what these
40. Yeah, we'll see what these 40 of things are.
You'll see them when someone gets bingo.
Hey guys, let's get a poll here. Yeah, put it in the chat, guys. Put it in like what you want.
You're gonna put the bingo card in there, right, Jack? So we all get to see it.
No, we don't.
You guys can't see it.
We don't
get to see it.
Then you would know.
No. Then we would know.
Yeah.
Well,
pretty good. Not gonna lie.
I'm down with that. Let's play some bingo.
Okay.
I feel old now.
I know. I was just thinking the same thing.
You know what, though? I tell you, bingo around here. I mean, you can play bingo at a casino. My wife plays bingo, and at one time she had won $30,000.
What?
Come on,
playing bingo. Yes, and this one bingo hall over here, it's got like the what you do is if you win, they've got cards up on, or they got numbers up on the board. You pick a number, you win $250. If you get the right number, it's like Queen of Hearts. You ever play Queen of Hearts? Where you pick the cards, and behind the cards, the grand prize is behind one of them. This was a while back, years ago, but she won $30,000. I was at the casino with the family. They love playing bingo. Her family loves bingo. And I was sort of playing the slots. I sat down towards the end of the bingo, and somebody once, this was in Wisconsin, $78,000 on a bingo game. 78,000. Wow. Yes. So
where's the pot?
It's not for the old. I'm telling you that right now.
It's after taxes.
Well, whatever. I'll take it.
Right?
You can tax me.
I mean, if it's
you guys got any levels? That's a good one right there. You guys got any levels? That's for Patak. I love this game.
Hey, put Fade MP in there too. Just put it in.
You guys got
because I'll be the first one to say it sometimes on myself.
So good.
I want to go back really quickly in my role as CEO of Topstep, because I want to say this because our head of our support manager said give these guys a heads up. We're looking for overnight support people, U.S. based only.
You got that?
No New York. I'm going to do it just because I want to be part of the hiring process here. No New York, no California. Sorry, folks. Talk to your congressman. They make it very hard for you to hire it out of state. Only caveat is that you cannot trade with Topstep when you work at Topstep. Kind of like we had some issues. I won't say anything, but like you can jump into the admin, fudge your numbers, and click as many resets as you want. And I'm not saying it's ever happened, but I'm not saying it's never not happened either. So, needless to say, we are hiring overnight. Overnight, we're going to try to have that 24-hour. We pretty much kind of do, but like faster, quicker.
Yeah,
so if you're interested, drop that link in there.
Too. There's the link. Somebody was saying, I'm done Ubering. You guys hiring? That was today. And there you go.
Okay.
There's your opportunity.
Yeah, how much? I don't know. It depends. I think all jobs at Topstep start around $50,000.
That's some
and this
money.
Sky's the limit, folks. All I know is there's been support reps that's moved all the way to managing that are making six figures now, as far as product people helping build things. Go from helping traders to then understanding the program trading and traders so well that then they can move throughout the organization. We have 100 employees, so our team members, I don't call them employees, team members, and we're growing. And yeah, I mean, like once we got people that moving into helping us create the trading league, Top Step Trading League, to TopstepTV. James Harden, you started with us as support, kick-ass support, and he's now kick-ass in production back end. James, raise your hand.
There you go, James.
Shout out, James.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just one of many.
Well said, Michael. Well said.
Outstanding.
Yes. Well done. So check that link out.
Just looking at a gold chart, because I'm not really interested in crude oil at the moment. It does have a neutral day, and it's tagging this overnight demand level that might be quite juicy for a little rotational trade upside. So I'm going to do that on my XFA, because I don't have gold enabled in my live. So I'm just going to do that.
Is James Harden here? There's James Harden. Plume, you just go, and now James Harden's at the NBA. Amazing how far you could go.
That's right, baby. MVP.
Oh, that's a good one.
You
right
guys
now.
are good today.
He's changed.
You guys are fun.
Just
today,
so you're aware, D, 2031 even is weekly kickoff low.
Interesting. Okay. Well,
it's rejected
it helped
every
so far.
time it's been.
Yeah.
It's rejected every time it's been there, but just
making
you aware. It's kind of low of value too here. So
I'm definitely in, and on the 150K XFA, I'm in with 2 contracts now. So let's see.
Awesome. I hope it works well for you.
Yeah. Thank you. We'll see.
Well, folks, coming up in just a few here, we do have Shoulder Tap with Mick, and thank you very much for those questions. Power players today, we've got Cammy Capital back in the hot seat after a pretty chill power hour yesterday. And we do have Bonnie going to join us for Top Quiz. Also, Back to the Futures, Martin is back. Yes, we love Martin here. And he'll be with us. Power hour. D-Time, Dolby's going to make his triumphant return after what felt like some in the production crew that he was out for 3 months. Yes, we missed him very much. So he will be with us. So lots going on. And don't forget, tomorrow, Fast Markets with Anne-Marie. And Rips is going to join us. Boy, I tell you, all-star, action-packed week we do have for you.
Well, I mean, we have the biggest, most watched futures trading channel network. It will be expanding to a network. Hey, a little insider information. I don't know if I can say it.
Hit him, Michael.
Not yet. We might be on a coming to a store near you. I don't know if I can say it yet. It's gonna when
don't
I
say
know.
it, because in TV world. In TV world, nothing is done until it's done. So just don't say it, don't jinx it, okay?
Yeah, that's true.
Once it's there, you can make an announcement. Yeah.
Can you tell me
Deanna,
later?
You know it. Okay, hold on. They're saying I could say. I'm just gonna say one word. Roku.
Whoa.
Topstep TV.
I don't even know that.
And then the word Roku. So I'm going to leave it out there for all those folks. I'm not going to tell you guys anything more than Topstep and Roku. I'm going to leave it at that if you see what I'm holding. So maybe it looks like a remote control mic. A bedroom and a living room near you. Maybe. Wow. We're not finished, folks.
Whoa.
We will double down on our investments into helping coach and teach traders because we don't know shit.
Wow. That's the tagline.
Oh, man. What is going on today?
TV, because we don't know shit.
We don't know shit.
Yeah.
Tell the Bell Club. We don't know shit.
Hey, Andre, speaking of Roku, Kathy Wood absolutely loves Roku. Why does she love Roku? Does anybody know why Kathy I don't know. Why
Kramer, man.
I don't.
Inverse.
She tends to favor companies that have a pretty high possibility of return. So she's generally very good at picking the oddities among the players.
She had her moment.
She made some. Yeah, she had a moment, but Yeah, and then she didn't have a moment.
Her long-term horizon is probably going to be profitable. I know.
Yeah, it was very volatile though.
Yes.
Because who said it? Randy goes, because Kathy crazy. I do think Hunter, your brother tried to give me in that art fund right at the highs.
Yeah, I know.
You know, Rich, if you're listening, that was one I'm glad I didn't take. But he's been right 99% of the other time.
But ARK has a very good PR campaign back in 2021.
Yes, they do.
There's every.
She feels like when she talks, it feels like a rookie. I'm sorry, but it feels like a rookie trader when he's like, it's just gonna go up, and there she's down like 90%. It's just gonna go up. Well, we still believe Bitcoin's gonna be. Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, Kathy, I guess.
Awesome. Well,
I think I've had this question from an individual about 100 times in here about micros and minis. I'm going to answer it again for the last time. We can't do micros and minis equivalent to the 30, 5 lots is 50 micros because it breaks our trade reports and our trade reports and everything like blah, 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 technology stuff. So that's the reason why. It's sized down. I mean, a 1 lot is 10 micros. And you can still trade 5 micros. So the little equivalent, I understand, but it doesn't work yet until our tech team puts it on the top of the priority list, which could be this year.
All right. We've got about 4 minutes here before we go to shoulder tap. And I wanted to thank Deanna for being with us here. And Michael, thank you very much for being with us here. I had a great time today. Hopefully our community got some education, learned something new, and it's going to stick around, be those bell to bells. But Deanna, any closing comments?
No, not really. I mean, as always, I can just say be less grasshopper and more market stalker.
There you go. Michael, going to hit the slopes?
I'm going to hit the slopes, day number 34. Oh, you know what's really cool? And I should give you guys the video. So when you take the lift up, it goes right by the big air jumps. There are Monster and Red Bull helmets here at Snowmass right now practicing because the X Games is in 2 weeks and they come early. So while you're on the lift, you're like, you're on the lift. Next you see somebody pull out some triple axle, double can weird shit, and you're like, they land it, and their buddies following right behind with a camera. It's just like the coolest thing in the world.
Oh, that's cool.
And it's just like, then you think you could do it, then you get off the lift and you find yourself upside down in the trees. But
in a snowdrift. Right. All right.
I would have head out. Right, I got no meetings today, so I'm just gonna go ski and stay and chill.
Enjoy.
Ski and
enjoy
chill.
yourself. Be careful. And Hoag, stick around. Andre, stick around. Everybody stick around. Shoulder tap with Dolby and Mick. So we're gonna take a break. And we'll be right back. And welcome to Shoulder Tap. And good morning to you, Mick. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, traders. Great. How you doing?
I am doing fine here. Had a great session for fast markets and sort of looking for another exciting episode of Shoulder Tap with you, Mick. And Mick, what do you got there? You got a show and tell for us today?
It's going to be an exciting episode. So what I've got here is the Inc. 5000 award that Topstep earned in 2023. We were one of the fastest growing companies in the US of A. I shared this last week. a couple weeks ago when it came in the mail, but I wanted to show it again today and talk about it a little bit. So fastest growing companies, and actually you can see over here, we have awards from 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020. We stopped applying for it during the COVID with everything that was going on, really just in the markets, if everybody remembers what happened with that COVID sell-off and then the rally that followed. But I wanted to, share this again, and I didn't really say too much about it when I had showed it last time on TopstepTV, shoulder tap. But this award here, fastest growing companies in the U.S., it starts with our traders. And because we want our traders to move fast forwards and becoming better and developing their skills, earn funding and paying themselves. So we always need to meet the needs of our traders. So we move quickly, we iterate, and then we innovate every single day. We're doing this for you. And because of you, we got this award. We always want to be getting better ourselves at Topstep, better than the day before, similar to trading. We're always looking to improve with our trading. And that's, what we're trying to do as a company for our traders. So just want to say thank you to everybody out there. We couldn't have done this without you. We love you. We care about you. And we always put our traders first and think, for your best interests, be it our program, our funded traders, our people that are learning and growing in their accounts, and then, our followers on TV. So we're really proud of this. So thank you. We owe this to you and all the hard work, too, of our internal team members that we have here. It's great working with such a passionate group of people. So
hell yeah.
Inc. 5000, we did it again. Thanks so much. All right.
What do you got for
let's
us,
get down
Nick?
to business, Eddie. All right.
Let's do it.
I've got something before I get into some shout outs and talking about the trading cards. Something I'm going to start doing is talking on a daily basis about how many of our live accounts, traders that got called up from XFA and have been trading in their live accounts, how many of those accounts are getting closed on a daily basis? And also, how many people were getting called up? I talked with some team members about this. We want to bring visibility into this. We obviously try and call up the best traders that we have into the live accounts. But, as I've talked about over the last couple of weeks, we talked about some big names where things just didn't work out, with some big swingers that we've had. And I think it's also important to talk about how many live accounts might have been closed and then how many people are getting called up to live, because I think it's a pretty good indicator of how people are doing in the current market environment. Specifically, yesterday, we closed 4 live accounts down, and we only called up 1 XFA to live. So you're seeing 2 things there. Good traders losing their accounts for hitting the max loss limit. And then only one small, one trader got called up from live. That personally tells me that this is a tough market environment. And so that's what I interpret it as. For anybody else out there struggling, no, you're not alone. I know we did have some really big numbers from some XFA accounts yesterday on winning days. I think the top one was 17,000 that was shown earlier. But I just want, to mention this, and I'll mention it going forward, because it's a tough business and people always have, ups and downs in this industry. Nobody's perfect. I do have a card that I want to pull up here in a little bit that's about as close to perfection as you could possibly get. One of the traders that we called up from XFA to live. Before I get into him, Eddie, did you want to say something?
No, I'm ready to go. I'm excited to see the progress.
All right. Yeah, I'm excited to share this and give our traders and viewers better visibility into what's going on here with our traders. Shout out to Piranavan. This is a common name we talk about here, not only on this segment, but when you see leaderboards. Piranavan's up 9,000 today in his live account. And then another shout out goes to Peter L. Peter, live account. Last I looked, he was up $12,000. He was riding out a 10 lot in the market. That could be a little bit higher since I've turned my back to my screens over here. But big shout out to him. Shout out to Rips, up $2,500 in his live account. I know he's a big partner of ours. And then also shout out to Wally G. I know Wally's a viewer. He gets shout outs because he's been trading really well in his account. So shout outs to those guys. I have a shoulder tap for one of our other viewers who is trading in a live account. We've talked about Fatima a little bit. I've shared some conversations I've had with her on the money management side of things in her trading, both in her XFA as well as her live account. She's down about $1,500 today. It's her third losing day this week. She is following up, though, a nice big $9,000 winning day that we had last week that I, gave her a shout out for. But Fatima, let's pump the brakes a little bit. That's the last few days. We're down about $4,500 just over those last few days. It's about $1,500. I do want to give her a shout out, though, that she's stopping there and not hitting that daily loss limit. When I talk about not losing as much as you're allowed to lose, I like what I'm seeing there. Maybe we want to think about, scaling the position sizing back. But she's still well ahead after that $9,000 winning day last week. So there's a shout out, but also a shoulder tap. So consider pumping the brakes. It's Wednesday today, so it's not working this week so far. We've got 2 more trading sessions this week, and let's try not to add any more damage to the account. But all in all, everything's good there. I just wanted to mention that.
Mick, Fatima has put up some fantastic numbers, and of course, we all get in that little slump every once in a while. I got the faith that Fatima is going to turn it around and she's going to be on our leaderboard again. That's my call.
Yeah, I mean, I always have faith in the traders. She's been doing well, and you know what? I really like that for someone who does put up big numbers. She's asking for help. I was going to say always asking for help. She knows that there's room for improvement. And I say this about everybody, including myself. There's always room for improvement in your trading. She's reaching out to talk about it. She's trying to get ideas. She submitted questions to TopstepTV, phone calls to the risk team. And we like this. I have the utmost respect for traders that are mature enough to call in and say, hey, I got to work on this, or I've got this problem, can you help me? What can we do? I don't know everything. The risk team doesn't know everything, but we've seen a lot of stuff in our own experience. We've worked with a lot of traders, and we've got a pretty good idea of, how to manage money in a proper way. Everybody's different. So there's not one size fits all ways to do things, but, shout out and a shoulder tap to her. But we'll want to kind of, pump the brakes a little bit this week.
Sure. All right. Let's move forward here. And what else you got for us today here, Mick?
Yeah, let's dive into the trading cards because I know we do questions coming up here in a little bit. I want to pull up a trading card for John R. John R has been talked about on here before. He's been on leaderboards before. He is, when we get this card up, he's coming off a $23,000 winning day on Monday. There we go. Anaheim, California. Average daily P&L, $1,800. John is a big swinger. I know I've talked about him before on this show. He's a big swinger coming off a $23,000 winning day. There are a lot of large losing days in this account, and I'm talking about him because big risk, big reward. I always get a little concerned when I see these big swings because I know if you're a big swinger, you're going to have big losing days. We talked about Kyle K. We talked about Hughes last week. These were people that put up massive 5-figure winning days. However, they were also, putting themselves in positions where they had big, long losing streaks, stringing together $3,000 losing days. And John's one of those traders. So fortunately, that $23,000 winning day on Monday almost made up for a 7-day losing streak that he was on prior to that. He has put up 5-figure winning days in this express funded account. I don't think I mentioned that earlier. He's in an XFA. We've been watching him closely. I have a hard time bringing up someone to a live account. I love seeing the big winning days, but the big losing days are, going alongside these. So he's had five-figure winning days, excuse me. But then he's also had 15 $3,000 losing days in this express funded account. He's overall profitable. But this is big risk, and we have concerns on the risk team about what happens if we pull him up to a live account. You know, things that we consider when doing this is, yeah, John's got a big account balance. You know, he's taken payouts from this XFA. He's also eligible to take a payout when he transitions, if he were to transition from the XFA to a live account. Remember that when you're getting called up to live, we have our payout policy of 5 days of $200 or more. You can take a payout, but regardless of how many winning days since your last payout in the XFA, you can take up to 50%. I am slurring my words today. You can take up to 50% of your account balance during that transition period. A lot of people do that.
Right.
We wonder, okay, if we transfer you over with a decent account balance and you take half of it, you know, what's going to happen if you put together a bunch of $3,000 losing days? We don't want to call up anybody to live who might lose a live account in short order. We want those traders staying in there. We want everybody to maintain a good cushion during that transition to make sure that they can weather losing days, losing weeks. You need to keep the cushion in there. Eddie, I know you talk about it, you know, cushion's so important for our traders.
It's you got to set a foundation. You got to have a safety net. And once you have that, then you can start looking a little bigger, a little farther down the road. But to establish a good day, you got to have a little cushion. That's for sure.
And you got to have and maintain a cushion to, you know, have a little bit later down the road. You know, you're not going to have a later down the road if you're risking too much and you don't maintain a good account cushion. So John, he's got some things to work on protecting profits. There's been, winning days that turn into losing days. There's been winning days where he doesn't keep a large enough percentage of those winning days. And, you know, if you're swinging for the fences, be very selective. You don't always have to trade big. We were talking about it yesterday for these big swingers. You know, if you've got 15 contracts on, you're going to hit the $3,000 daily loss limit if, the S&Ps go against you four points. You know, that happens in a matter of seconds. So something for him to consider. We got our eye on him, but we'd like to see some change in behaviors before we call him up to live.
Now,
with that,
Mick,
please.
Real quick here, Mick. Who yesterday had the 35% winning? It almost looks familiar. Card that we had yesterday, was it John R again, or was somebody else 35%, 34% winning days, winning trades? I think it was we had another trader with that.
I was trying
very
to feature,
close.
Yeah, I was trying to feature John yesterday, but we ran out of time, so I didn't get to him. So I'm talking about him today.
Right. I think, okay. But I could have swore I saw somebody else with almost the same winning percentage and winning trades. But anyway,
you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Ronald was one of the traders that we talked about in his live account.
That's right. Ronald S.
And yeah, we were talking about John R with $23,000 winning day. Ronald had a $20,000 winning day in his live account. So yeah, good memory.
It's
very similarity.
Strange. Right.
It's just coincidence. That happens sometimes.
Okay.
All right. So I want to talk about a kick-ass trader that we pulled up from XFA to live yesterday. Before we pull up the trading card for Dinos, I want to show this cool new live trader certificate that anybody that gets called up to a live account is now going to be receiving. We've got the shiny gold trader certificate. So only the best of the best are receiving these. The people we're calling up to live accounts. You got Michael, our founder and CEO signature on there. Happy to be able to endorse it myself. And we've got our pretty funded trader seal. So this is kind of like, I think of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the golden ticket. Every trader out there should be, aiming to receive this at some point in time in their journey. Definitely strive for it. Great job to our marketing team and creative design team. This is pretty cool. You do get one of these when you earn an express funded account, but this one's a little shinier. So
no chocolate included. You're not going to get any chocolate with that.
You're gonna have to get your own chocolate, but you'll be able to afford a heck of a lot of chocolate when you get called up to a live account because you've been trading well. So. With that, Dinos would have been receiving this in the mail yesterday. I want to pull up a trading card for Dinos because, like I said, kick-ass trading. Dinos out of Austin, Texas. Actually, a member of our wrist team, Ben, is from Austin, Texas. If you haven't been to Austin, Texas, go to Terry Black's Barbecue and get yourself what I call a dino bone. It's a beef rib. They're delicious. But anyways, back to the trading. Is it lunchtime yet? Dinos
Close.
This is so good. This is one of the best trade reports I've seen in a long time. Average daily P&L, only $409. I keep telling everybody that's watching, I am more impressed with the people that are putting up small winning days consecutively, and 96% winning days, 91% winning trades. This is consistent profitability. They traded 27 days in their express funded account. They had one losing day during that time. Yeah.
You know what, Nick, I tell you, just looking at this trade report, you're right. This is completely impressive. Somebody being having consistency, payouts, paying themselves out, and continuing with trading. This is beautiful. Good job, Dinos.
They've taken, and they're paying themselves consistently too. During that 27-day stretch in the XFA, they took 3 payouts. There was a week in between one, and then 2 weeks in between another. 7,100 in payouts. I stress again, I really like when people are paying themselves, be it express funded account, live account. We're all here to put money in our pockets. And when you are paying yourself regularly, it makes you better at your money management. So, again, on the payout topic though, make sure that you're only taking payouts that are allowing your account to still maintain the right amount of cushion that you need to operate in the markets, as well as weather any losing weeks, days, weeks, and even months. Some of the best traders out there will have losing months and even losing years, believe it or not. But it's something that happens. Anyways, Dinos, so proud to call him up to the live account. No doubt that he is going to keep growing this live account balance of his. And, it might take some time, but, he could join the 100K club, if we give him some time to do so. And really, have a nice takedown for 2024. So big shout out to Dinos.
Here.
Yes.
Great management.
Right.
What else you got, Mick?
There's not one thing more on Dinos. There's not too much to talk about here on areas for improvement, because I never put up metrics like that. I see very few people do it. I think something happened one day, and he had the one losing day that he had out of those 27 trading days. It was by far, this losing day was much larger in value than any of his biggest winning days. So I think that was an anomaly. Something happened. And anyways, everything else made up for that. But do keep that in check, Dinos. We want to make sure we're keeping our losing days smaller than our average winning days. And that's all I have. The next person I want to talk about is someone who is in a trading combine. They're not a funded trader of ours. They're in a trading combine. But something we're doing now is allowing traders to submit a form to us to analyze their trading and talk about where there's some areas for improvement. So we got a lot of submissions. I've got a list of about 30 traders that I think sent stuff in as of yesterday. And we're going to talk about Jamin. I'd like to pull up a card for Jamin. I think it's going to look similar to the trading cards right now, but we want to, change these up a little bit so we can make a distinction between analyzing someone's trades and then our funded traders that we're talking about and giving shout outs to. So Jamin submitted their account, their email. I looked up all their stuff this morning. I'm going to talk about things that I like and then things that they need to work on, because, anytime you're talking to somebody about, getting better, and us as traders, we want to look at what you're doing right so we can leverage that and continue doing that, and then talk about things where there's areas for improvement and then work on mending those areas for improvement. So Jamin, trading gold, S&Ps, and micros. What I like, he's trading small. this is kind of interesting. I have not seen this before, but I was so excited to pick it out and talk about it. Between the minis and the micros, the wins and losses in the micros are about equal to the wins and losses in the minis. So I'm talking about two products. The minis are 10 times the size of the micros. Micros are 1/10 the size of the minis. How are their P&Ls the same? Their minis, they're trading a strategy on a very short time frame. And all their P&Ls are like, up or down anywhere from $100 to $300. They're trading the minis on a really short time frame, and they're trading the micros on a much longer time frame. So hold time on the minis, on the minis in the gold, it's like a minute. And then you go to the micro trades, and they're holding these micro trades for an hour, but their risk and reward is equal, despite the micros trades being 1/10 the size. So they're short time frame scalping in the minis. Their position, they're catching a piece of the trend in the micros, so they're riding it out. I think that's really important for people to consider. I talk about, most of the money's made catching a piece of the trend for the day. And I think that this person needs to leverage what they're doing in the micros and try and carry it over to the minis. Because, all those winning days in the micros where you're holding long times, catching a piece of the trend, if you're doing that with extra leverage that the minis grant you per the contract size, you're going to really have some nice big winning days. So I think there's a lot of room for opportunity there. So I'd like to see them implement this longer time frame strategy on everything that they're trading and potentially move away from the micros.
Right. Mick, just looking at the trade report, I just see one thing out of place, and it was just total contracts. Just maybe got a little ahead of themselves, trade a little bit more than what they're usually trading. But as far as net P&L and how they're containing, how they're managing, I do see some progress here. And if you can keep that to a minimum, manage that downside, traders need to understand that's so very important here.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, being more selective with the trades, that quantity of trades that you're taking during the day is something I had, to work on. So we're seeing the same thing there. Trade location's another big thing. Now, this trader was in an XFA not too long ago. They had, a winning day and a few losing days, but one of the losing days was like 3 or 4 times bigger than their winning day in that account. We talked about it with, John just on the last card, 2 previous cards. So, we spoke about it with Dino, you have no business risking more in a single day than you put up on, an average winning day. No trader does. So something for them to think about and, be more selective in trade location. But there wasn't a ton of trading activity where I could really get in and get down and dirty with this. But, some pointers for Jamin and others watching. So with that, that's all I have on the trading cards. I'd like to go to the questions if we could.
All right. Yeah. Well, what we've got here, Jack, you've got something for us here.
Yeah. Before we go to the questions, I was thinking we could show the top 10 funded from earlier.
Oh, yeah, please.
Will do. All right. So here are numbers 6 through 10.
Okay. All right.
Are we going 6 through 10 and then going 5 to 1?
I think that is the way.
Yes.
So we got John R, David T.
Just talked about John R.
Yeah.
Just talked about John R.
So Morgan's sitting at number 10. Read. Go ahead, Jack.
Really quickly, for everybody that just heard me talking about John R, John's got balance plus payouts. They're almost at 40 grand. They're big swinging and they're high risk. So we will see larger balances like this. And, we may call up someone with 10,000 in their account and be comfortable with that, when we see someone with, you know, almost 39,000 and might be a little uncomfortable with that. People ask, what does the risk team look at when you're looking at their trading? We look at everything. We look at every single thing that we could. We've got some formulas and stuff, and we're actually in the pipeline. We've got some technology that we're going to be working on to help make better informed decisions. So just wanted to throw that out there. You know, it's a big number, you know, but we have our concerns, and we want to call up the best. And, you know, the consistent profitability is really something that we focus on. Well, but I still tip my hat to him. It's a lot of money to be taken down.
All right. Sure. And then numbers 1 through 5.
There we go. All right. Dennis Rodman taking over the number ones. 92,000.
The worm, yeah. Dennis has been on a tear. Dennis has definitely been on a tear. They're doing well.
There's our Ronald we talked about.
Ronald, $20,000 winner. Piranavan. I don't want to turn my back to the screen, but I am very curious how Piranavan's doing, and also how Peter L, where he's at right now with his P&L on the live account.
Well, congratulations, David at number 5, and Isaac.
And Isaac has been doing really, really well too. We've had our eye on him. He's in a live account, but he also had 3 XFAs that he was kicking ass in that we moved, you know, at these XFAs into a live account. So Isaac's been doing really, really well lately. And, you know, at the rate he's going, you know, he could be another 100K club person in very short order.
Sure.
So Jack, those are our top 10. Well, we'll just
thanks for throwing those in, questions. Jack. We have 2 voices behind the curtain today. We've got Jack, who was just on, and I know Dolby's here waiting to do some questions with us. So Dolby, hop on. Let's do a little rapid fire. We had some good questions that got submitted.
Well, guess what, Mick? Dolby had a recruiting call, so I am. Yes. Look at me. I'm the Dolby now.
Well, Eddie, cue the womp womp.
Really? Well, no, Jack.
I'm busting your chops, Jack.
It's a lateral move. Yeah.
Jack asks, why is Mick such an a-hole? Okay.
Wow.
Come on.
Okay, now we
clown around a little bit. We're playing.
First question from Omar. What is the best thing to do when having consecutive losses? Should I take a break from the markets or demo trade to get my confidence back?
Definitely take a break from the markets, deleverage. The demo trade, it's a good question. I don't know a lot of people that treat the demo accounts or the practice accounts like it were a live account. Me having that bias, I don't think that the practice account is a good thing to take some time off and then maybe go to the practice account. Like you're always better off trading in a practice account if things aren't working. But I think where I'm coming from with that is I know traders will bust their daily loss limit for the day. They can't trade in the account anymore. And then they go to their practice account and they keep, you know, banging away on the mouse doing the same thing. That's not making you a better trader. If you can use a practice account and take it really seriously and treat it like it is a live account, then by all means do that. I think overwhelmingly, though, those practice accounts are abused by people just, you know, slanging contracts around and having fun. I've talked to traders about it. I've seen it. So, you know, I don't like it for those at all. I haven't for a long, long time from that regard. But if you're going to treat it like it's your live account, you can use it, but do take some time off and, you know, look at your journal, you know, reflect on your trading, see why it hasn't been working, because you're probably going to get a lot more from reflecting on your trading and looking at your journal, seeing your notes, you know, than you are from, you know, just getting back in the market. I think there's a lot more work, you know, to be done up here and adjustments to your, you know, your risk and your positioning that can help you more so than, you know, going in and trading around in a practice account, my opinion.
Right.
Oh,
all right.
Good answer. This is a really good question. I like this. It's got numbers.
Okay.
If risking 0.5% to 1%, do you recommend using the 50K amount or the max drawdown amount to calculate it? I'm in a 50K account.
Yeah. So the thing here is people always talk about what you should risk as on your account as a percentage of your account. We name our accounts 50K, 100K, 150K. I think what you need to do is not look at that 150K value and measure what percentage you're risking on a daily basis off of that. I think you need to break down the math and look at it as, if I'm in a 150K account, I have a $4,500 drawdown. And look at what percentage of that 4,500 you're looking at, or if you're in 100K, it's 3,000. If you're in a 50K, it's 2,000. What percentage of that 2,000 max loss limit should I be risking in a day? And start slowly. We talked about it yesterday. The slower you can start, it's very important to do that, because any losses early on are going to be minimal. Yep. You're not going to put yourself in a bad situation where your back's against the wall. So I'm not going to throw out any numbers there, because there's everybody's trading different strategies, different products. They have their own risk tolerances. I could maybe look at somebody's trade report and come up with a number for them. But it's a great question. But just in general, it's hard pinpointing, what the best percentage of risk is for someone who, I can't look at their trade report for. Great question.
I wish I could do more. Is that the truth probably lies somewhere in between? Like, obviously, if you have a $3,000 drawdown, you're probably not going to want to be risking 1% of that. That's $30. Mm-hmm. So it's nor 1% of 50K. Maybe you want less than 500 probably to start. I mean, I would probably do maybe 10% of it, but as Mick said, he'd be happy to go through it with you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to, let's talk. Thank you for adding that, Jack. Talk about a 50K, you get a 2,000 max loss limit. We let you lose, up the daily loss limit's at $1,000. So right there is, 50% of your cushion. We give our traders a long leash on those daily bases. It's what our traders have wanted. Like I was talking about the ink thing, we do this for our traders. Our program has been designed and changed over the years based off our traders' feedback, from the Inc. 5000 award. So you're potentially risking 50% of an account there. If I had $100,000 in my trading account and I risked 10% of my account, that's, pretty catastrophic on a single day. So it's not the fun thing to talk about, but, you got to limit your risk. That's kind of my piece. I could get a little bit more long-winded on this question, but I think we should probably just move on to the next one. I love that the person who submitted this question is thinking like that, though. Always play it tight, especially early on. Prove that you're trading well, and then you can start maybe risking a little bit more if you're getting those profits.
Right. Thanks, Mick.
Right.
And we have time for one last question. I like this one because it's a little bit different. Okay. All right. During periods of high volatility, futures brokerages, retail futures brokerages increase margin requirements for maintenance. Using COVID as an extreme example, the VIX was at 83. As a risk manager, how do you safeguard traders and traders' accounts and the firm's assets? This is a real nut and bolts risk question.
Nuts and bolts question. Yes, I remember that COVID time, especially the sell-off, very well. Margins on S&Ps and NASDAQ contracts were over $20,000 to trade a one lot. That was pretty wild times, and certainly had me on edge with my nerves. So as far as what we do, aside of margin, we've got max position sizing in place. You're limited to X amount of contracts. If you were a margin account, usually they don't, if you're in a personal brokerage account, if I've got the cash in my account to trade 500 S&Ps, there's really nothing stopping me. If I've got more money in the account than that, I could go over 500 S&Ps. So we have restrictions on position sizing. We have the daily loss limits and our auto liquidation tools. those are fail safes. Well, you know, we limit the risk per position sizing, and then the auto liquidators. But those aren't perfect. You know, auto liquidators fire market orders, and you know, we've seen big slippage on 15 contract positions and stuff like that. Talked about it weeks ago. Someone in a live account with a $3,000 daily loss limit lost over $6,000 on a single day because they had 15 on trading the NASDAQ, and it was a thin market. My biggest worry or concern, and this is, I'm happy I get the opportunity to talk about this, is those limit moves, locked limit down, locked limit up, potentially. Now, there's no upside price limit when the stock market's open, but in the overnight session, there's an upside price limit and a downside price limit. It takes a while to get there because in the equity indices, it's a 5% move. But there's a lot of traders out there that had no idea that there's price limits on these products. During that time, I had so many conversations where people were like, what's a price limit? I'm like, the market doesn't stop trading, but it hits a floor or a ceiling where, if you get stuck in a long position and the market goes locked limit down, you literally cannot get out of that, because, that locked limit down price, the offers build up. And in a market like the S&Ps, which you might see anywhere from 200 to a few thousand up on the bid and offer, you'll see that there's 100,000 on the offer and you're behind the whole 100,000. Your chances are you're never going to get filled unless the buyers, get aggressive and lift that offer. But that was the scariest thing for me, people getting caught in limit down moves, which is why we were, at the time telling people like there's no trading within,
Right.
A certain percentage of these limit moves, because you literally get stuck in a position you can't get out of.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a wild time.
All right, Mick, Jack, thank you very much for bringing those questions in. And Mick, thank you very much for putting that all together for us and giving us a little faith, sharing the success of some of our funded traders and combine traders. Great advice you give us each and every day. We're going to take a break here in just a few minutes. For a few minutes. Power Players coming up next with Cammy Capital and Andre. So we'll be doing that here in just a moment. Don't go away. Jack and Bonnie for Top Quiz, Dolby and Hoag for group coaching, and Back to the Future with Martin. So stick around. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Power Players. We are joined by our friend of the program, Topstep trader, Cammy Capital. Thanks for joining us again. For those who were watching on Power Hour yesterday, Cammy joined us in what was a very uneventful Power Hour. Cammy, how are we? You remember that?
It was fun.
How are we doing today?
What?
How are we trading today?
Fun.
Hopefully, we have a little bit more excitement. Granted, we've been in a range bound. I know you're trading the NQ, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct. Yep. And I've just rolled out of bed. So hopefully we get some excitement because I need some waking up. So for sure.
Very good. What time is it down by you?
It is 6:18 a.m. So about an hour before I'm up, to be honest.
Very good. How's Thursday look to you? We're only on Wednesday still.
Yeah. Thursday's looking pretty good. I wish I could see the future of the stock market on Thursday as well. But
you stole the joke right from me, man.
Yeah.
I was going to say where the market's doing. You stole the joke right. And of course, we've got everyone's favorite Eddie Horn joining us today. Eddie, how's it going with your quest to?
Hello.
There it is.
Howdy.
How is it with your quest to conquer another combine? How's that going for you, my man?
Ye old quests for the trading combine, passing the combine to the level of fundage. Yes, fundage.
Great.
I'm about $500 away.
Wow.
Yesterday there was
cool,
some opportunities. But like I said, I didn't want to take that chance. At this point of almost passing the combine, this is where you got to tap the brake. You got to be cautious. $50 is $50.
$50.
Yes, $50. Whatever I can, whatever the market's going to give me, I'm going to take. So I'm going to be very cautious here.
That's what I like to hear. Hey, Cammy, for those that weren't watching Power Hour and maybe new to Topstep TV, can you tell us a little bit about yourself, how you're trading, your trading style, your experience, where you're from, and how you got involved with Topstep in the first place?
Yes, sir. Yep. So this is actually my 6th year trading now, but so I'm from New Zealand. I've been trading on and off for about 4 years, and then a couple of years ago, took it more seriously, started trading every day. And at the start of last year, 2023, I moved over from CFDs, Forex, over to futures trading. And obviously at the time, margin requirements for futures were pretty large. So I was like, dang, man, I need to find a good prop firm. Found you guys and have just started the YouTube channel, which I do my live trading on as well, documenting my process with futures trading, getting funded, and just the day-by-day process. So, yeah, sixth year, but I like to say 2nd year of actually trading properly every single day consistently.
What?
And in terms of, yep.
Sorry to interrupt. You say 2 years you really started taking it seriously. What was the change? What from the first 4 years to these last 2 years? How did it change for you? What made you? What does taking it more seriously look like?
Taking it more seriously is more like, so put it this way, the first 4 years that I traded, I was like every week or two, I'd change something about my strategy. I would not, have inconsistent position sizing. I wouldn't journal anything. It was just like, basically like I was coming into a slot machine every day is the way I saw it. So I'd deposit maybe $50 to $100 a week from my job at the time and just try and flip that every single week. And if I went through a losing streak, I'd change up my strategy, without seeing it through. Everyone's going to have a losing streak, but if I had a few losses in a row, I'd be, oh man, my strategy's not working. So I'd completely change it. And yeah, it's just having that account flipping mentality rather than consistent growth over time. And ultimately, I lost a lot of money those first 4 years, to be honest. Someone asked me the other day how much it was. In total, it was about 14K. So kind of
14K.
NZ dollars. So not too bad, but still ouch. Yeah.
Ouch is right. Very good. Okay, speaking of that YouTube channel, if you guys back there, if you wouldn't mind posting his YouTube channel in the chat so everyone can go on there, follow him, watch Cammy Capital get that money, learn those lessons. That $14,000 lesson, man, that's feels like kind of we've all been through that this is lessons in this industry are expensive. Whether, I've been doing this for almost 20 years now, or whether your first 4 years, I learned a lesson yesterday. I got rolled yesterday, so I'm still licking my wounds a little bit today. But it just seems like those lessons are very, very expensive here in this industry. Would you agree?
Oh, yeah, very, very expensive. But like they say, they're saying that it's your tuition fees, eh? Yeah, obviously you could avoid paying $14,000 in tuition fees, but at least you learn something from it.
Agree. You're talking about your strat. Oh, Eddie, I see you got in there a little bit. Eddie, what's going on over there?
Yeah, I'm gonna take a long here. Long at 16,894. Taking a little heat, but only a one lot.
Love it, Eddie. We're all following Eddie's quest to pass 8th combine. He's $500 away. Let's all cheer on Eddie. Give him good positive vibes in the chat. Eddie, you got this, my man. So we'll let you focus on that trade. We'll go back to Cammy Capital. You're talking about your strategy. Can you tell us about your strategy? I know a lot of people in the chat would like to know your strategy, how you approach the markets. What's your daily process going into a given trading day? You just roll out of bed. So why don't you tell us what that looks like and how you prepare for the markets?
Yep, sure thing. So I trade ICT, so Inner Circle Trader, the controversial figure on YouTube. He has had a 2022, call it the 2022 mentorship, where he taught a trading model there. And that's basically exactly what I trade every single day. So I'm coming in, I look for very specific levels at specific times. So I'm looking at the previous day's high and low. I'm looking at the midnight, this is Eastern time, by the way, Eastern time, midnight open price. And then I'm also looking at, when I trade the London session, the 7 p.m. till 12 a.m. is typically that little consolidation range. I also look at that range. So I'm basically looking for very specific key levels that I wait to be swept. So I wait for a price to trade above and break it back down. Now, if you got my chart open here, for example, when on this point here, that the upper white line is the previous day's high. Once price trades above that, I'm looking for that breakdown. So you can see, I didn't trade this, obviously I was fast asleep, but this breakdown from this point here would be like a setup I would take. Or last night, technically today, I took a trade in the London session as well. So if you're looking at 7 p.m. Eastern time, just mark that out again, 7 p.m. Eastern time through to midnight Eastern time. That range there, when I saw price break down below that, and then on the smaller time frames, we had a sort of market structure shift to the upside. That's where I took my long entry there, and then I take off the position normally at the midpoint of that consolidation range or the upper end. In hindsight, I wish I held that because look at how it pumped. But I got out there at the halfway. But always coulda, woulda, shoulda. Always.
Exactly. I was just wanted to touch on that. I think we touched on it a little bit yesterday in Power Hour. The coulda, woulda, shoulda. How do you deal with that now that you're becoming more of an experienced trader? How do you handle that? How do you digest that? How long does that stick with you?
It used to be really bad, but these days I'm just happy when I get a good trade. You know, I go for typically aim for about 20 to 40 points. So as long as I've ticked that box, anything extra is just bonus. So if I've got that, I'm still happy with it. But it used to really hurt though. But money is still profit, so I'm happy with that. And just as easy as it continued to the upside, it could have reversed. You know what I mean?
Exactly. For all those times that you should have stayed in the winning trade longer, it's the same time that it was really good that you got out of that losing trade early. So I think that kind of balances out in the long term. Eddie, how are we looking over by you with NASDAQ? Are you taking a little bit of heat? And
I'm taking some heat here.
Okay.
Yeah, I might get stopped out here in a few seconds, but yes, it's tagging my stop here. I get stopped out, so it puts me in a little hole here today. But no panic. No panic.
No panic. I know typically you're trading gold. I assume gold's gotten a little quiet over there. That's kind of why you went over to the NASDAQ. I know you wanted to take a trade for this segment. Taking a look at gold. Gold's been a little quiet. So keep us posted over there.
2031. Let's see if we can do something in gold here. Looks a little heavy, sort of hanging around the bottoms right now. Sellers sort of dominating this if you take a look at the markets here right now. So I'm going to take a look at gold in just a little bit here and see what we're doing.
Awesome, Eddie. We'll keep you posted. Like I said, everyone, we're cheering on Eddie. He's going to pass that combine this week. Keep in mind, we've got a lot of action coming in tomorrow and Friday with CPI and PPI. This is that's where the meat and potatoes of this week really get going. So, kind of we found ourselves forcing trades. Cammy Capital, I think you saw me kind of hit a tailspin yesterday. And the theme of the week here at TopstepTV is journaling. And you did touch on journaling earlier when you started taking trading much more serious in the last 2 years. For those that didn't tune into Power Hour, which I do recommend everyone tunes into Power Hour today, I think we're gonna have a good one. So make sure to tune in there. What does the journaling look like for Cammy Capital? How do you journal? What do you enter? What are your thoughts? What do your journal entries look like?
Yep. So I've got I just use Notion, free note-taking app, and they have a calendar sort of view there. And every day, at the end of the trading day, I'll put in my P&L with a little green symbol if it's a profitable day, red symbol if it's a red day. And then obviously, since I'm streaming all my trades, I put the link to my recording on that journal entry so I can go back and rewatch it. And then I'll also note down, how did I feel during the trade today? Any particular emotions that popped up? Did I close my trade too early? Did I follow all my rules? I have a little checklist of rules. Did I follow every single rule?
Sorry to interrupt. Can you tell us what some of those rules are? Just so for those that are watching, we're talking about journaling and a checklist of rules. If you don't mind sharing, what are some of those rules?
Sure. Yeah, it's very specific to my trading strategy, of course. So for me, it would be: did I trade during the specific time window that I would take trades in? Which is the most important one. Did I wait for a sweep of those key levels that I mark out? Did I then wait for a market structure shift? Did I wait for price to pull back to my ideal entry point? And then did I take profit at the predetermined take profit target? Because I'm victim to greed as always, so I try to make sure as much as possible I'm sticking to my first take profit target. Yeah. So those are the rules. I check those off. Of course, yeah. I mean, I love to try and get some more money every time, but it burns you a lot of the time.
Human nature, right?
Yeah, of course. And then I'm just noting down emotions on the day, and then end of the week I'll go back and review the entire week setup, watch those setups, and make sure I'm still staying consistent according to my rules.
Very cool. If you don't mind, are you just some coffee you're drinking? What do you drink in the morning there?
Oh, this is lemon and honey tea. I've been sick like 3 times in the last 3 months.
I drink the same shit every morning.
Yeah, man.
I drink it every morning.
Isn't it good?
Lemon.
Use a different noun. I drink the same liquid. I drink the same.
Sorry, man. That came out wrong. I drink the same stuff every morning.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes I forget we're on camera here, Cammy. But yes, I drink lemon and honey tea. Sorry about that, man, Eddie. It gets the blood flowing, so to speak.
Yep.
So, anyways, anything going on over there in gold, Eddie? Man, take it away for a second. I got to regroup here.
You know what? I think I'm going to get long here. I think we're going to take a bounce here, but just to make sure that we got you in chat direct to your site. So just to let you know that post that link again in our chat. So we want to make sure that people know where to go to check out Cammy. So yeah, I went long here at 2031.30, and we'll see. I think this is going to be a good ride this time.
All right, I love it. Yeah, I see we got a couple. It's like a double, triple bottom, perhaps. I see what you're seeing. There might be some support here around this level. I think gold's kind of found its range, so you kind of get long. Got 15 minutes. Pull up the 15 minute. What did it do in the 15 minute? Oh, cool. It's up there. Yeah. So, okay. I see what you see. Again, we're trying to cheer on Eddie. We're going to get past that combine, but, we're going to practice discipline. Eddie's been super disciplined this week, hasn't been forcing trades, kept him out of trouble this week. So it's been a really great lesson on how to be disciplined, especially during a slower lunch hour trade like we talk about. Hey, Cammy, if you don't mind me asking, I see the nice artwork on your arm. Can you tell us about what you got there as far as the tattoos go?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to be completely honest. None of them have any meaning to me. I just I literally scroll through Pinterest and I'm looking at some nice designs and I say, yeah, I want that. So I take it to the tattoo artist. I wanted tattoos for so long, but I'd worked corporate sales for years and I couldn't have any visible tattoos. So when I quit my job, I just went hard. So we're still going, but they're just a bunch of mythological symbols, like Japanese, Norse, Egyptian. This is like a biblically accurate angel, they call it. The eye and all the wings.
Very cool.
And yeah, man,
so when you pass into the other world, you're covered. You can say, "Hey, no, listen.
Oh yeah,
here's this one. No, this one." To make sure you got everything covered there.
Right. That's right. It's just a bit of risk management. You know what I mean? Diversification.
Awesome. Very cool. Hey, they're wondering if Cammy, are you still trading the 15-second strategy?
Oh yeah. So that was a little blip last year. So I had a. This is what I'm talking about. I still fall victim to these things where I sometimes get bored and I want to try something new. Yeah. So last year, I got kind of bored of the strategy I was using. I have been using for the last year and a half, 2 years. I still used it on my personal accounts, but I decided to use the Topstep accounts to try some new strategies, some scalping strategies. And that entailed using the 15-second, 30-second chart and going for one-to-one scalps, which is obviously quite fast-paced, high action. And it had some good results. It was promising. And a lot of people also followed along with it and used it. And they also managed to pass combines, which was like, that's pretty cool. But ultimately, I found that it was too random and it was kind of missing something. I was trying to kind of build a strategy myself, put together something that I could use on these lower time frames. And it was just, I'd have really good weeks, then extremely bad weeks that would wipe away the whole games because it was a one-to-one scalping strategy. So ultimately, I was like, man, what am I doing? I've been profitable for the last year and a half, 2 years using this strategy. Why am I changing it now? I'm getting bored, but being bored is good sometimes with trading, as they say. It means you
why is
doing something.
Why is being bored good? Cammy Capital, why is being bored good sometimes?
Because you don't want to be, I don't think you should be feeling excited or emotional while trading, because that can cause you to make stupid decisions or be greedy, be fearful. If you're bored, then obviously your emotions are out of the picture a lot of the time. So it ends up helping you end of the day.
Eddie, I mean, you're one of the big veterans in this industry. I see in the chat they're talking about the discipline you're showing. How do you stay so disciplined and not forcing trades? I know you're taking a little action right now. You're trying to, let's get the show going here, but typically you're very disciplined. You sit on your hands, you wait for those setups. How did you learn this? You've been in this game for years, decades. I'm sure you've seen it all. How did you become so disciplined in this game? Oh, I think Eddie might be locked into a trade right now.
I'm sorry. Was that directed?
All good, man. All good. I'll let you focus. I know you're in the market. I'll let you focus there. Hey, Cammy, you talked about if you with that 15-second strategy, you'd have some good days, you'd have some bad days. How do you get over the bad days? I know we talked about it yesterday, but I'm not sure that everyone was tuned into Power Hour yesterday. So we're kind of going to touch on some things. We got some really good info out of you yesterday. How do you handle a bad day? Like I said, I kind of got rolled yesterday. What would your advice to me be as far as getting back on the saddle, getting back in the market, and trying to be profitable?
Yep. Obviously, the human tendency is normally I think it's the human tendency is to try and win it back as fast as possible. But what I've found most helpful is cutting your risk in half to what you'd normally use. If you're using 2 contracts, normally cut that back down to 1 contract until you've come back out of the whole break even. Then increase your sizing back to your original sizing from that point. So that's what I'm trying to incorporate this year as well. Those losing days, cut my risk in half. That's if I've gone into drawdown, and then we'll build it back up and then get back to normal.
I love that. It's very valuable. I appreciate it. I'm actually going to take that to heart. So cut your risk down. It's definitely something that I've been practicing today. The market hasn't been giving too much opportunity. I think we got a question here. Cammy, can you explain your chart a little? What we're looking at right here. We're sharing your chart. Would you mind explaining it for those that are asking?
Yep, sure thing. So the lunch hour is obviously not over yet, but these are also some key levels I look at. So I've got the lunchtime low here in the yellow line. Yep. So the lowest point between 12 and 1 p.m. Eastern time. And then I'm waiting for the high to see if this might be the high, or once we reach 1 o'clock, I'll just obviously shift this to 1 o'clock. So when I come in for the PM session, which is the session I trade, I wait for a sweep of one of these sides. Once price trades above the lunch high or below the lunch low, then I wait for that breakdown from above or the pushback up from below, if it happens. And that's where I find a lot of my best trades. The yellow box here is the classic ICT fair value gap. So just an area where I look to see a reaction from. In this case, since price has been moving up, I wait for price to find support at this level and continue to push up. So to be honest, I'm waiting to see if we break the high from London right here today. So that's all it is, just my key levels plus a gap, bullish gap. And once the lunch hour ends, then I'll be starting to hunt my trade setup. So
I got to ask you, are you constantly always just referring to the the time, are you constantly constantly converting to New York Eastern time? Are you constantly doing that all day?
Yeah. So the TradingView chart, I just have it set in New York time zone just to make it easy.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because I was wondering, like, man, you're on point with your Eastern time, but I know you're obviously in Thursday now. So I was wondering how you constantly just converting the hours back and forth, or I guess you got it in TradingView. All right, good to know, man. So, people, okay. So what are we looking at right now? I know the market just started. We're in the lunch hour trade right now. When will you be looking to take trade, or what? Yeah, when will you be looking to take a trade?
1 to 1:30. So what do we got? Another hour or so.
So that's specific of a time range, 1 to 1:30.
Oh yeah, 1 to 1:30 is when I'll start looking, and I'll stop if there's nothing normally by 2:30. If there's nothing by 2:30, I'll just call it quits for the day. So just a couple of hours a day. If there's no setup, I'll just walk away.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's very good discipline. I hope people are finding some real value in this. That the discipline that you're displaying, this is something that we can all take a lesson from. Eddie, how are we looking over there in gold?
I'm taking a little heat though, but like Cammy said, it's really hard to walk away. That's, I think, one of the biggest things that we all have a problem with, especially if our day is negative. If we're looking at a losing day, that's the worst thing you could do. It's like, professional sports. We got 9 innings. If you're leading after 9 innings, game over. Okay. Football, 4 quarters. If you're winning after 4 quarters, game over. But here, if you're losing, I mean, the thing is, until the market closes, you still might have a few innings or a few more quarters. And I think that mentality sort of keeps us saying that, you know what, let me try one more trade. Let me try one more trade, because it hasn't actually officially closed. There's still an option. There's still a 10th inning. There's still an OT. There's, so I'm saying, and it's really hard to really commit to that.
No, I think you said it perfect. There's always another trade. That's the gift and the curse of this. There's always another trade, but sometimes you feel like you're chasing trades, and that's kind of the challenge. Cammy, so I know you're up with us a little bit earlier than you normally would be. Oh, I'm seeing we got some new highs in the ES. Let's go check over there. Thanks for the update there, Hoop. Let's take a look. You guys are going, oh yeah, new highs in the ES. Okay. So let's see if NASDAQ's doing anything, and NASDAQ getting close too. So Cammy, as we see NASDAQ starting to creep up here, are you starting to hone in and focus more on that and possibly making a trade knowing that we're making new highs?
Yeah, well, so once 1 o'clock comes around, I'll probably, now that we've taken the highs, I look for a retracement from these points. So it looks like now that we've gone this high, I'll probably be looking for some sort of short setup for 20 odd points today if I can get it.
Yeah, interesting. Ooh. So you will just stick to that 1 to 1:30 time window. That's you will not take a trade outside of that time window. Is that correct?
Oh, sorry. 1 to 2:30. So I normally find a trade between 1 to 1:30. Yeah. So, but normally 1 to 1:30 is my entry, but some days it's a bit later. Just depends on when the setup forms, eh? Yeah.
God, I was like, man, that's a tight window to make a trade. 30 minutes, man. That's if nothing shows. Anyways. Hey, so if you want to, feel free. Can you plug some of your social media accounts right now, your YouTube channel, other social media accounts that we can throw there in the chat so people can follow you and watch you trade?
Yeah, for sure. So YouTube, obviously at Cammy Capital. It's my most active social media, obviously. And then I'm also on Instagram and TikTok. So at Cammy Capital.
Cool. Under Cammy Capital?
That's the one. There's a few scam accounts, so make sure you spell it right and look for the blue check mark, because a lot of people are getting DM'd with me asking them for money, apparently. And oh, man, it's embarrassing.
Oh, no.
We could just ask you right now, Cammy, can I have you got $50? $50 is $50.
$50. $50.
That's right.
Cam, I guess that's how you know you made it. It's when you start getting hacked and people are starting to spoof you on the internet. So I guess, in a weird roundabout way, you made it, man. So, all right. Well, we got 3 minutes. We got 3 minutes left here in this. Thanks again for Cammy Capital joining us. Don't forget, we got Top Quiz coming up. Then we got Group Coaching with Hoag at noon. Then back to the Futures at 1. This is all Chicago time, of course. Then 2 o'clock, we got the power hour. Power hour has been a pretty successful session, making some money. Yesterday was kind of a dud. That doesn't mean today will be. People might be setting up themselves for Thursday CPI, Friday PPI. So we got good shit coming up, good stuff coming up, I should say. It's been great. Eddie, we're going to check in on that trade real quick over in the gold. Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of dip. What are you thinking, Eddie?
I'm going to be faithful here. I'm going to watch this market here, and we'll go from there. But otherwise, I'm looking forward to what we've got coming up here next with Bonnie and Jack Top Quiz, and of course the Hoag coming up a little later.
All right. Yes. Okay. With that being said, Cammy, we really appreciate you joining us. Feel free to stay in the chat. I know people really like to follow you, and do you watch TopstepTV at all?
Yeah, I do. Every morning when I wake up, I start my days with whatever you guys want. I like watching
whatever we got.
Risk Management Mick. Yeah, tell him I got inspiration for the mustache from Mick. So there we go.
I was going to say the mustache gang in the house. I love it.
Yeah. TopstepTV.
So, all right. With that we got to tell more minutes. I thought we were going to roll out 2 more minutes. Cammy, hit us with some words of wisdom to the new trader. Now that you're taking trading seriously, what's the biggest thing that you changed in your trading strategy? Like, what's the biggest mental shift that you did? Like you said, you're just point clicking and praying, and now you're taking trades seriously. You're sticking to that discipline, would you say? You're doing the ICT method. What advice would you give to the new trader on a day like today?
On a day like today, I mean, I think this applies to most days, but I think sizing down to the point where you're not worried if your stop loss or your take profit gets hit. Just removing all emotion, moving your size down to a point where it's not making you feel any type of way. Probably the best advice that I've been following myself lately, just size down. Size down, don't hurt your own feelings.
I love that. All right, well, thank you again for spending some time with us. I hope everyone in the chat appreciate that. Cammy spending some very valuable time of his with us. Please feel free to stick around the chat, put in some levels or trades that you're taking, and same in the chat. Eddie, we got 1 more minute. We'll keep an eye on that trade. Best of luck with that trade. You're long. It's not really moving too much.
Thanks for the invite.
With that being said, what's up?
Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, man. Thanks. Yeah, it was fun. It was a fun party. We got Top Quiz coming up next. Stay tuned for that. It's always on. And in Power Hour, we give the results. We give the names of the winners. So with that being said, thanks for all your time. Cool. And I'll see you guys this afternoon.
1.
Hello. Can you hear me, YouTube? We are in the background. There we are. Welcome to Top Quiz for Wednesday, January 10th. I'm Jack, joined by Bonnie. Hi there, Bonnie. How's it going?
Hi, Jack. I'm doing great. How are you?
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Are you doing any home construction back there? I can't tell if that's
Does it look like it?
No,
it's
I
a
just
mirror.
saw. Oh, okay. I thought there was a big piece of PVC pipe behind you, but obviously not. So, everybody, welcome. This is Top Quiz. There will be 4 multiple choice questions. Join by going to Kahoot.it and entering that passcode, the game pin, or just click the link that Tyler has been so nice as to share in the YouTube chat. If you get 3 or 4 right, you will be in a drawing for one of 30 free combines, resets, I say that every day, that we will send out to you. Look for the questions to appear on your device because there's a delay between us doing this live and going out to YouTube. But you all know the deal. Bonnie, still 1 perfect score, another chance to do it today. Are you feeling pumped?
Maybe today's the day.
Today may be the day. Indeed. We'll let a few more seconds go by here for people to get in. Flying in. Flip the screen. Slim pickings.
Are the questions hard today?
The questions are fair today, but they're always fair, right?
Okay.
They're fair today. I don't think it's exceptionally bad, but Bonnie is not a trader by profession. She is in accounting. I didn't ask any accounting questions today, though. So, I forgot to tell you, by the way, Alyssa couldn't win yesterday, but the next person to get a perfect score is getting a pit bull bobblehead from me, Bonnie. So,
okay. I gotta fight for that.
Yeah, if you need some decorations. All right. I think it's time to go. If you don't get in today, don't worry. We do this every weekday at 11:45 Central. So with that, let's start. All right. Wish I could shorten this intro, but here we go. Question number 1. Job applications are open through January 31st to become the driver of this iconic vehicle. Is that the Gravedigger monster truck, the Scooby-Doo mystery machine, the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile, or the Batmobile? What do you think, Bonnie?
The Batmobile. I don't know.
Well, the Batmobile can only be driven by Batmen, of which there are dead of them. It is the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. Yeah, they're looking for 6 drivers to command each of those 6 Wienermobiles. So, seems like a lot of them knew it. Jack of all trades, made well, 1 win, Black Swan, you can't get rid of him. Medium trades. Took me a while to process that. All right, Bonnie, no worries. We're going on to question 2 here. And if you've never seen the Gravedigger monster truck, it's pretty awesome. Okay, question number 2.
My mom just sprayed Lysol all over me.
Well, real quick, the question's on. A hack tweet from this organization created major volatility in Bitcoin yesterday. Was it a tweet from the SEC, the CFTC, the Federal Reserve, or the Treasury Department?
SEC.
Yes, that is correct. Okay. Bonnie, I was worried you had inhaled Lysol right there.
Oh my God. Did you hear that spray? My mom just went crazy next to me. I'm like over here choking.
That's good. I mean, well, it is cold and flu season in this part of the world. So, yeah, you got to take your sacrifices there. But nice. Is your mom having a good time?
Yeah, she's having a great time.
Excellent. Always good. All right. You ready for question 3, Bonnie?
Yes.
Okay. Here we go. Question number 3 is, well, first I got to do this. Market Maker, The Real Pickle Rick, 1 win. Black Swan, and Roll Tears Roll. I kind of like that. All right. Let's get ready for question number 3. What is the deepest lake on planet Earth? Is it Lake Victoria, Lake Superior, Crater Lake, or Lake Baikal?
Would it be Crater Lake?
That is a deep lake, but not the deepest. It is Lake Baikal in Russia. Yes, yes, yes. It is 5,387 feet deep, which is 1,642 meters for those of you who use the standard system of units. Okay, let's see who's on the board here. Of course, Black Swan knew that. More cowbell. And all right.
I think that's my favorite name to date.
Just I am interested in, if you are the person who goes by 5 lowercase a's, let me know. We do not select people by alphabetical order, but I appreciate the name. All right. One more question, Bonnie. You ready to take this home?
Yes.
Okay. Here we go. How many stocks are in the Dow Index? Is it 7, 30, 100, or 200 stocks?
Would it be 30?
You are. Don't change, Bonnie. You are right.
30.
It is
30.
indeed 30 stocks in the Dow Index, which is why it is a stupid index. Let's see the podium real quick before we sign out here and get to group coaching with Hoag. On the bragging board is and the silver medal goes to Black Swan, the GOAT of this game. And in first place today, we have Market Maker. All right. Well, thanks for playing, everyone. Bonnie, don't inhale too many fumes. We need you to be on this show.
My mom with the Lyso, she loves that thing.
That's good. Yeah. Well, give everyone's regards to your mom. Hope you guys have a great time together. Hope to see you later this week. And thanks for playing, Bonnie. We'll be back in a few minutes with group coaching with the Hoagman himself. So submit your questions if you already haven't. It's going to be lit. So we'll see you then. Have a great day and trade well.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Topstep's group coaching session. And we like to call it Let's Crush 2024. For those of you that might not know me, my name is John Hoagland. I'm a senior performance coach here at Topstep. I've got almost 41 years of futures industry experience, 31 years as an active trader. Traded on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange for 20 years and migrated to screen trading in 2009, and since 2011. I've been here at Topstep and I've loved every minute of it. I love the opportunity to talk to traders, and hopefully I've in some way been able to help each and every one of you. This is the CFTC disclaimer. It states that there is a lot of risk in futures trading. We should know that. These are leveraged products, which means we do run the risk of losing more than our initial investment. We should only be using risk capital to trade with. And to me, risk capital means that's money that I can afford to lose. Succeeding in the trading combine, you're not going to have to worry about that. We're going to put up that risk capital for you. But keep in mind that this is for educational purposes only. We're not going to be suggesting the purchase or sale of any product or security during this time. And remember, nobody knows everything. I certainly don't. It also states that hypothetical or simulated performance results have certain limitations. And the biggest one to me is the fact that there is no accountability, no consequence, and no rules in some random sim account. You're not going to find out who you are as a trader until you have a little bit of skin in the game. And the Trading Combine does an excellent job of helping you determine how you are going to be making decisions as an active and live trader. I'm going to go ahead and open up the charts here so we have something to look at while we're looking at these questions. I want to welcome my good friend, Dolby, who is with us to help facilitate these questions. How are you, Dolby?
Who, me? I'm doing great. Doing excellent. It's a great day. It's going to be some great coaching today. Chat's going to be awesome. We might even need some help from chat today. If chat has some questions, feel free to throw them in there because we got a couple here, but not a lot from today. So if anyone's in chat and has some questions, hit us, send them in.
We were a little late. We were a little late posting that link today, so we understand that if you didn't get a chance to ask those questions, but I think have oodles of past questions that we really kind of missed in the past, so we can go over a bunch of those. And I'm, of course, looking forward to it. S&P is continuing to make new highs, reaching right up there, getting pretty close to that weekly kickoff high of 48.16. All right. So what do we got, Dolby? What are we looking at?
What do we got? So, we talked about liquidity yesterday. We tired talking about liquidity, or do you want another liquidity question?
No, let's go on to something else. Maybe we can come back to that one.
Okay. Could you explain how the dome works, or the ladder? What else? What are the other words for it? Dome, ladder. Is that it?
Dome, ladder, thingy. So yeah, just kind of briefly, just looking at the dome over here. Dome stands for depth of market. So the dome kind of tells us the number of bids below the market that are currently waiting for the opportunity to get filled, and the number of number of contracts that are offered at each individual price that are waiting to get filled on the upside. You do not see stops on the dome. I don't believe that anybody does, but there are some predatory algos and HFTs that do a pretty good job of sniffing them out from time to time. So basically, this just kind of gives you the number of contracts at each price that are on the bid, and the number of contracts for each price that are on the offer. It is also an order entry tool. I can place an order above the market here to sell one at 12 1/4. I can cancel that order. I can also place stops, which would be orders that would be buy orders that would be above the market. If price gets to that level, it's going to buy me one. You can use stops for either exit of perhaps a losing trade, but you can also use stops as entry points. If price gets to this level, I think it's going to go higher, so I'm going to buy it when it gets to that level, and then we'll see what happens after that. So the dome is really just a tool that to enter and exit orders and also can give you some pretty sometimes decent ideas as to where liquidity might be showing up at certain levels. Now, we've been watching the upside for liquidity. We just traded up to and through that 4,800 level, where we saw for the last few days there was a pretty sizable order up there, and the market finally dragged its way up there and took that out. We're starting to see a little bit thinner liquidity. I mean, we're looking at 48.15 as an area of potential liquidity. It looks like we've got 233 on the offer up there. Not huge liquidity, but it is the largest number of contracts that are for sale or for bid in the dome so far. So the market, we talk about liquidity, Dolby, we talk about that a lot.
Yep.
Market has a tendency to go towards the liquidity. So that's one of the things that I look at on the dome. It's, some folks seem to want to focus on the dome for their opportunities. I find it exhausting to stare at the dome all day and try and decipher any kind of decent opportunity or direction from the dome. I look at the dome when I'm entering the market and exiting the market more than I'm going to be looking at the dome anytime that I'm out of the market, or maybe even in a trade. If I'm in a trade, I've got my stop in, maybe I've got a profit target in, I'm going to let the trade play out because, as we say quite often, we don't get any smarter once the trade is on, but you still also want to be monitoring and recognizing when something may change that may change the outcome or the expected outcome of the trade you're currently in. So, the dome is a order flow tool. It is also an order entry tool. And like everything, there's a million ways to look at it and to use it. It is something that takes time to kind of understand how to use it. Like anything, there's nothing finite or exact that you're going to be gleaning from the dome. And time looking at the dome, watching the order flow in the dome, of course, is going to be necessary for you to really gain any true or usable information or expectations out of the dome. Like everything is a learning curve, right?
Yeah. It takes. I think it took me 5-something years before I even began to notice a pattern in the dome. It all looks very random, but you have to spend a lot of screen time, I think, trying to get used to it. So next question here. There's a market profile for the whole 23-hour chart, ETH, and also for RTH. Which one is more reliable? I assume it's RTH just because it has more volume and so more participants in it. What is your take on it? And then ETH is extended trading hours and RTH is regular trading hours. Is that right, Hoag?
That is correct. I mean, that's going to go in the glossary now. Writing those down now because we do use those a lot. Extended trading hours versus regular trading hours. So yes, you can put a volume profile or a TPO profile on pretty much any chart. Here's the E-mini S&Ps, and let's look at there it is. Okay, so here is let me scale this so we can see everything well. By the way, on the Trade platform, the opening based delta is currently presenting as 100% correct. Anyways, so here's the overnight, here's the profile, the volume profile, including the overnight session right here. Okay. So I've always been partial to the market profile because I think that the market profile provides a lot more detail inside of the profile. But this is the regular trading hour profile, or extended trading hour profile, including the overnight. So let's move back and let's take this back to just before the open. This is the extended trading hours volume profile. I'm going to add the regular trading hour profile that is still currently populating. And, are we getting information from the overnight that might have been useful today? Well, we could certainly, looking backwards with the hindsight in 2020, say the volume point of control from last night really kind of put in our regular trading hour session low. Is this something we're going to be able to count on all the time? No. Typically, when I'm looking at the overnight activity, which I rarely will put on a trade overnight. Maybe 2 times last year, I held a position from the previous day past the close and then, continued it through the overnight into the regular trading hour session. It has to be very specific situations for me to do so. But typically, when I'm looking at the regular trading hour profile and I'm looking at the overnight or extended trading hours profile, there are 3 things that I will focus on. One of them today provided an opportunity to limit risk. I'm looking at the overnight high, the overnight low, and the overnight point of control. Last night's overnight volume point of control offered an opportunity for us for an execution that limited risk and ended up basically putting in our overnight low. Now, am I always going to notice this? Probably not. Just because we put it on here in hindsight with everything clear and in 2020 vision, we can see that overnight point of control offered us the support for the rest of, so far for the rest of the regular trading hour session. The reason that I truly try on the regular trading hour profiles is because that's when all of the participants are available and able to affect the market. Volume is much greater in the regular trading hours than it is in the overnight. I like my sleep too much. I've never been able to really get into anything in the overnight session. And, we have our coach Dakota, who basically focuses on the overnight session. And he seems like he's doing really well. He's got it figured out. You can join him in our Discord channel for his slow markets segment. I think he's really got something going on there, which is great. It's just not for me. I'm more of a sleep all night and trade during the day kind of a guy. So it's a great question. And I'm going to kind of reiterate the idea that there's always something that we're going to be able to glean, especially looking backwards with 2020 hindsight, that we can say, well, yeah, that actually worked really well in real time. Would we have been looking at the point of control from last night for an opportunity for today? I mean, we've been kind of looking at the market as relatively range bound. The initial balance low is right up against that point of control, volume point of control from last night. It also happens to be the point of control from yesterday. So if I were to remove this, so here's yesterday volume profile. There's the point of control. Was it last night's point of control that the market targeted, or was it yesterday's volume point of control? Because the volume was so great, is so great during the regular trading hours, the levels are a little bit more powerful as well. We traded down to that naked point of control from yesterday's regular trading hours. That, I believe, is more of the reason why it was targeted and why it offered an opportunity, first, again, to limit risk, always thinking about limiting risk. And then, that put in the low, and we've been kind of rallying ever since. So that's, kind kind of
Great question.
kind of how I think about the overnights and all that. Again, overnight high, overnight low, and point of control from the overnight are really the only things I tend to focus on. And I'm probably missing a lot. Like I said, nobody knows everything. I don't. It's just the choice that I've made. And when when you make that choice, you've got to be consistent with it until you find out if it works for you or not. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, that's a great question. Hoag, ready for a personal question?
Sure.
Could you review your trader metrics with us, including things like average winning days, max drawdown length? What's your risk reward ratio? Things like that.
Well, just kind of loosely keeping track of it. My risk reward ratio over the last 3,000 trades is approximately 3-to-1 reward over risk. Since starting Topstep TV, I'm about 2-to-1 reward over risk. I've been kind of looking at shorter time frame opportunities due to tradertainment, if you will. But overall, again, with those 3,000 trades, I'm about 50% winning trades or winning trades. Probably a little higher than that as far as winning days are concerned. And I don't really have the metrics that, of average winning day, average losing day, all those from personal trading for the last 3,000 trading days. And I probably should, that should probably be part of my journaling, but my journaling is much more about what goes on inside my head than what goes on outside my head. I can see, I can print out my trade log at the end of the day. I can review the trades that I've made. I can see why I took them. I can, I know where I got out, if it was a win or a loss. All that stuff is kind of static information. The journaling that I do is more internal, and a lot of it is based on that emotional journal that we've put out. And we're going to be talking more about in days to come. And man, when I first looked at that, I fought it, and I didn't realize how important it was going to be until I figured out how important it was going to be. I'm very excited for all of you to at least give it a try. You got to try it and be serious about it and really work it for about a month before you may start to recognize the patterns that in your decision making that it can point out to you that you might not even know. And there's, if you look at it, there's 3 columns. There's mental, physical, and emotional. Mental and physical are top of mind and what you're feeling in your body. Those tend to be pretty easy. They may become a little bit redundant. The most important part of it is the emotional part. How does taking these trades, being in these trades, getting out of these trades, and what happens before and after these trades change? That's the hardest part, but the most important part, because what you're really trying to do, and again, maybe I should wait till we talk more about this. What you're really trying to do is ferret out those internal barriers that we sense are there, but we don't know what they are and how to find them. Finding them, bringing them up, getting them out in the ocean, releasing their power on us is basically the reason for that emotional journal. But great question. I'm sorry I don't have more solid information for you, but maybe I should kind of keep track of that moving forward, and we can discuss that again after the next 300 trades or something meaningful like that.
Yeah, we'll check in after 300 trades.
Yes.
I have to think though that trading on Topstep TV is far different than trading on personal accounts. So it's almost like 2 different versions of yourself, trading.
And it is, I feel like there have been, several changes in trading for me. I mean, started out as trying to be a scalper, discovered the profile, went a little bit longer time frame, and in the pit, that was kind of one version of myself as a trader. Then moving from pit to screen has been a new version, different from the pit trader to the screen trader. And now I feel like I'm entering a new phase in my trading career, which is doing it on screen, much less ability to really focus on what you're seeing when you're doing that. I'm enjoying it. I'm not worried about making a boatload of money. I don't want to lose a boatload of money, of course, but overall, I mean, I'm maintaining and doubled the account, and to me that's successful for the first very beginning of Topstep TV. I'm looking forward to really growing into this role over this year. So we'll see how that goes.
That's awesome. I think we're all looking forward to seeing you grow up in front of our eyes again as a trader, Hoag. Well, speaking of journaling, this is a short question that's going to have a long answer. Ways to control revenge trading and be more accepting of losing.
Okay.
We have 40 minutes left, Hoag. This is a heavy question. It's a heavy question.
It is a heavy question, but it is so important. And, even if we've addressed it, it's so important to readdress and go over these things again, because, we can do a really good job of controlling revenge and being accepting of losing, for a short period of time. And then, the shortest path, the shortest nerve pathway is to go back to what you always do when these things happen. So you say, you know what, I really have to figure out a way to control my revenge trading and to be more accepting of losing. And that's going to create a kind of a new neural pathway. Instead of going right to revenge trading and being pissed off about a loss, you have to cognitively say, okay, I'm not going to do that anymore. I know that is my usual response to certain situations, but if I keep doing the same thing, I can't expect any different outcomes, right? It's what was it? Albert Einstein that said, if you continue doing the same thing and expect different outcomes, that's the definition of insanity. So, but it's not that easy. First, when we begin to trade, we're all hardwired wrong. We're upside down in the way we're hardwired, because nobody likes to take losses. So most of us, when we're looking at our first loss in trading, we're going to default to, well, I'll just wait. The market will come back and make me whole again, or even make me money. So we become hopeful when we're losing money. And most of the time, it doesn't hopefully take too long to figure out that you're really just increasing the amount of the losses that you're taking, because maybe the trade, you have a risk parameter and it starts going against you, and you move your stop a little bit further away. Well, maybe if I move my stop, it won't come and take it. Then you move your stop again and you go, well, I'm hoping that it won't come and take that stop. And before you know it, you've moved your stop to a point of pain where you just have to get out because you just can't take it anymore. And that's the wrong way to do it. The other side of that coin, we all love taking winners. And especially after experiencing some pain of some bigger losses, man, you lose 500, you lose 500 on a trade a couple of times. And the next trade you take, you're up $50 on. You're like, man, would it feel good to just take a winner on this? Maybe I should just take it. So you expand your losses and you cut your winners. And those losses are kind of creating that revenge, and they're kind of creating, excuse me, that feeling that you just need a winner. I just need a winner. I don't care if it's a tick. I just need that winner. So when we start to kind of get into revenge trading and being acceptance of losing, let's go with the second part of that question first, because we just talked about how most people are wired the wrong way. We're upside down when it comes to losses. when the market's going against us, if we're living on hope or prayer or whatever, that's not a strategy. And you should be more fearful when you are taking losses than you are when you're in a winning trade and you're afraid that the market is going to take some of that unrealized profit away. I think Tom Hoagland's book, The Best Loser, really presents this in one of the best possible ways and in one of the best possible lights. When you take a trade, you should be technically looking at the market and saying, you know, if the market goes to this level, it's telling me that this trade is probably wrong. Technically, not a standard or static stop level. You got to place your stops based on market information. So you look at a trade and you're thinking, okay, I'm going to go long here. And what I'm really looking for is the market not to put in a new low. Now, sometimes you're going to have a pile of stops there that will sometimes will get targeted. Deanna was talking about a situation similar to that today. So you've got to be smart with your stops, which is a whole nother session that we could probably go into. But when you technically see a level, okay, well, if I'm long and price gets to here, something has changed and I need to get out of the market at that point. So you put in your stop there and you go, okay, what is my risk appetite? Well, if I can get in at this level, that suits my risk appetite. It still puts me in the trade, at a good level. And if the market takes that stop, I have to accept it. It was a number one planned trade. It was part of my process and my strategy. Number two, the outcome is unknown on everything that we do. This is an ambiguous environment, and we have to say, when you put that trade on, I'm accepting the risk on this trade. I am not going to get upset if it hits my stop, it hits my stop. And there's different ways that you can kind of change your thought process around that too. Many of you have probably heard me talk about a guy that was standing next to me in the S&P pit for a little while who, after every losing trade, would say, okay, good, verbally, audibly, all right, good. So finally, I'm like, not that I'm up in your business or paying attention to what you're doing, but I notice I'm not paying attention. But I noticed when you have a loss, you always say out loud that, okay, good. Why are you saying, okay, good after a loss? And he said, well, I don't view it as a loss. If I view it as a loss, it's going to piss me off and I'm going to go on tilt. And I've seen it happen. I've done it a million times. I'm viewing it as an opportunity to pay for a little bit of information from the marketplace. So if you have a hard time accepting losses, make sure that you're, number one, not moving your stops and expanding your losses. Number two, treat it a different way. Treat it as though you're paying the market for a little bit of information. Okay, that didn't work. What's next? What's next? What's next? And as far as revenge trading is concerned, we've all, I'm sure, we've all succumbed to it. We've all been part of it. We've all done it. I may have done it in the last week before I realized, what am I doing? I can't do this. I got to stop. Figure out, and you might be able to look on your trade reports here at Topstep to where that level is, where your switch gets flipped, and now you're angry, emotional. You're looking at, okay, now I just got to get this money back, because when you change that focus from market-based information from looking for good trades that are part of your strategy, you're now focusing on your P&L and looking at that negative P&L and saying, I got to get that back, and I got to get it back now.
And it applies doubly to people who are in the trading combine who change their focus from getting funded from their trading plan.
Yeah, 100%. That's kind of financial goal setting, which is, in my history has been actually detrimental to performance, because I'm trying to get to a certain amount of profit in a certain amount of time. If I don't get there, I start taking stabs, and instead of focusing on finding good trades, I start trying to get to that level, which is basically what we're talking about here with revenge trading, right? But look at your trade reports. I know that it's not necessarily a dollar amount that flips my switch into revenge trading. It's a number of consecutive losing trades, and there's any number of metrics that can flip your switch that way. So, Joffrey, take a look at your trade report. Look at where you've been able to stop when you're down on the day. Look at the number of trades or consecutive losing trades where you haven't been able to stop trading throughout the day. You know, it's easy for us to say, well, you have to have willpower. Well, where does willpower come from? Willpower comes from accountability of recognizing in the past where you've stepped over that line and remembering and accounting for what happens after you step over that line. After you step over that line. All right.
Well, yeah. Randy in chat too was saying I always sell too early on winning trades and hold on to losing trades for too long. And that's, you know, kind of similar to what you're saying as well. You can go back to your journal, you can go back to your trade report. If you don't take pictures of your trades, I'd recommend doing that because you can kind of get a snapshot of your entry without the bias of the future. And then you can take a screenshot once the trade's completed, and then you can have like both sides of the coin. Something I did that I found really useful.
And what is occurring for him, for you, for everybody is basic human nature. I don't know that I've known anybody who was wired the right way to be able to cut losses and to be able to let winners run right away. And, you know, there was one of the things that my dad told me, and a lot of the old guys on the trading floor was, hey, you know, congratulations. I hope you do really well. Make sure you learn how to take a loss, which to me was preposterous.
Well,
I'm not here to lose.
I have another question coming up that is exactly about losses. So this is from DC Trades, who's probably in chat right now. He's a frequent flyer here. If my worst enemy is putting up a stop because I suck at taking losses, how would you suggest to overcome this? For a 150K account, what would you suggest for a max loss per trade? I just got the book Mind Over Markets and really trying to overcome this. I feel this is my last barrier before becoming, you know, consistently profitable. So I suck at taking losses, Hoag. I don't put in a stop. You know, what's your suggestion? On a pretty big account, I mean, there's a lot of room there for the 150K.
Yeah. Well, DC, I recognize that. And thank you for sending in the question, DC Trades. And I'm going to do my very best to come up with a really useful and helpful answer for you and for anybody that is dealing with this. First, I'm really glad that you've got the book Mind Over Markets, because that book I think is probably going to, and I know it helped me understand the auction process, and it also helped me recognize with greater accuracy, I think, where good trade locations are likely. Now, that book is not going to tell you buy here and sell there. It's not a strategy. It's a tool to put a lens of context over the marketplace. But it also, even in the daytime frame, tells you where price is being accepted over time and where it's being rejected over time. So one of the first things that I noticed when I started reading that book and trading based on the profiles is my trade locations got better, but my risks were a lot more reasonable. I was saying, okay, we're in balance here. And if we leave balance with any kind of volume or momentum, I've got to get out of that trade. So my trade locations got better, which reduced my risk. If you don't like taking losses, welcome to the game. It's just part of it. And we talked about nobody likes to take losses, DC. It hurts. You lose money. You feel bad about yourself. You think you're the worst trader ever, or you're an idiot, or all those negative internal dialogues that I know I've been really bad at and I continue to work on. But when you're reading Mind Over Markets, you're going to be seeing opportunities where you're going to recognize, this trade is no good and I better get out of it. And that's where you're going to put your stop. You've got to put a stop. You've got to accept the fact that taking losses is just part of trading. The environment that we are in is so ambiguous. There's no guaranteed outcomes in everything we do. So what you're looking for, DC Trades, is opportunities to trade close to points of invalidation, close to areas of extremes of balance. You're also going to be hopefully able to recognize when the market is out of balance, and you're not going to fight directional moves anymore. Jim Dalton, the author of Mind Over Markets, is famous for saying one of the biggest issues that retail, and especially new retail traders, have is selling into a directional upside move or buying into a directional downside move, because you can't buy it higher, can you? Is that the right thing to do? Well, in the right context, it can be. It's always been difficult for me to do, but I'm continually trying to work at recognizing when the market is directional and trying to find ways in it. Directional markets sometimes even try, and it almost seems like they're trying to keep you out. Like that move on Monday was pretty strong. Once it really started to kind of move, it made it very difficult to find opportunities to lean on anything to limit risk to try and get into that continuation of that move. If you weren't in it at the beginning, and if you weren't expecting that kind of a move, that was a tough day. But because of Mind Over Markets, I knew I'm not fighting this. I am not going to try and pick a top in this. I'm not that good at picking tops. So, I just kind of made a little bit of money here and there, but I wasn't able to. But what I did do was I was able to stay out of trouble. So, worst enemy is putting in a stop because I suck at taking losses. You got to get better at taking losses.
Yeah.
You got Mind Over Markets. The next book you should get is The Best Loser Wins by Tom Hoagland. I got it on Audible, and it is such a good book. It really helps you to realize that, and something we've talked about from time to time here is you have to be able to trade like carefree, but not careless, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to be able to take losses in stride, and you have to be able to be in good trades, and you have to be able to stay in those trades, even with the risk of potential loss on that trade, if you're going to be looking for those bigger opportunities and opportunities to continue to profit. I think that book is just is one of the more important books that I've read in trading, and I've read a few. So DC, just recognize when the trade is no longer valid and get out. And you've seen it happen to me on TopstepTV. I'll have a stop in, the market will come, hit that stop, and then the trade will go without me. Maybe there's a little bit of risk aversion now that we're on TV. I don't know. I'm working on all of those things. And again, we're gonna grow together, DC Trades. As long as we're on here, and as long as we have the opportunity, I'm gonna grow, you're gonna grow, we're all gonna grow. Dolby's gonna grow, and that's the idea. Is here we really in the heart of this company is the idea that we want traders to succeed, and we are doing everything that we can to put you in the best seat and in the best ideas and in the best situation that we can to help you to succeed. And DC Trades, I know you've been with us for a while, and I hope that answer helped you. And there's really good things in Mind Over Markets, but once you get done with that book, The Best Loser Wins. Check it out.
Yeah, really good. and I can throw in maybe 2 cents. So if you're trying to find a daily loss limit, like personal daily loss limit, my advice would be if, let's say you lose $1,000 on the day and you're still thinking about your losses 3 or 4 hours after your trading session, you've probably taken on too much risk for the day. So find that number where if your trading session is over and like a half hour has gone by, you've already stopped caring about your losses. But if it's carried over into dinner time, you've lost way too much money. And then to what I did when I was in the trading combine is take your entire loss limit. So 150K is $4,500. Divide it by 5. That gets you $900 a day. So if you lost $900 a day every single day, 5 days in a row, then you'd blow up your account. Well, the odds of that happening are not, great. So that should be able to give you like at least a general idea of where a loss limit could be if you're trying to, pace out your losses with your trading.
Very good.
Go ahead.
If I could, Dolby, one thing I would add is, DC trades losses create, of course, bad feelings internally. Some people will externalize that anger, like the market did this to me, or the algos did this to me, or whatever it is. But it's not going to help you to be angry at anything externally. The only thing that anger affects is you, DC trades. Mark Twain, I think, said it best. Anger does more damage to the vessel in which it is stored than anything that it is poured upon. Let it go, DC trades. Let it go. Like if you're still mad at dinner, find ways to kind of let that go. You got to forgive, because that forgiveness is for you. Blessings, DC trade. Okay, sorry about that, Dolby. Go ahead.
No, it was great. It was a great question. So from John, what are your thoughts on EMAs on a daily chart? 5, 10, 15, 20 EMAs. For ES, we saw price go through those areas to the downside pretty easily from December 29th through January 5th. But yesterday, there was limited resistance on the way back up. So what are your thoughts on moving averages? Just in general, do you use them, crossovers?
Yeah, there are some moving averages that I've tended to keep on my charts. Everybody keeps the 50, 100, and 200 session moving average. It seems like a lot of platforms have those, melted. And I think that there is tremendous use for simple moving averages, EMAs, and even whole moving averages. It's all in your ability to understand how price moves in and around them. And it's something that, of course, takes experience. As far as, my thoughts on those particular moving averages in specific opportunities in the marketplace, I'm not looking at those moving averages. If you are finding success, wonderful. But the one thing that sticks out in this question or this statement is they held to the downside pretty easily, but they ran right through them on the way up. There is information in that the market is stronger than it was through January 5th. Yesterday was easy way to move right through them, or Monday was easy to move right through them. There's information in when they do not hold as much as there is when they do hold. Great question. Sorry, I'm not more up on, what you're talking about. And I have to put the 5, 10, 15, 20, all those EMAs on the chart, and we're getting short on time. So maybe another day we'll be able to take a look at that. And thank you again, John.
Yeah. So this is from Nick G. This has to do with psychology, but it's intimidating for me. Last week, I made consistent small profits, keeping my stop loss tight. Yet I was trying to get the trend switch, and I failed massively, resulting in a significant drawdown. I FOMO'd and wanted to make big gains. How do I fight the urge for this? We're getting a lot of questions about psychology recently, Hoag.
Right. And I'm not a psychologist, but I do have the benefit of. Pardon me?
So did you stay at a Holiday Inn at least?
Did I stay at a Holiday? I don't know what that means.
Oh, it's a commercial they ran. It's like, I'm not a doctor, but I stayed at a Holiday Inn, so I'm really refreshed. So it was like series of ads they ran a while ago. Anyways.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like that commercial for, I think it was for like aspirin. I'm not a doctor, but I play one on TV.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. No, I'm not a psychologist, but I've had the benefit of working with a few different trading psychologists through my years of trading. And the only thing that I can do is kind of share my experience in what you might be having, which is a kind of a similar experience. And so just to kind of reread the question here, this has to do with psychology, but it's intimidating for me. Made consistent small profits, keeping my stop loss tight. Yesterday, I was trying to get the trend switch and failed massively, resulting in a significant downdraw. FOMO'd and wanted to make big gains. How do I fight the urge for this? So, Nick, you're showing a degree of success in looking for small, consistent profits, keeping your risk tight. Yesterday, you were trying. Well, actually, this would have been Monday. This is a move. This is from Monday's activity. So Monday, he was trying to get the trend switch and failed massively. By getting the trend switch, I'm thinking you were probably doing what I was suggesting we don't do in directional days, because the market was trending higher. You were trying to pick the top. Now, I could be wrong in that, but that's what I'm reading in this question. And anybody that was trying to sell the market on Monday probably did create at least a small, if not significant, drawdown. So when you went into FOMO, you started to try and make big gains, and that's when you ran into trouble. So Monday, usually a slow start for me. The opening range was the low of the day. I missed it. I didn't take it. I could have taken the opening range and gotten out at the close and caught the entire range. Did I see that happening? No, I did not. We're looking at some information later on in the week that I was kind of looking for the market that just kind of lays around and not do much this week. I was wrong. But when the opening range is the low of the regular trading hour session, that's one of the first signs to say to me that I don't want to be looking for shorts. And it would have, it paid by keeping me out of trouble on Monday. Kept me out of trouble on Monday. Friday was maybe a little bit of a different story, but kept me out of trouble on Monday. I was able to take some small profits on some longs. Didn't believe that the market was going to go as far as it did. Reading some things from last week and over the weekend, there were those that were kind of looking at, if this market, can't take out that 4,700, 4,702, 4,709 level, that we're probably looking for a rotation back to the upside, which actually ended up happening. So, the psychology of the losses that you took, and you said you took some substantial losses. There's not only real capital, money, there's also mental capital. And I would say that you probably used up a lot of your mental capital, not just a significant financial drawdown. You took a lot of your wind out of your sails, if you will. My suggestion is, number one, set up a basic set of rules when you see the market consistently putting in higher highs and higher lows, or lower lows and lower highs in what might end up being a trend day. Is don't fight that directional market. You can't fight a directional market without some sort of structure. Was there structure? Well, maybe a little bit, but that structure allows you to limit the risk. So you don't have to risk a lot in an upside move. When you find some sort of structure to lean on for a short, you'd have to demand great trade location, and you cannot fall in love with those trades. Any trades that are contrary to the trend have to be fast You take your money and run. But psychologically, the damage you did financially, of course it hurts, but mental capital wise, mentally, emotionally, that's what really hurts. Nick, take a little time off. Just walk away. Don't look at charts. Let any venom that you are holding inside of you, in your heart, in your veins, try and find a way just to let it go before really getting back into it. Because if you are holding that venom still and you come back into the markets, the second you take a loss, bam, you're right back to where you were. And you're going to start FOMOing and revenge trading and doing all those things. But taking it one step at a time, take baby steps, or as Jared Tendler calls it, the inchworm. The next time you feel that way, get a little bit closer to just not doing anything, to stopping. My dad would call it stopping the bleeding, and then figure out where you're going to go from there. I feel tremendously for you, Nick. I have been where you are. Journaling. If you are not journaling, take a look at the emotional journal. We're going to be talking more about how I use it. And journaling is extremely personal. Everybody has their way that they're comfortable doing it, but the point is that you do it. Getting everything out there. I like, the emotional journal that we're talking about. I also like what Jared Tendler talks about. And at the end of the day, write it all out on paper. Type it all out on your computer. Just take it from inside and put it somewhere else. And that might do a lot to help you to let go of that venom and to heal that mental capital that you used, that got so beaten up on Monday. It's, I've done it. I have fought directional markets. I can't do it anymore. It's just too much. It takes too much mental capital, not to mention financial capital. You'll hear me on TopstepTV when there's a directional day going. The last thing I want to do is try and pick a top or try and pick a bottom in this. But usually when I say that, the market likes to make a liar out of me, and we're going to be near a top and near a bottom, right? So, but just some thoughts for you, Nick. I feel for you. We're going to get you through this.
Yeah. Would you say that, Hoag, for most new traders trying to continually are we done? Maybe, I don't know. To continually get answers out of the market that are trading related. Do you know what I mean? So for a new trader, they always want to have their questions answered in the form of trading. Whereas, there's aspects to trading that you cannot get from the market. Say, for example, discipline, like responsibility, things like that. I mean, do you see traders, have you worked with traders who try to get too much out of the market and are not maybe trying to find different resources to help bolster their trading?
Well, I think I understand what you're saying is all the answers that you're seeking are not going to come from just the market.
Yeah.
It's important. And your passion in trading should not be for the process of trading. It shouldn't be for the buying and the selling and the profit and the loss and all that stuff. Your passion for the trading side of it should be understanding more and more about how markets work. And that's, like Dolby is I think pointing out, is only part of the issue. The other part is, what is your decision making like? How are you going to improve your decision making as far as trading is concerned? One of the best traders I ever knew, I was watching him and I got to know him a little bit. I said, how did you make so much money? And he said, Hoag, that's the wrong question. I'm like, well, what are you talking about? Aren't we all here to make money? He says, yeah, we are. But, I started just flipping one lots, trying to figure out how to make a tick here and there. But my goal was never about the money. My goal was developing a decision-making process to make good, consistent trading decisions. Are all my decisions great? No, but I always know where I'm going to go to get out. But over time, I became a good decision maker when it came to trading decisions, and the money started coming in. I view the money that I make here as a byproduct of taking the time to become a good decision maker in the markets environment. We're in the markets environment. It's not in ours. So he did what we should all be doing, is trying to figure out how to make good trading decisions in an ambiguous environment, how to limit the risk, and how to take advantage of when we've got a good thing going in the marketplace. And it's, you know, it took him years to do that. I said, "Can you teach me that?" He said, "No, because I myself don't even understand how this happened. It was just a process of risk management, trying to make good trading decisions, accounting for them, and he was able to flip his neural pathways from hating losses and marrying them to hating losses, and then finding ways to get bigger and bigger profits on his winning trades." And he was one of the best traders I ever knew. Great guy, sweetheart of a man, but he just, he did what he set out to do. He wasn't worried about the money. He wanted to make good trading decisions, and that's what he did.
Yeah, and they're turning the lights on us. It's fastest 1 hour of my life. Been a pleasure as always. I'm going to be back in about an hour. You're probably going to be back pretty soon too. But it's always a pleasure to hang out in group coaching, hang out with chat. Always appreciate your wisdom. It's great.
Right. Well, Dolby, thank you again for joining me and reading out these questions. And for all of you, thank you again for joining me. We do this every day at noon. We'll try and make sure we get the link to the questions in there a little bit earlier, but we had some questions that we hadn't gotten to, so maybe it was a good thing we got to go through some of those. Hopefully those of you that sent in those questions were here and able to hear it. And of course, it's my number one wish that there was something that you were able to take from today that's going to help you as a trader. Blessings to you all. Be kind to each other, be kind to yourselves, and pray for peace. And we'll see you in just a couple of minutes for Back to the Futures.
See ya.
you're on mute, Eddie.
Hey, I think you might be muted, pal.
There we go. We are in.
Hey, there he is.
Welcome to Back to the Future. Yeah, I just been talking up a storm. Well, as I can say,
hello.
Hello. Yes, we are here. Look who we got here. We've got a good friend, Martin, with that wonderful Topstep shirt on, sporting some good looks there. Martin, how are you today?
Doing well. How about you guys?
Doing all right. Let's trade
here. Yeah.
Well.
And Johnny, great session last session. And Andre, welcome back, my brother. And well, Back to the Futures. And let's start with Martin. Martin, have you had some time to trade today?
Yeah, so I took a couple of trades today. This is actually the first time I've traded all week, honestly.
Okay,
but
good for you.
Had two good trades. One at open, kind of took that long once it broke through VWAP for about $740.
Nice.
And then I really didn't take anything again until probably until about an hour after open. Looks like about, where was my entry there?
Back to VWAP.
Yeah,
what's your P&L right now?
So I'm sitting at 1440 on my personal account for the day.
Yes, sir.
Let's get that up there, 1440. All right. And Johnny, you're up a deuce and a quata. And Andre, you're up a couple Happy Meals.
Yeah, big day for me, but still looking at my wounds from yesterday's market's been tricky, so ain't going to force it. I know the fireworks start tomorrow and Friday, so I'm good. We'll see what happens today, though. The day's not over.
Awesome.
Yes. Awesome. So, Johnny, you in the trade right now?
No, I was
what
actually
you looking at?
I was actually just taken along before group coaching, and it never went back there. But because I was going into group coaching, I decided, you know what, I'm going to focus on that. I took a small profit on that trade, and now it is continuing to. It would be continuing to pay me, but that's okay. The group coaching is way too important for me to divide my concentration. So
right,
it's all right. It's all right. It's all good.
For the
made a
people,
little
yeah,
bit today. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, the audience comes first when it comes to this. We're going to trade, but we got to focus on the show, and we'll trade when opportunity presents itself. But yeah, we definitely have split attention here between doing the shows and trading. But I think we can do it, right?
You got it. You got it. And let's let you know what the thing is here. Let's get the first pitch out there and see if we can find some opportunity. So we're going to play some ball here and see. They've got a little movement in some of these markets. And Andre, what were you trading today?
Trading the ES, looking at it, seems like I'm looking at the 5 minute right now. Looks like we're trending higher. Entries are definitely, you're going to definitely have to buy a pullback. You're probably going to take some heat unless you get the perfect entry. Market orders are definitely going to take heat. So we're watching that. NASDAQ seems to be drifting higher. Some might call it a zombie rally. It's going to be difficult. John, we were talking about this. How do you get into an uptrending market like this?
You close your eyes. Well, click.
Clicking. Close
what is
click.
it?
Click,
PCP. Point, and point, click, and pray. Point, click, and pray.
Yeah.
PCP. That is now in the glossary, by the way.
Oh, God, you made it. Hey, everyone's complimenting us on we're the beard gang in here. So, Martin, thanks for completing that, man.
There we go. Right.
Yep. I was going to comment on that. Yes, I'm checking it out right now, and it's like, oh my goodness, hair training 101. There you go.
So, Dre, we've got liquidity above 15 even,
right.
20 even. Now it's showing up on the fives and the evens, 15 even and 20 even. We are currently holding negative delta. We've got
how negative?
It's a small divergence. We're minus 1,500 in delta right now.
Okay.
So
sorry, wait, what was that number again? Sorry, Johnny.
Now 1,400. We just took a little bit off.
Okay. So something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, because we just kind of came off that little pop. What's the low of this bar? The low of this bar is 810. 810. So I'm going to take a long, and I'm going to put a stop. We're just starting this bar.
Yep,
if this bar really turns negative, I'm going 810. We're going 809.5 for a stop. and it's a short stop. Not going to risk a lot.
Okay.
I'm
No
getting
reason
rejected.
to
Hang
like
on, let me reopen this just for giggles. The liquidity is higher, so that's what we're looking at here.
Yes, it is. 15. We're looking at 15. I think I might be joining you on this one.
Hey, Andre, tell me about this PCP trading. What's this about?
PCP trading. We're talking about. It's a phrase coined by Deanna. Essentially, it's point, click, and pray, which is basically what we're going to do right about now.
Right. Yeah. So you're getting a pullback now, right?
Yes, we are.
Hey, Dre. Yesterday you took a hit.
Yes, I did.
Chris is asking, can you share how you recovered from that position, or did the price reverse itself?
Well, what was this question?
You just let that day sort of go and just come back in today?
Oh, in terms of that, yeah, you got to let it go. Truth be told, I've had bigger losing days by a lot, so that wasn't not the worst pain I've ever suffered from trading. It goes with the territory. I mean, truth be told, I pretty much just wiped out the year, or we're only a couple days into this year, but it's pretty much wiped out the previous week.
It sounds terrible. We're only a couple days in. Oh my God!
It's actually just
blew the whole year.
The previous 4 trading days, so I can. It's fine. Start back from
over.
Yeah,
starting back from scratch. But yeah, it's part of the game. For anyone out there thinks every day is going to be a winner, no one bats 1,000 in this game, so he's got to get used to it. It just happens. So I was wrong. It was on me. Basically, what I was doing is I was fighting a directional market, like John was talking about in a previous segment. We were rallying. I kept getting short. I kept getting short.
Yeah, this has to be
that's on me. Yeah, it's on me. Finally, I get long, and sure as bleep, we rally.
It goes, yeah.
Then we rally, and I was long. My unrealized P&L would have gotten me scratched for the day. Didn't take profits. Then the market fell out of bed. So you can only imagine what that does for your mental. It had me all twisted up. It had me chasing my own tail. That's when I realized, hey, this just ain't my day.
Let me ask you about that mental.
Here. Yeah, Deanna was going through a tough one too. So we were able to talk it out. I get great support from the chat. All my other traders here on TopstepTV. So no biggie in the grand scheme of things. Also, it's just trading, man.
If I can just interject here for a second, Martin. Yeah. There's things that you probably like about our trade here being long, and things that you hate. What do you hate about this trade?
So what I'm not crazy about, what I'm seeing right now, and I'm looking at the NASDAQ. I'm going to switch over to, you guys are on the S&P.
Right.
So I'm going to switch over there. On NASDAQ in particular, it's been a messy, the news really haven't been clean since lunch. The same thing in the ES. It looks like, it pops up, comes back down to the EMAs, pops up, comes back down to the EMAs, and it's just making the slow ride up. So you've got some conviction to ride it out. Yeah.
Yep.
Andre, what I wanted to ask you before,
John, hold on. We're about to take out these 15s here. Sorry, I'm along with.
Okay.
I'm going to work one of 15 here. See if we can get a fill there.
And above that, there's the 20s.
So just let this sucker ride. What'd you do, John?
I'm still in. I mean, I've got to stop in, and I've accepted the loss. We'll see what happens.
Very good. Sorry, Eddie, you were saying.
No.
Don't do that again.
Never again. Andre, what I want to ask you about yesterday, going home with a losing day.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of us tend not to want to do that, obviously. And we tend to take the day with us when we go home and when we're having dinner, watching TV, sitting in bed. What's a good way to sort of block that out, knowing you could come back the next day and get that back?
Well, I went out to dinner with my lovely girlfriend. Went to a great Italian place for those in the city. A place called Yeah, I just saw that. Were those stops, Johnny?
We're positive Delta now, so yeah, that was probably stopped.
You check.
Is there anything left up above? Yeah,
time of sales.
20 is still up there.
I just got out.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
But... No. Hey, markets always come first. Yeah, so I went out to a nice dinner. I actually took the advice from John. He said, sometimes we have, crappy day. You go out to eat, had a bottle of wine, had some good pasta, watched some movie, and, called it a day. Really, the day
and it didn't
sucked,
affect
but
you.
yeah, man. And it was, honestly, walking in that snow, that sleet, wherever that was, it kind of just hits like the reset button on your face. So I know there's stuff to worry about. I had to tell one of my part. Yeah,
the tough go out to dinner.
Yeah, John, you still in this?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, Johnny. I got out.
When the going gets tough, the tough go out to dinner.
Damn, Johnny.
And what are you trading? You guys trading S&Ps?
Johnny's in. I'm out.
We've got Williams speaking here in now, or just
I'm checking right now.
Let's
see what he's got to say.
So we got up to that. We're pretty close to that 20 level. I just got out. We're blasting through weekly kickoff high.
Yeah,
we just hit this naked point of control back here from whenever that was.
Holy moly, we nailed it. We got out too early, Johnny. Shit.
No, it's all right. It's all right. It's still a good trade. That was kind of my plan.
Yeah.
Was to get up near 20. We got it.
Woo, Johnny.
Yeah, I actually took 5 contracts.
Martin, any play on you, Martin?
Yeah, so I took 5 contracts long, 936 stack, and closed that out for 96.50 in TopstepX Combine.
Very nice, very nice.
Time frames. Are you using time frames or tickets?
Is Martin breaking up, or is it me?
He is.
I think he's breaking up a bit. Damn, Johnny. What'd you sell, John?
What's your time frames?
Hey, we got a 600. Sorry, we got a 600 lot on 48.17 quarter in the S&Ps. 48.17 quarter, 600 lots.
Below liquidity. Below
liquidity below.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if they could take that out. Hey, we've got Williams going to be speaking here in about a minute.
Yeah, that's why I'm out.
Watching The Wire, and this is probably a premeditated move here.
Yeah, someone got the text.
What he's got to say here?
Someone got the text. Someone got the text. The transcript of this speech filled.
All right, let's see what is The Wire.
Keep us posted, Martin. Sorry, Martin. What trade are you in right now?
So I actually closed out my trade. I was long from 936 in the NASDAQ. So closed that out for almost $1,000.
My man. Everyone's making some coin right now.
P&L update, please.
Who, me?
Martin. And you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so the 1440 was in my personal account, and the 986 is in my TopstepX Combine.
So you took size on that sucker, didn't you?
Yeah, I did 5 con on that one.
Ooh, a handful of contracts for Martin.
Nice.
Good job.
Nice trade, Johnny.
Yeah.
See how the patience pays off. John, how many trades you make today? 2, 3?
3. One was the opening range trade. One was right before group coaching, which I made a few ticks on, and then this one.
We're almost 5 hours into this market, and John's made 3 trades. I've made 2 trades. Martin, how many trades have you made? But I guess what we're kind of showing is,
done for the day here.
It's got it, Eddie.
Yeah, no, I was going to say you guys are quick trades here, putting up big money. Now the question is there another opportunity?
Good question. Good question. Yeah, but
I think so.
I'm not going to go looking for it, but if it finds me, I'm going to take it.
Boy, I've sure found us there. 600 lot is getting paid there, Landon Wilson. That was a nice little fill. Thank God the market goes and seeks that out.
183 traded at 19.
It was like 17 quarter.
Yeah, 183 there. Big size. 106 traded at 19 quarter. So yeah, they're going.
What a fill. Why the market fill is beyond me, but yep. That's not how supply and demand works, but what do I know?
So I want to see if this market can maintain price over 48.16, that weekly kickoff high.
We finally got through those 04s in the S&Ps. It took 3 days, 3 different tries to get through them. We finally did it.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah.
We had 48.28 last week's high, and then above that is the all-time high, which again is in the overnight and is weak. It is not a strong high. The all-time high.
No, you're gonna dig this.
Talk it, Hoag.
48.41.5. 48.41.5 is the all-time high.
That's great. Nice job.
48.41.5. Still want to know what that pop was, but hey, it's a good thing it happened.
Oh yeah.
Well, hey, we caught it.
Yeah, we did. You know, it could have been just more stops going off. Who knows? All these shorts. I think we had negative delta going right before that pop happened. Correct,
yes, we did.
And then it reversed out. Yep.
What initiated that idea? What did you
took out that high?
Let's go long.
When it took out that high, there was a lot of stops up there, and that took out all of the negative delta plus. We're positive delta now.
It's awesome.
See, that's definitely something that can benefit you when you know there are stops above and below where you want to be.
Yeah, I don't think you couldn't go stop hunting in the pits, could you? There's no such thing. Technically,
well,
right?
You didn't know where they were, but you could hypothesize.
You could squeeze guys. Look, you can see the white in their eyeballs, I believe you'd say, right?
Yes, you could. Yeah.
That was essentially stop hunt. That was the stop hunting.
You know, still looking for some Williams comments here, and they're far and few. Martin, how are you doing over there? Any other opportunities you're seeing?
Not yet. So it seems like it wants to cool off a bit, but I think if we can break this kind of 60 level on NASDAQ, I might take another long on that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Don't be in a hurry to give it back. You got a real good day going here.
So I don't know if this had really that. Go ahead, Martin.
Yeah, no. What I was going to say, Eddie, is I'm definitely going to size that down to one lot going forward.
There you go. Smart move. Scale down. If you still see the opportunity, the thing is, the worst thing you could do is give that back.
Oh yeah.
So a lot of folks are speculating that the CBOE approved spot Bitcoin ETFs, which will begin trading tomorrow.
And that's why we rallied.
I see that. 18,
anything can happen.
I know, Johnny.
Anything can happen.
It's still pending from the SEC. But
we'll my man DC Lifestyle wants me to tell you, thank you for the answer to my question today. I just started journaling with you all this year. Awesome. Great to hear that.
Good.
Journaling is the theme of the week, if not the year. It's going to make all of us better traders.
It's a little more work, but the thing is, when you don't put in the work, you don't see success. You don't see the outcome that you want. Mm-hmm. And a lot of us are wondering why. Why can't I do this? Why can't I take a profit? Why do I keep getting stopped out? Well, the thing is, if you've got a nice journal, you can always look back and find out, hey, was I in the same situation before? What happened? What happened? Right.
I think we've
the thing about the journal is it's something that you have to practice. Journaling is a practice. You may not see the benefits of it for 2 weeks, a month, maybe even longer. But if you stick with it, you will, I assure you, eventually find benefit in the journal. And if you're trying to succeed at this, which is a very difficult thing to do, the journal will help. And
hey, I got a question. I got a question for all the guys here. Okay, we write in the journal, but here, when do you go back and read? When should we go back and reread our journal entries? Should we do it later that night, or before the trade, or review after the week? Yes, we make journal entries, but more importantly, when do we read our journal entries?
That's a good question. I mean, it really depends. Let's get some answers here in our chat.
Yeah.
Do you read them the next day? Do you use them for information to help you with previous days and weeks? Same situations? Johnny, when do you've got a big journal, John.
Well, the emotional journal is something that I do trade by trade when I'm focused on it. I've been, I haven't had the opportunity to do some real or emotional journaling, which is, through the trade. But that is something I'll review right at the end of the day. I'll take trade number one, print out my trade log, say, okay, yeah, I remember this trade and I remember why I took it. What did I record as far as what happened inside of me mentally, physically, and emotionally during that trade? I'll try and kind of close my eyes and remanufacture those feelings and those thoughts. Even if the trade is 2 hours long, I'm not going to sit there for 2 hours. I'm just going to try and really kind of just let it mentally kind of sink in as to the things that were changing inside of me, and then I'll move on to the next trade. And then at the end of the session, when I'm done reviewing my emotional journal, I'll throw it away because I got another one.
The neighbor next door. There you go.
Got another one coming tomorrow.
I like this one. KJ says, you read your trade journal to your children each night before they go to bed.
That will definitely put them to sleep. They will put them to sleep quickly.
Martin, what about your journal, buddy? You got a journal?
Yeah, I do. I'll show it to you. So forgive me for getting out of frame here. A big, thick book, pen and paper.
Nice.
I kind of approach journaling for me, it's a mental thing. Like I want to see the patterns. I want to write down the patterns. And at the end of each day, I read over it. And then the next morning, I actually read over it again. So I try not to place more than 3 trades a day. So once I'm out of a trade, I kind of write. Something I learned from Jared Tindler when I worked with him was, what was I feeling in that moment? Was it fear? Was it greed? Was it FOMO? What did I see? What caused me? You have to think about it like when you were in college, when you submitted your thesis to go on to graduate. You have to have some conviction behind what you saw and what you're trying to do. And so I try and lay out exactly what it was that I saw as the setup, what I was feeling, and so on and so forth. So, it's easy to ignore when you're reviewing it, the good trades, but what you should be really focusing in on is when you go on tilt or you're getting emotional, really reviewing that journal and making notes of what's the pattern of what you were feeling leading up to that.
Right. Outstanding.
Jared is so good at that. Jared is so good at that. That book and Jared are just, I'm really happy that we've got you, Martin, that you've kind of been through his system and you've got that to share with us, which is great.
I like how, yes, exactly. He's bringing it to the table, sharing what he's learned. And, next time we got Jared on, you could pinpoint those spots of what he's talking about. Find something that works for you. Find something that when Jared's with us, oh, wow, that makes sense. And put that in your journal. That's another thing, too. When we've got a good educator on here, not necessarily your trades, have a little spot where you can take notes of what these educators, other traders are sharing. It's only going to help you.
That's right. Coming up
we got a little bit ahead of ourselves. William speaks at 2:15, not 1:15. Right. I was thinking it was 2:15 already, and that was wrong.
I was looking for it. Yeah, Trader Chess let us know about that 2:15.
Thank you.
So we're really ready for Williams.
We got the highs here in the ES, boys.
Yeah, I mean, we just walked through an important level. I mean, there's no way I wouldn't sell this with anybody's money right now.
Johnny, you're always thinking.
I'm always thinking one step ahead, like a carpenter that makes stairs.
Hey, we got a poll in the chat. Has Topstep TV influenced you to start journaling? And be honest here, we've got I was already journaling, not really, and yes, get that number up here.
We got here nothing in the tilt. Tilt's looking 50-50 in ES, NASDAQ. Not sure what's showing in other markets. So nothing doing there. Could be an interesting close. John, what do we got in Delta? Just out of curiosity.
Positive 3,600.
Okay.
All time frames working in concert.
Mm-hmm.
Not selling it with anybody's money.
Nope, not today.
Hey, John, Michael Talley's got a question here. When you guys were in the pits, Did you guys trade bell to bell normally?
Yeah. Well, I mean, usually there was lunch involved there at some point.
Some point.
But
right.
I mean, if you had a good morning, sometimes you would say, okay, that's it. Let's go play golf.
Yep.
A lot of guys would do that. Yeah.
Those were the days, man.
You'd be in the pit going, oh, man, they had a good day. See you, boys. Yeah.
Making that.
Or some of these guys would get their runners to book them tee times.
Hell yeah.
You know, you'd see the guy, hey, here, call this number, book me a tee time at this time. You knew they were having a good day.
Hell yeah. Yep.
You know, another thing too, John, you were filling. So, and I was doing Deutsche Bank and RBC and Bear Stearns. You know, they would have orders throughout the day. So you'd be pretty busy throughout the day, you know, making sure things were filled also.
Yep. Yeah, but there was, times when it was slow. I'd say, you know what? I'm out of here. Let's give somebody else the deck and we'll go do something else.
Well, here's something on the other end of the spectrum. Harry says, when I journaled back in the day, I took several losses. So I must have been doing something wrong journaling, but that's just me. After I stopped it, I was back on track. I wonder why that happened. Huh.
I think that's just a coincidence. I'm not sure how much.
Probably.
I mean, unless you're doing these 15, 20-minute journal entries where you're taking yourself out of the market.
That's a possibility.
If that's it, then yeah, they should be nice and tight. We're not writing whole essays here. Bullet points essentially.
Right.
Well, I mean, your focus has to remain on the markets, not on the journal. If you're focusing on the journal, you're probably making trading more important than it already is, right? All you're trying to do is record what's going on around trading, not revolve trading around your journal.
Right. And if you were journaling during the trade, that might be something. Usually journal after the trade. Well, what we've got, the journal that we share is set up very simple. I mean, it's just a matter of filling in the blank. And if we can we put that post, that link up on top of our chat for those that haven't seen it? We put this together, and one of our good friends, KV, when Andre and me were doing an interview, having him on TopstepTV, he really liked it. He goes, "Wow, that's really good. You've added emotions on there. Emotions are very, very important." So, has TopstepTV influenced you to start journaling? 23% said not really. 27% I am already journaling, and a nice number, 48%, said yes. I am very happy for that. That is fantastic.
Awesome. The numbers are starting to turn around for us. It's good.
Let's go here.
Let's go.
Martin, how you doing over there, partner?
Good. Haven't taken another trade. Just kind of watching to see how this plays out. It looks like it wants to keep marching higher, but you never know. It's getting a little bit overbought at this point.
Right. Martin is one of our all-stars in our YouTube chat.
Yep.
And Martin, what are some of the biggest problems you see with traders as they talk amongst themselves?
Gosh, I really think that something that really sticks out to me that we're all guilty of, and we've done it in the past is oversizing and trying to pass these trading combines in 2 days. Take your time, be easy on it. There's no rush, and so that's I see a lot of chatter about that in the chat. I've seen it in Discord before, and it just seems there's a huge rush to get funded when the focus should be on the process.
Right. That's something something that a lot of us tend to do without realizing. Of course, we want to get to that front row. We want to get to that goal. We want to get to that target as soon as we can. But I tell you, in this business, it's at times we can get there very fast, but most of the time, the odds are against you that you might become reckless at some point.
Yeah, it certainly sets you up to go on tilt a lot easier if you're trying to go max lots and hit your consistency target and bounce off of it, in the first day. You're more likely to do a reset if you don't do it, and then that leads to another reset, and so on and so forth. And so, like I always say, we are our own worst enemy in this game, and that's one of the things that really factors into it is trying to go too fast.
Right. No, just pushing these markets here.
If you don't pay attention, you are going to Shawshank this trade.
Right. Keep your focus also. Don't want to Shawshank any trade.
No, that's a problem. Hey, Eddie, how are we looking over in gold and some of these other markets as we're making new highs in equities here?
I'm not sure. Let's take a look here.
Yeah.
Not watching gold here.
Gold still breaking?
To make sure.
Yeah, it fell below that weekly kickoff low. Now it's just kind of hanging around down there.
It
kind
was,
of the way it's
yeah.
here.
There
was a weak low on Monday. There's a weak low down there that the market seems to be kind of targeting.
What was that price, John?
The weak low was down here at 2025, 2024 and a half.
Gotcha.
2024.50. And we haven't gotten there just yet. There's some long wicks down here. It's running into some demand down here.
Mm-hmm.
The current session low, extended trading hour low, I would have to say this is 2025.90. So pretty close. But it took like 3 and a half hours for it to really break below that weekly kickoff low. So that now becomes resistant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Boy, Crew just did a total rotation through the previous gap. Here's the gap from here to here.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't finish it yesterday, but finished it today. Regular trading hour above, regular trading hour below. Just a total repair area of that gap from 2 days ago.
Awesome.
I got a question here from Martin, just what we were talking about. And Johnny, you've talked to a lot of traders. I've talked to a lot of traders. You see this happening. Martin, I can make $1,000. I can make $1,000 in a day. But when I get to my funded account, I'm blowing that account. Any suggestions that you have? He's in the Express, but blowing that account. What do you got to say, Martin?
Yeah, so that's a common problem. People, you make this land per se, and then you put way too much pressure on yourself to make money in the XFA. I think, and this is my humble opinion, when you finally get funded, you need to be trading a smaller size. Carry. We have a great scaling plan with our accounts, and I think you need to carry those a little bit further than what we actually set out. Take base hits, small wins add up, and then once you have a week of consistency of 80% of your trades are winners, and that's 80% days winning as well. Give yourself permission to size up a little bit, but don't. Mm-hmm. If you're able to make $1,000 a day in your trading combine, that doesn't mean you need to be doing it in your XFA to start. If you're somebody that's journaling, there's your pain point. You just addressed what the issue was, is that there's a disconnect between the trading combine and the XFA. And right. So something is happening when you go between the two, and you need to figure out what that is and work on fixing that. Because if it's a common problem, it's time isn't going to heal the wound. You have to figure out what you can do to actively stop doing that.
Something that you said, starting the funded account. How did you start your trading combine? Shooting 1,000 lot? Remember we talk about the foundation. We talk about the cushion. We talk about the safety net. And I tell you, when you really got to do this, folks, and trust us, Johnny. Between John and myself, I'm going to over 2,000 trade reports, 2,000 people, probably.
Jeez, more than that, don't you think?
Much more, probably. Yeah, thousands. And we see that what really hurts is seeing somebody getting funded, losing it that day. Because they want to get that big money in. They want to go for the big money. They want to cash in. And hey, the thing is, either you're right or you're wrong. All right. That's a 50-50. What you're doing is you're flipping a coin. Be selective. Take a few steps back, small profit. Hey, you make $200 a day. It's a start. Don't be in such a rush. You're never going to hear this if you are.
It's a long game. It's a long game. You're in this to last, years, not days and weeks. It's, one big paycheck's cool and all, but keep it going for years, 2 years, 5 years, decades, and then money really starts to pile up. And some of our other traders that have been on here will say, then start taking that, you're buying other assets, taking some risk off the table with trading and buying other assets. That's how you make the money grow. So it's a long game. I just saw Hoop in the chat earlier saying it's about longevity. The longer you last, the more money you make in this game.
Right. It's not a race. It's a marathon. Remember that. It's a marathon. Yeah. Hey, John, with the markets climbing all week, do you think they're setting I like this one. Raimundo is saying, I think they're setting up a rug to pull during CPI.
That would be prediction, and I don't do that. I have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow.
No,
we'll be using market opportunities.
All right. Oh, okay. Somebody said here. Nice. See, Carl said I used to load up at the end of a billing period, try to pass.
And now you're trying to play the game. Now you're trying to play the top step game instead of trying to, just focus on the trading. I get what they're trying to do, but that's not going to carry over to live markets being funded.
I had some people too that I would mention. Well, you're going to get a reset at your rebill, and they'd come back and say, you know what, I don't want that. I'm going to try to work out of it. And I tell you, it put a chill down my spine, saying, you know what, this is somebody that really wants to challenge themselves, and actually, I'm going to say it, do the right thing, doing the right thing there. So challenge yourself. You're never going to move forward unless you challenge yourself.
And that's a really good point, Eddie. That reminds me of something. I'm sure you've all heard the Dave Ramsey studies and stuff like that of like the pain point in people's minds when they use cash as opposed to when they use a debit card or a credit card. When
Explain
they're using
that.
a credit card.
Explain that, Martin.
Yeah. So the theory behind it is that in the human brain, if we were to go and buy $1,000 bicycles tomorrow, Andre, and we paid it for it with our Amex, there is very little pain points within our brain to say, like, this isn't a good idea. Should I spend $1,000 on a bicycle? If you pay for it with a debit card, there's a little bit more of a pain point. People are less likely to part from physical cash for something expensive than they are with a credit card. So I liken the entire idea of trying to pass combines right before the reset day and really pushing it. You are banking on something that you believe is a given, and you're just going to deal with the consequences later, as opposed to saying, hold on, this isn't my normal style. I should slow down and do this in a methodical way. For me, the reason I traded prop firms was because personally, there was no disconnect in paper trading. Like, I could paper trade, and if I won, if I lost, whatever, there was not a pain point. And I kind of found that prop firms were a great way for me to test strategy, because there is a pain point. If you lose, like, you're losing a funded account, you paid for that account. You're missing out on possible wins. And that was a big psychological shift for me, because it was something that simple paper trading just couldn't do for me, honestly.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I mean, while you were talking about that, I was like just sort of imagining when you go to buy a car, you walk in with like a sack of money, you know, and actually count out each dollar that you're paying for the car versus giving them a card and saying, yeah, you could put some money down on it here, or you're writing a check. I mean, it's a big psychological difference, you know, either way. So I like that. I like that, Martin. Folks, remember Bell to Bell Club. Yes. Have you been here so far? Bell to Bell today? I hope so. I hope so. If you haven't, that's okay. We still love you. But tomorrow, boys and girls, that's going to be our first Bell to Bell Club giveaway. So we're going to be giving away one free reset. You can only use once, but you'll need to be here all day in order to qualify, and we'll drop those details tomorrow morning. So Bell to Bell Club. And I'm sure Mr. Patak has some other goodies down the road.
Yes.
We got to get some shirts or something. That would be cool. Shirts, Bell to Bell. So there you have it. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Just watching. I gotta here.
Maybe breaking up a little there, Johnny.
All right, who's tapping? All right. All right. Let's get busy here.
I'll be right back. I promise. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sounds good, Johnny. Take your time.
Come right back.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Andre, save his seat.
I am. I'll keep it warm. Definitely. Yeah, so now we're going for barcoding, as John's brother Rick would like to say, if you're watching the ES. NASDAQ doing a little barcoding right now. If you're looking at the 5-minute, could be setting up for a nice closing hour trade. We call it the power hour. Make sure you stay tuned. Yeah, we'll see how this sucker plays out, though. But that was a nice trade with that long we got in. John saw it set up. I jumped on board with him. Hopefully people in the chat and the audience were able to get on board with that trade. That was really nice. I hope people were able to take advantage of that.
Okay. Hey, real quick here. Robert Harrison's asking, hey, how do we prove all day participation, Eddie? Well, we're going to find out tomorrow. I'm really not too sure on that either, but we will make sure we let everybody know about that. Yes. All right. Let's see here. Trade position on?
Flat for now. We're kind of just going sideways. I will definitely be getting into position of the power hour. Be sure to tune in. I really wish I kept that long. That would have been nice. I wouldn't have to be looking for trades. That would have been really sweet. But yeah, look at all the bell to bells in the chat. Yeah, keep it real. Hopefully we get those numbers up tomorrow, and we'll take care of you guys for sure.
Definitely. Let's take a look. How many likes we got here? 1.4. We got 2,000 people watching us, stalking us, but we like that. Yes, if you have not given us a thumbs up, please, we would appreciate it. And if you have not subscribed yet, shame, you silly old bear. Subscribe. Good stuff is coming your way. There we have it.
Indeed. Eddie, who do we have joining us for Power Hour? I haven't taken a peek at the schedule.
Oh, we got Dolby Time coming back here. Dolby,
my
vacation.
Man.
I heard he's going to show us some tan lines, some new tattoos, some new nipple piercings.
Hello.
And, where did he go? I'm not sure where he went, but I'm excited about
all
all
his lower back too.
Oh, all right. And then you yell at me, Andre. I'm stopping you, buddy. Jack will be driving that, and Jack's going to be with us. The Almighty Hoag, Andre 3000, and Dolby Time. Yes. And then that'll be it. Power Hour. We'll see if we can get some action for Power Hour again.
Danielle.
There you go.
All good, man. All good.
All right. see here. Let's see. We Danielle, you got something to share? Is that right? We got something we can share here. Chiming in here. Oh yes. If we can sort of put that in here, is that a go, Danielle? Because if so, then I'm going to just sort of read what we've got going on. Let me know. Do that. It's one of your folks. It's another wonderful surprise. And no, it's not apple pie or cold beer. But then again, a slice of apple pie and a cold beer might do everyone justice. Okay. All right. It's a go. I got the green light. All right. A new cool. I'm talking about a cool resource.
Nice.
Okay. Set your 2024 goals. We're going to put the link in the chat. After reflecting upon 2023, it's time to look ahead to the upcoming year and assess how you can be the best futures trader possible. Our coaches and community in Discord and in Topstep TV are here to help you become an even better trader this year. So make sure you join and subscribe. Share your 2024 trading goals in the form, and we will make sure that you stay on track. Of course, we're here. We are here for you. We're Topstep TV, your Topstep community. We're all under one big team here. That's big right. Team umbrella, and we're all working to see success. So check that out. Thank you, Danielle. Good stuff. Good stuff, kids.
Yeah, definitely good stuff. Testing new highs here, Johnny. You with us there? Yeah, Johnny's back. Nice. New highs here in the ES. NASDAQ maybe too, but yeah. We might kind of just fade, drift higher here going into that close.
Yes.
Yeah, the NASDAQ is kind of bouncing at the top of that channel for right now. So if it can break that, like 65 level, I think it's got some more legs.
You're going to get another trade, huh?
Hey-o.
I don't know.
I dare you to try that again.
Give it a shot. No, never dare anybody to trade. That was not a good thing. When opportunity knocks, answer the door.
Wait, who got in? Did someone get in? No.
Did you leave the back door open?
Hey, what does that mean, Johnny?
I didn't go there. You did.
What does that mean, dude?
Shame on you.
PG-13, man. Come on. We reach 1,700 by end of day.
Is that correct?
Yes, 1,700. All right. So we got about 5 minutes here.
5 minutes?
Yes, 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yes, that's what I said. And we're going to be moving on to our next and last segment. Hope you're enjoying here, Topstep TV today. I am. I know.
Yeah.
Andre, you are just en fuego, my friend.
With what?
You just
that
PG-13, right? PG-13.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's fill in the blanks.
No, I got you.
You were just energized like the bunny. I tell you,
I'm like a high school teenager, man. With my
Martin, is this the channel you're looking at?
Mm-hmm.
On my chart?
No, so they had mine pulled up a minute ago, and so I was on the 1 minute chart, and we kind of been barcoding for about the past 30 minutes. So it looks like we're
horizontal. This is a 30-minute chart.
Yep.
Got it. All right, let's fix that.
There you go. I got a question,
new highs.
Travis.
New highs.
Putting it up
New highs.
here.
Here we go.
Martin, what is your possible TP on NQ?
So usually on these little breakouts like this, I like to get out at about 10 handles. So if I did not take the trade, admittedly, but I would have gotten in once we broke 65, and I would be looking for about 75, which we're kind of coming up to pretty quick now.
It's moving. Yeah.
Because where we're at now, if we're still on, we're still on my chart. So the RSI is getting a little bit hot. We're at 74 RSI, so it's gonna pull back eventually. When you try and play these breakouts or breakdowns, you can't ride the train forever. With the Nasdaq, you're usually good for between 10 and 15 points, and then you get a pullback.
Right.
What's up, Hobbs? I see you in the chat.
There's here for you, Andre. They want you to step
up,
outside. Step outside. All right. Well, we got a couple minutes here, and before we sort of wrap it up here for Back to the Futures, any closing comments, Martin? You did very well today. You explained your trades. You gave us detail. $900. Way to go. Any closing comments?
Yeah, be patient. Understand you don't have to trade every day. I didn't trade Monday or Tuesday of this week. Didn't place a single trade, and still hit my average for those 2 days on today in my personal account at $1,400. So
Both
there's
accounts.
there is not an urgency. These markets are open every single day, and there is no need to push yourself. The beauty of doing this is you can do it on your own terms, in your own time, and you do not have to feel the pressure to trade every day.
All right.
That's right.
Very good, Martin.
All right. Well, Martin, thank you very much for being with us. Andre, you stay there. Hoag, you stay there. We've got Dolby coming up, making his triumphant return after what some of us felt like the production crew. He was out for 3 years. But thanks again, Martin. We will catch you later, and we're going to take a time out. So we'll be right back with Power Hour.
Thank you, Martin.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Power Hour.
Yay!
Yay!
Oh, let's go.
Hoag's having some internet issues. Eddie has been kind enough to step in right now. Also joined by Dolby Time and Andre. Dolby Time, welcome to the show.
Been a minute. Hello, everybody. I'm a year
What's
older
up,
now.
Dolby? What's up, Dolby?
Happy belated birthday, buddy.
Had a birthday while I was gone. A year wiser.
Yeah!
Thank you
Congrats.
so much. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday. Where'd you go, Dolby?
Went to Wisconsin, the driftless region of Wisconsin. So think like the Illinois reference, but like north of Rockford. So like over there by that side, like 2 hours west of Madison. Beautiful part of Wisconsin. We were looking at a possible wedding venue. That's what we were doing.
Ah, very nice. Everyone in the chat, wish Dolby a happy birthday.
Yeah.
Oh, chat. Very sweet of you all. Thank you so much.
Very nice. I've always wanted a vacation in Rockford. All right.
Jack. Just couldn't help himself, man.
I mean, we did go to Rockford for a little bit.
Yeah. My dog is from there. We picked him up in South Beloit, not too far.
What are you
from
trying
there.
to say, Jack?
Nothing. Lovely place.
Okay. So he would be a Rockfordian, right? Is that correct? Is that correct?
That or Rockford? I don't know. If you know what you call someone from Rockford, let us know in the chat.
They would know what Rockford is. Let us know in the chat.
This is some deep Illinois talk right now. But yeah, it was a good time. It was a good time. Great trip. Glad to be back though. Hang out with you guys. Hang out with chat. I got to talk to Hoag a little bit here, which is great. I think he's doing really well with his trading. Andre, how's your trading been going?
Good, slow. Just jabbing. I got rolled yesterday, so trying to build up the confidence, put down one winning day, and try to build on it going into Thursday and Friday. Like we said, we got CPI and PPI coming out. So basically, I'm just trying to establish a positive winning day, and I'll build on that, and hopefully have the week back by Friday. So far so good. I'm happy with where I'm at. Didn't force much. It was a quiet trade until like the last hour or so, kind of picked up, and we're gonna see how this power hour plays out. But yeah, let's do it. How about you, Dolby?
Yeah.
I placed one trade this morning in crude oil before the numbers, so I was long 72.80 at around 8:15. I went in with a 2-lot. I started doing 2 lots instead of 1 lot now.
Love
in
it.
my personal
Love it.
account. I really enjoyed it. So I took out one at 20, moved my stop up to break even, and then got 40 on the second one. So 60 ticks on the day, all before EIA hit, and I didn't want to. I would have felt bad if I had lost the money, so I decided to close the platform down for the day. And it looks like it's still pretty active, but I'm not a professional. Just need to make some money here and there.
You just stayed at a Holiday Inn.
Good job.
Yeah. Right.
What was that joke you said to Hoag that went over Hoag's head? What was that?
Oh, he was saying it's like, oh, I'm not a trading psychologist. Like, oh, but you did stay at a Holiday Inn before, right?
Yeah, man.
I
got that. I was
a
laughing.
long time ago.
I was laughing,
Thank
man.
you. Thank you. I thought Hoag would have got it. I thought, that's within his age range.
15, 20-year-old reference. I appreciate it.
I was going to say, it's been around.
Yeah, who doesn't? Yeah, it's a great one. It's a great one. So, yeah, I just now I'm in my personal account, or not my personal. I'm in my trading combine account now with Power Hour with you guys. So,
cool.
I did do something really fun while I was on break, and I don't know if anyone's done this before. I talked to Jack about it. Jack's aware of this. It's called the reverse challenge, right? Okay. And so you start trading, and you can only press the reverse button for your positions.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Ooh.
And so you can't buy or sell reverse only. And I did it on a practice account like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
All right.
I have to say, I actually learned a lot. And I have some talking points that I want to share.
Awesome.
So I did this for about like 2 or 3 days. I'm a trader
just for
who's
fun,
had it,
right?
Just for fun, just for fun.
Okay.
I wanted to try it out and see what it'd be like before we unleash it to the masses. Is it interesting to watch? Is it educational from a trading perspective? So Krindler, what you would do is that you basically pick one buy within 5 minutes, and then you would hit reverse button for like the next half hour. So you got to enter it and trade at least with one legitimate order. But I had a really bad short bias because I was a crude oil trader and I made a lot of money shorting crude. And so that bias carries on with you, right? Because you always think the market's going to go down, so you always short. So I did this reverse experiment, and it almost like overnight fixed my bias.
How?
I don't know. I'm still trying to figure this out. But I probably used to be 80-20 on the short side. My last probably like 20 trades, I'm 50-50, which has never happened before. I'm actually placing winning trades on the long side. I had a long today that made money. And it's not something that I normally would have done. But for some reason, going through this process of only being able to hit the reverse button has really kind of changed my perspective on the market and just identifying where things are going. So that is one. It's done like an incredible job fixing my bias. I would assume it would work for long or short. The second thing is that I have a much greater appreciation for trade location, right? Mm-hmm. So if you have to be in the market perpetually, you end up having a lot more appreciation for picking and choosing when you get to be in the market, right?
Yeah.
Another thing too,
I've never really thought about this.
Yeah. Other thing too is creating focus, right? And so you get more in tune with the market as well. So if you always have to be watching the screen and only pressing the reverse button, you're kind of stuck watching the market. And it also kind of gets you in the perspective of thinking about what other traders are doing while you're in your position. So it's really, really cool. And the last point I had was just, it's really strange. And the last thing I had is just, you kind of realize just how difficult it is to hit home runs. Right? Because you want to kind of, when you're doing reversing, it's like, am I going to hold this position all day or am I not? But you find yourself getting 10, 20, maybe 30 ticks relatively frequently. And so being able to do that, I think really kind of helped me have a greater appreciation for base hits versus just hitting a home run. So, I mean, if anyone has ever tried it before, feel free to share your insights or just try it out on your own in a practice account. But I thought it really beneficial. For myself, and I'm sharing it with the world, and maybe one day we'll do it live.
Yes,
who knows?
And we will, but I wanted to give the 2 caveats. You gave the first one, which is do this in your practice account. Do not try and do this in a live trading account. That's the big one. That's actually number 2 too. Just an exercise.
I know that Topstep X has that reverse position. What platform are you using?
Oh, for that, I used Topstep X, I think is all I used for it. I think Quant Tower has it too, but like I said, if you have Tradeovate or whatever, do not all platforms have reverse buttons? I thought that was kind of standard.
I don't know. We'll find that out though, bud.
I think they all do, but yeah, what was the second caveat?
Yeah.
You know, while I was saying the first one, I forgot the second one, but the first one's important enough to state twice.
It is.
It is. I think the second one is we're definitely throwing up the risk disclaimer. Definitely throwing up the risk disclaimer that says, do not do what we do or do what we say. Do as you choose to do.
Yeah, there's very little
whatever
chance.
you're doing, it ain't working.
Very little chance you'll make money doing this. But it's interesting. It's an interesting thought experiment. You know, if you have some issues with your trading, try doing it and just see what happens. Obviously, journal this down before. You know, it's important stuff. And also, like, you're going to rack up a ton of commissions. It's not about making money. It's more about just, you know, changing your psychology a little bit and putting your brain in like a different situation than it normally is in trading and just kind of going with it. So do with that what you will.
Love that.
But I enjoyed it.
Correcto mundo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we're absolutely going to do that.
Yeah, it should be fun, I think. Oh, no practice account and Topstep back yet. That's okay, though.
You got it,
yo. Well, I'm going to get long crude.
Okay, I was going to say, who's going to be the first to bite in the 2 o'clock hour?
It's coming. It's coming. We keep making new highs here in the S&Ps, so maybe look for a pullback here. But, man, these prices are expensive.
Oh, no. Amazing how these markets are moving here. Now, this is our last hour, power hour, where we've seen some success, market movement. And you know what? From just being in this segment, 2:30 comes around. We got to start looking for these MOCs because I think that is something that can make or break this hour.
Yes. It's usually when we get our most excitement.
Yeah.
Based on the first half hour. First half hour of power hour, it's kind of talking out the setups. Second half hour, final 30 minutes of the day, we start executing on them. Yesterday was pretty much a dud, but I think there might be some action today based on the movement we're getting here in the afternoon.
Hoag did put on a $50 winner just to say we did make one trade among 4 people during power hour yesterday.
Yes, he did. And Deanna actually took 7 ticks or 7 points out of an S&P trade where she rarely trades, but she nailed the entry and got out 30 seconds later.
Order filled.
7 handles.
All right,
Good stuff.
nice I'm switching into a different market. I was just reminded by chat that crude oil is not really doing anything because it's closed. I should have.
All right, we got Williams here. 4 minutes.
Yeah, coming up here. I'm watching the wire. See what? Brent crude settled at 76.80. That was down 79 cents, 1.02%. Okay.
Matt saying that we go bid 76% of the time with Williams. Is that scientific or is that just vibes?
I mean, it's it. Oh, man, I wish you could cite a source on that one. That'd be really interesting. That's true.
I'm gonna try a long and NQ it. Where are we at? 66.75 for 66 3/4.
Oh,
nice little.
You got 66s?
Not yet.
Okay. Oh, you're working a bid. Gotcha.
I'm gonna work it and see if we can get some on the upside. But it's going up, right? So this is kind of where like that reverse thing helped.
Somebody's at the door. I think Lacey locked John out.
There he is.
That dog. Wait till I get my hands on that dog.
There we go.
Welcome back, John.
There he is.
Thank you. Yeah. I think I got it fixed. I think we're good now. Sorry about that.
I'm good.
S&P's right at last week's high, 48.28 last week's high.
Hey, John, what are all-time highs in S&Ps again?
The recent
40s?
here was 41, 48, 41 half.
41 half. Cool. Well, we're not too far, are we?
No. And on the profiles for 3 profiles, including overnights, there's weak highs up there. It is not a strong high. There's no excess up there. So it's an easy target for price to get to if price, those are important when they're important, and they're getting more important. We got to get through last week's high first, though. 48.28 even.
28 evens?
I'm going to 28 even. Yep.
We traded 28 halves. I'm showing.
Yeah, we just went 2 ticks through it, but that is last week's high.
Gotcha.
That's kind of an important level. I'm going to try and share my charts again now, so we can see this, and hopefully that doesn't.
All right, heads up. We got inside a minute here for Williams.
Right on.
All right, Fred.
Nice.
Less than that. The Fed can cut rates when confident inflation is moving 2%. That's what he has said so far. Boy, that was quick there, Mr. Williams.
Well, I definitely got filled. It does not look great, but it's a micro. It's a micro.
He's talking hawkish here, guys.
Well, I'm going to hang on to this.
He also said the Fed can cut rates. We'll need to restrict policy stance for some time.
He's talking on both sides of his mouth a little bit.
Yeah.
He says, I see inflation ebbing He says, I see inflation ebbing between 2.25 in 2024 and 2% in 2025. In 2024, I see GDP around 1.25, unemployment at 4%.
What do you think,
Just
Jack?
a reminder, if you look at the Fed dot plots from, a year and a half, 2 years ago, they're always wrong. So what they say now is, take it for what it's worth in the short term. I think what's interesting about the indices to start this year is what's playing out is pretty much, and this is unusual because it is exactly what a lot of people predicted, is that there's a big sell-off to start. There's a lot of deferred tax selling.
Yep.
But then there's a big bid there behind it for money flowing in.
There sure was.
So I didn't know what happened this furiously, but there we are.
They should have like baseball card stats for these guys. What's your average of correct calls? How many calls have you had? How many times have you spoken or spoke? He also says things are looking very, very good on the job front. Inflation situation has improved quite a bit, so he's happy. He must have liked his lunch.
We should make this. Does anyone have a site out there where they have like an accuracy meter for which Fed members are closest on the dot plot?
I like
there
that.
Has to be one. There has to be one. Just type in Twitter, and I'm sure there's one out there somewhere.
It's a $500 idea.
Sabermetrics on the Feds. Yep.
And they'd all be batting 0. Yeah, they probably would be.
Well, here's another comment coming in. The Fed are not near the point where the banking sector liquidity is scarce. I think you're right, Andre. He's talking out of both sides of his mouth and his ears.
Yeah.
I'm not smart enough to understand what they're talking about.
Well, the first thing he said was, they said was, we're going to be restricted for longer than not.
Right. That was the hawkish.
Sometimes. That's what I took. Yeah, very hawkish. We sold off on that. Then they followed up with, I see inflation ebbing to 2.25 in 2024, 2% in 2025. To basically unwind what they said.
Is this typical in indices for a Fed speaker to come out and say something and like market goes bananas because crude didn't do anything?
Crude's closed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that. Probably would have waited to place this trade. But this is what happens when you have someone trade in the market that's not theirs, typically.
I mean, these days, the market loves to go bananas when any Fed speaker talks.
Yeah.
Because everything's based on the rate expectations.
Yep. Bostic loves moving the market.
And it gets a little bit thin, some of the liquidity goes out when they start speaking. So
Casey goes out there and starts, pledging allegiance to the devil or something like that. I mean, like, need something to move.
What did Powell say when that protester came on stage or something? What
he said? Close the effing door.
Yeah,
close the effing door. Love it.
Call them hippies or something. What was that?
Well, he's a deadhead himself, so I don't know.
Yeah, he is.
I don't know. I'm still on the fence with that one.
What do you mean? They saw him at a concert.
Yeah, but I mean, he looks like my uncle.
Looks like my uncle.
Do you think he's like actually a fan? I have to think that these guys all grew up as fun-loving individuals.
Yeah, but
sure.
he has a law degree, and he's the chairman of the Federal Reserve. Has to be the least hippie profession in the world, right?
Yeah, right.
I think. Yeah.
You would think, yes. That's why it was very odd seeing him at that.
I mean, he's a hippie the same way all the people that go to like Burning Man, but they're like VC people are doing.
They're all tech bros from Silicon Valley.
$5,000 for a bedroom in the desert.
Yeah.
Has anyone been to Burning Man here?
No.
I haven't.
Have not.
It's not quite.
Holly
my
did back in the
tempo.
day.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be interesting. I wonder if Chad has been to Burning Man. Chad has done everything.
Anyone in the chat? Yeah. There you go, Adam.
There we go.
They start having Burning Man at 5-star hotels, then I'll go.
Oh, you're soft, Johnny.
My camping days are probably behind me.
You're more of a glamper now. Glamorous camping.
Yeah, as long as
camping's fun.
Maybe I camp close to the bar.
That's right.
Which, by the way, it's day 10. Holding strong.
Hey, well done.
Dude, let's
awesome,
get that
man.
G, man.
Oh yeah,
we're starting to see some
Might as well
downside
send
action
it to me
here.
now.
Is anyone in a position right now?
Not.
Yep.
Not.
I'm still long 66 3/4. I have a stop at what is this?
What's he saying?
It's 46 3/4. I'm stopped out. I mean, I'm gonna be down 40. I'm down $40. Put that one on the board. Dolby's down 40 ticks in this guy.
Williams took the wind out of our sails here, didn't he?
Sure did.
Yeah, no kidding.
It was hawkish too. Should have seen
If I'd been bullish at literally any other point in time today, I probably would have made money.
Right.
They're gonna want to unwind all this shit, aren't they?
You're a bad man, Williams. What are you doing?
Bad man.
I think
Bad
he's done.
man.
I think he's done here. Yeah.
He's done his damage.
That was it. Must be nice to show up, piss everybody off, and leave.
Back to 48.16 weekly kickoff high here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I'm going to try another long, actually.
This might be supportive in the S&Ps, but we're pretty far from it in the NASDAQ, from what I remember.
All right. I have an order at 34 3/4 in NQ. We'll see if we get filled.
Starting to see some shorts.
Getting paid. So let's play with the bulls.
Bulls on parade.
Oh, nice ref.
Delta's not going to help us today, Andre.
What do we got?
Positive 2100. Nothing really.
All
right. We did leave some single TPOs when we got down to 48.16. The low there was 15.25, and we've got single TPOs, or what some would call a liquidity gap for you ICT people, down to 13.25. So there's two points there where we just didn't really spend any time or exude any volume, and that's right below that weekly kickoff low. I was kind of looking for that to maybe provide a bit of support in this. So far it has. I have no idea if it's going to hold. Boy, that last week's high was prime for the S&Ps. 2 ticks through it, and then he started speaking, and it turned around.
Then he started speaking.
Yep.
It's almost like he waited for it to trade out.
Where is that in the NASDAQ? What was last week's high in the NASDAQ? I've got it here somewhere. I swear I do. Should be here. Oh, 17,131 last week's high. Is that right? Yeah, that's right.
All right,
No,
I got
that's wrong.
Filled on the stop?
34.50. No, I'm already stopped out. I'm long.
he's long.
34.50.
Damn, they're just gonna wind this. Williams, what did you do?
Yeah, they're probably gonna walk this down, but chart says up.
What did
so
you
I'm gonna
do,
keep on
Williams?
going long.
38.5.
Dude, what a buzzkill, bro.
I thought they were supposed to be like the opposite of a buzzkill. I thought they speak.
Yeah,
and everything
you think
just,
they would
goes
get out
up
of the way?
automatically.
Yeah.
What is the opposite of a buzzkill?
I'm guessing maybe the
Good time,
treasury
Charlie.
Good time, Charlie.
Treasury rates were getting a little too low for their liking, so they probably had to talk them up a little bit.
Yeah, right.
The rave party.
So really quick, I think we do have a piece of content here. Now,
Here we go.
What's important at events? This is from the big man, Fidel himself, MP. It is from the slopes. It's a video. Here's what I have to say: is that we on air will not be able to hear it. So James is going to mute us. The chat is going to hear it, and chat, let us know what he said. I have no idea what's going to be.
All right, I told you guys there are Red Bullers. Well, there's also Big Air. I told you guys there is a Big Air next to the left. So here it is. There's not that many kids here, though. But they're hitting it. So I'll see if there's anything that happens.
They got like a Ford buried. They got.
There's like snowmat or buttermilk. Snowmass.
That's snowmass. Damn.
I'm going out there in February.
Well, he's a younger one. Room to grow. That was pretty kick-ass. He'll land it here soon. Here's another one. He landed it. I guess it's 360 time, because that's what all three of them did. So more to come, but those were not the Red Bull or the Monster Energy guys. That should be here. So I'll keep a lookout and I'll update you guys if I see them with a video. Now I'm gonna go shrug.
Yeah, I think if MP is gonna, I think he needs to do it. He needs to strap that on his head and do a flippity flip.
Flippity flip, yeah.
Flippity flip.
Do a helicopter or something. A double gainer.
Flippity flip.
Yeah, it is the technical term. The flippity flip. Mm-hmm.
Yep, it's in the glossary. There they are.
It is. Yeah, it's the
Put it in the glossary.
He's in the chat now. And they're here now. He just saw him on his way back.
We'll film that.
MP's in chat. Yeah.
Yeah, he's in chat.
MP's back already.
Yeah, if you think Michael should do a flippity flip or a spinny spin.
How about the jumpity jump?
The
jumpity flippity flip.
Dude, you know who can actually do flippity flips is Mick Aronimo. He can actually do the flippity flip.
Damn, really?
Yeah, he's good skier.
Dude, I think skiing is just a death wish. Everyone has a death wish in Aspen.
I can do the flippity break my
get
back.
out of here. Talking trash,
Not you,
man.
James. What were you saying? You guys scared away James.
Oh no, I just said I can flip and break my back. If you guys want to watch that.
No.
I flipped and got a concussion. That's a true story.
Hell
Did
yeah.
you really?
Yeah, I was snowboarding on like trash conditions, first time ever. Went to go like turn uphill and just fell straight back on my head. Got a concussion, went to the like medical tent, and then felt good enough to try to hit on the nurse, and then left, and then felt nauseous for the next 2 days.
Blame it on the concussion. I didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah. No,
I'm in the protocol. I'm in the concussion protocol. I didn't know what I was doing.
Hey, I have game whether I'm conscious or awake. What can I say?
Stories.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But now I won't go. I'm not going to go skiing or snowboarding ever again. It's like
even when you go out
so
there,
dangerous.
Why?
I won't. No way. I play
Oh,
I play
come on.
drums. I need these, and I need my feet.
Yep. Right on.
Can't be
you don't need
breaking
your
a
head.
limb. Yes, why I play drums.
As long as you can
Speaking
keep
of
time.
drums, you hear the drummer of Scorpion passed?
Oh no.
No.
Ah,
That's
great drummer.
unfortunate.
61 years old. That's young.
Might have been some hard living along the way. What was this?
who
What was
knows?
Scorpion's
Possibly.
hit?
Oh,
They were like
the
like that
Zoo.
power metal genre of the 80s. Yeah, we can look up.
Yeah, they were pretty
tracks.
good. They even had a pinball game, I think, in the 90s. Well, maybe in the 80s. The Scorps.
Wind of Change and
That's a
Rocky.
good
Oh,
one,
Rocky
yeah.
Like a Hurricane.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I know that
Yeah,
one.
hell yeah. There we go. Yeah, this is awesome.
I like the Zoo. Zoo was a good tune. Nice.
Oh, and the Scorpions did "No One Like You." That's their big Guitar Hero hit.
Oh, they're a Guitar Hero band.
Oh,
gamer.
yeah.
There's a gamer. There's a gamer.
Yeah, nice.
I remember that
I
on
knew
Guitar
that.
Hero.
Yeah.
No
Oh,
one
chat
like
is chat is all about the Scorpions. Well, I'm still in this long.
CL?
No, I flattened CL for break even. I'm still in the NQ. Taz Trader, yes, I have seen the video of Chad Smith drumming to the kill. If anyone's a musician, I highly recommend watching it. It's unbelievable. So Drumeo has this series which they take a famous drummer and they listen to a track without drums and they have to like learn the track as fast as possible and play it live.
Wow.
So Chad Smith, drummer of Red Hot Chili Peppers, comes in, listens to the kill for about 30 seconds, and then plays it, I would say, perfectly. And then it has like 10 million views. It's insane.
Hey,
Totally
Dolby,
insane.
are you
It's
born?
sick.
Are you born with that? Are you born with that skill, or can that be taught?
I think to a certain degree, I think like innate rhythm is probably exists. I know there are some people who just can't find a downbeat for the life of them. But from there you can train it up. But I think there is a little bit of inherent skill that needs to happen. But then from there it's just practice. Just practice.
You need an inner clock.
D time.
An inner clock, yeah. You can train it. It's just, if you don't have it naturally, it's hard.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of this El Esperario?
Oh, yeah.
You ever hear of this guy?
Yeah, he's insane,
Incredible.
too.
Impossibly incredible. If you get a chance, El Estepario. Check it out. He's got like what? One drum.
Yeah,
one
he plays
snare.
like
one
a
tom, one
three-piece.
floor tom. And
yeah, he's on TikTok and like
very
YouTube
good.
Shorts. I mean, he's like really made a name for himself, just crushing like that small form market with like 30-second, 1 minute content. And it's just madness. Madness. He's so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, he
Above my
was
pay
rumored
grade.
to be the new Slipknot drummer. But I don't think that fell through.
Slipknot,
Oh,
they
yeah.
should get the greatest drummer alive. They should get Animal from the Muppets.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Drums.
That would be awesome. So is anyone else in a trade right now? I thought Power Hour was all about taking trades. I thought
Yeah,
Andre,
missed it.
aren't you crushing? Aren't you a Power Hour veteran?
I'm a veteran.
killer trades?
Yeah, pretty much chilling right now. Still waiting. It's 232. We'll see how the MOCs come in at when we start
There you
executing
go.
those 250. We'll see what the market imbalance is at like 245, John, and then we'll trade.
So it goes in phases, Dolby. If this is your first time Power Hour,
Yeah,
there was a
wow.
time when we would swear we would sit on our hands until 2:30 and then get nervous and then take a trade at 2:15 for no reason. Now we're waiting at 2:30, and I think everyone kind of likes the idea of not trading until something appears.
Correct. Got to trade it though.
So, is NQ still the most popular market for Power
Yes.
Hour?
Probably.
All right.
Well, I mean, probably not, because mostly it's me and Andre that are trading.
Mm-hmm.
Eddie, if he's trading, sometimes he might trade S&P. But if Michael's not here, I mean, I don't trade NASDAQ. Andre doesn't trade NASDAQ. So
No.
during the Power Hour, most of the time it's the S&Ps that we're working on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I mean, NASDAQ is of course the most popular popular product that gets traded overall, but seems like we trade more S&Ps than anything.
Oh,
right,
Eddie's
so
Bong is a great joke.
We're
Animal became a drummer.
Off that 48-16 level under
D.
Dolby, are you still long?
I am. Yeah, I haven't changed my
Nice.
position. I'm still long 34.50. I'll hold it for maybe new highs if we get there.
Very nice.
Nice.
Yeah,
That would be a
Taurus
great
has-
trade.
Yeah.
You'll also learn, Dolby, that Robert really wants your position in P&L when you are on air.
I've said 34.50 a bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to type it in there.
Type it in.
Got it. Taurus, actually, we have a couple musicians on right now. Here's a good question. Do you feel being a musician could help you with an edge in the market? I have a drumming background that I feel that it helps you stay in sync with rhythm and the beat of the market. It certainly helps me insofar as having an outlet and being able to like practice and kind of reinforce discipline, and then that can kind of carry over to trading because you're practicing something, and any practice I think just helps build discipline. So in that
something
regard,
to
it's
do with
really
your
nice.
hands besides start clicking.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I actually do have a drum pad and sticks within arm's reach of me. So if I'm going to trade and it's slow, yeah, I'll just rock out paradiddles, some double strokes, like anything to keep like my mind going. And I think you did that too. Didn't you have like a guitar or something that you'd pull out if you're sitting in a trade and it's like, you want to...
I like that.
Yep.
I have a synthesizer over there.
I was thinking about setting up my drum set in the front room, in my living room. My wife's not big on that idea, but I'm thinking about doing it anyway.
See now, Johnny, when you get that first grandchild, then that's when you have a good excuse to have the drums out. Well, learn how to play drums, honey. Yeah.
I tried with my kids. That didn't work. Maybe my grandkids. Maybe it skips a generation.
You might actually be right with that, because I remember when I started, my parents are not, musical. But I was like 9, and my dad was putting me to sleep. He's like, "What do you want for Christmas?" I said a drum set, and then I got a drum set for Christmas. And then I'm like, I played for like 30-something years. I still play in a band.
Damn.
But yeah, I'm not from like a musical family per se, but I was given the opportunity to. So maybe there is a every other generation type of thing there.
My mom was a sight reader to play the piano. I mean, you put a piece of music in front of her, she could play it. Even if she'd never heard it.
Oh, really?
That's so cool.
She was amazing that way. But Dad, no, nothing.
Yeah. Did you have family, Jack, who played guitar or piano or anything?
I guess my dad took lessons when he was young, but like not really. My mom admittedly knows absolutely nothing about music, is completely tone deaf, but I just started playing piano pretty early.
You played, Jack?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
No, I used to do a lot of
Whoa.
classical piano and stuff like that. I played in
very cool
a touring band in college.
Oh, you toured? I didn't know you toured.
I did not know this. Damn, guys.
Kind of like you. A lot of touring the Midwest, La Crosse, Wisconsin,
hell yeah.
Milwaukee, stuff like that. So, what's up?
No, go ahead.
We
I'll
have,
talk about
we
touring, but we don't have to talk about touring.
We can do it right
James
after.
Sejor in the chat, but James Sejor is a working LA musician. Sometimes he's in the chat, sometimes he's not. I don't see him today, but he's got albums. He's an actual working studio musician in LA.
That's pretty cool. That team must
He's
be
a trader here.
then.
Very cool.
He's a relatively new dad too. He's a good guy.
Yeah, those guys, they don't miss in the studio. They hit everything exactly right in the right time. Pretty incredible. I'm not that good. I'm not studio good. I even hear like there's like professional like touring bands who will even sub out members for the album because the studio guys are so much better at recording live than say even someone who's performed on stage. So that would probably hurt me a little bit, my ego.
I was just
I'd be
saying,
like,
that's a
when are
blow
we
to the
going to the
ego.
studio? Okay, no one talk to me for the next 100 hours. Make sure my stuff is super tight. But yeah, they do it.
If you guys see me, like maybe I'll bring it for tomorrow or something. I have to look at my phone to see if there's any pictures. And I don't want to be on air.
Yeah,
pulling.
That's right.
Unlike something nobody does on Topstep TV is look at their phone, right?
We overlooked D. He was a studio musician from 1996 to 2017. Studio music. There's things on YouTube with D where she was backing up Rod Stewart on stage.
Yes, she was.
That's so cool.
Instrumental as well. Multi-instrumental. That was hard to say, but yeah.
Yeah, my biggest claim to fame so far is my first show with my current band was opening for Malevolent Creation at Reggie's on the main stage. So if you don't know Malevolent Creation, legendary American metal band, they've been around for 30 years, but we opened for them. So I was, needless to say, absolutely terrified because it was the biggest show I ever played for the newest band. ICT's hanging out.
Is here. ICT is here. Shout out ICT. Are we gonna see you this month here on TopstepTV? Our ICT? Are we gonna see you?
Jump on in.
Come on.
Water's warm. ICT play an instrument?
Do you play an instrument? Johnny, on the trading floor, it was there was the most musicians I've ever met in one place. It's there's always, hey, we're having a jam this weekend. Hey, we're having a jam Friday night. Hey, bands, so many musicians on the trading floor, which was really cool because we'd get out early. I think when currencies are closed at 2, you guys were at 3:15 or 3:30, but it'd give you a lot of time to sort of go over and jam for a little bit and then go home.
Yeah, there's a lot of trader musicians, a whole lot of them.
That's cool.
Even right here, right now, we got 4 or 5.
Yeah, I'm the odd man out here.
Party time!
The odd man out. What do you? We got to get.
I like to listen to music and dance to music, so you guys can play. I'll dance, and yeah, let's do it.
You can take my dancing.
I gotta see you dance.
Terrible. I am
Early MOC imbalance is 59 million to the buy side, Andre.
All right. 25th. That's right, ICT. The 25th. Come on out. Come on.
What's on the 25th? That sounds exciting.
Yeah.
ICT.
ICT's coming on the 25th. Oh, that's going to be a big day.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And it's going to be a very big day. I'm looking forward to that one. Is ICT trading right now, though, or is he still on break?
I'm not sure.
Ooh, NQ's
We'll have to ask him.
NQ is breaking. I'm probably going to get stopped out of this trade here. It looks like bulls have really just kind of given up. Maybe if we get enough likes, we can have Andre film a dance for us on TikTok.
I don't know about that, man.
That's a good one. I like that one.
Interpretive dance.
Interpretive, yeah.
Good job, Jim Carlton. These guys are idiots. Don't listen to them.
Dance for us, monkey, dance.
I know you're gonna dig this.
We're not going to give you the song or the choreography.
I know.
You have to make up your own stuff on the fly, and we're going to post it.
And just boogie for sure. In Vegas, you'll see me dance.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's gonna be great. I can't wait. I can't wait for Vegas.
Dre doing the stanky leg. Is that a dance?
It is a dance.
Yeah.
It is a dance.
Do the stanky leg. Stanky leg.
Do the stanky leg. Yep.
Andre has to dance. He has to.
You guys are gonna be out there too.
When there's music. You'll see him dancing.
It's true.
James, I sent you something. We have a few things to show before we finish up here.
Let me take.
I'm looking forward to this.
Oh my God! Yeah. All right. Hold on.
Anne Marie says it would be cool. You'd end up like dancing like Patrick Swayze.
That would be a meme I would never shake for the rest of my life.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
I'd like to see him dance like John Travolta on Staying Alive. That would be pretty good. Disco pants, disco shoes.
Oh my God! Hey, that is awesome.
Yep. Yeah. Just crop it all the way in.
If I had to guess.
Oh, what's he doing back there?
Oh, there he is.
Guess my age? biting my lower lip. It looks like that's how I know you're grooving really friggin' hard.
Yes, yes.
Oh my God, it's Rivers Cuomo. It's weedy. Look at that.
It's like Jim Carrey.
You're a sophomore in college there.
Okay.
Are we doing?
That was very close, Hoag.
Yeah. Are we doing covers at this point in time?
Where are you? Where are you playing, Jack?
Are we doing originals?
I'll give more away as it goes. I'm not ready to give away everything yet. But no, I'm a junior in college there.
Ah, okay.
Is the band still on Spotify? Can we look them up at least?
Well, that was pre-Spotify, I'm sure.
We need to show the top quiz winners first, but it sounds like I'm hearing from the chat that the Bitcoin spot ETF has been approved. Is that the case? Or is this another false start?
It's not past the SEC yet.
Okay. Just their Twitter account.
Yes.
And I'm Robert. I am currently flat down $80. 104 down 104 apparently.
Oh man.
Came at the wrong time to go long. I missed it. It's okay though.
Really quick, we can flash those top quiz winners if you got them in there. Once again, these have been unvetted.
Pick your favorite name.
What do we got?
We got these names.
There's one questionable one in there. I'm not going to say.
I've seen it's a great one. Yeah, Cole Ostomy. Nice.
I see that one, Andre.
I don't know how do I know you're looking at the same thing I'm looking?
that individual was one before, and I don't know what to do with it. I hope their name is like Jeff, and then that word that begins with K, and it's not something else.
I love gold.
I love gold.
I hope we're not just
taste of it.
Yeah, some of these names you can sort of pick out from the chat. Taurus T, I think it's the only one I see here. Oatmeal. My name is Oatmeal.
A new Topstepper in chat. Robert Milliken, welcome. Just joined Topstep today.
Oh, welcome.
Nice. Welcome to the family, sir.
The buffet is open and the bar is open drinks until 4. Have at it.
PD Legend is a legend. He picked the wrong week to quit amphetamines.
Yep, great movie. Nice airplane reference. Does anyone remember, speaking of Patrick Swayze, does anyone remember the Chris Farley skit with Patrick Swayze? Yeah. And when they do Chippendale dancing? It's
one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Apparently he's actually buried in Wisconsin. Chris Farley is in Madison.
Well, that's where he's from. He went to Madison. He went to Marquette in Milwaukee, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, if we can get something like that from Andre, that'd be nice.
It's like I picked the wrong week to quit smoking.
It's
like I picked the wrong week to quit amphetamines.
There you go. Hey, Chess Trader lives in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. I've spent a lot of time there. My parents lived in Williams Bay until recently.
Oh, nice.
My brother lives basically on Lake Como, just about a half a mile from Mars. I'm sure you know where Mars is.
There's a lot of traders up in Lake Geneva. What's the history of that, Hoag? Because I was on a boat at one point in time, and someone was pointing up there's a lot of trader families.
Just Chicago guys with money.
A lot of money.
What's the biggest lake I can go find that doesn't have high taxes? And that's in Wisconsin.
I think there's kind of a Mason-Dixon line, like right around Congress, where people that lived on the north side went to Lake Geneva, and the south side traders went around to Michigan, like Paw Lake, stuff like that.
Oh, that makes sense.
Buffalo.
It was closer, I mean. But
yeah, that's a good one. It's like NQ's rolling over.
Yep.
We got about 100 seconds until MOC.
Oh.
Glad I flattened crude oil. That did nothing.
Let's sit this one out, fellas.
I mean, it'd be tough to grab shorts if you were, trying to get long all day, like I was, come into a market with zero context and start throwing on longs because it looks like it's going up.
Right.
That would have been a great decision. I looked like a genius about 2 hours ago.
Well, that's one of the things is, the market state may be changing here, and at least in the daytime frame, it's very difficult to change your bias in that case.
Yeah. Yeah, I would not have gone in today and been like, yeah, let me just rip shorts.
No, listen to what we said when we broke out to the upside. I said I wouldn't sell this thing with anybody's money, and now look what's happening. Right?
Yeah.
Man, I don't mind this damn thing.
The market loves to make a liar out of me.
We got tilt 67% short. Average short price 22.92. Those are pretty aggressive then, actually, if that's the average.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's 23. Do you guys ever look at the tilt and be like, the average position is really close to the current position, and it's like, all these brand new
10
people
seconds.
coming in? Ooh, 10 seconds, okay.
10 seconds. Here we go.
Here we go. Storming a teacup.
Sold.
Let the games begin.
See ya.
Right back down to VWAP in the S&Ps.
Yep.
Oh, let me see VWAP on your chart. Oh yeah, look at that.
05.
So this day could have been a whole bunch of nothing in the end, huh? We're almost flat on the day.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is the power of Power Hour.
That is
true.
the sell-off, man.
Looks like
Where
anonymous
is
futures
it?
trader passed an evaluation. Well done. People passing. Eddie, didn't you pass your trading combine?
No, I had a bad day today. Set me back a little bit.
Uh-oh. Well, tomorrow's another day, my friend.
Yep.
Yar.
Bounce right up VWAP. How about that?
Yeah.
Eddie's turned into a pirate.
No, I put the trade on and I don't know, my platform all of a sudden said,
Welcome to Loserville. Population, you.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, what's up with that?
Nah. Reminds me of a bad dad joke. You guys want to hear it?
Of course.
Go ahead.
Of course.
Did you hear about the new Did you hear about the new pirate movie? It's rated R.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
Bad dad joke.
Nice.
Oh wow. Yeah, just a reminder, Bell to Bell Club. Pretty much everyone's watching now. It's pretty much been Bell to Bell, but yeah, we're gonna take care of the Bell to Bell gang tomorrow. So make sure to participate and hang out with us.
It's a lot of Bell to Bell, a lot of Bell to Bellers.
It's pretty cool.
It's very cool.
Yep.
B2B.
Since it's use it or lose it. Sorry, I pooched it already. Use it or lose it. Do we want to hammer out these last few news stories for a minute?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. AI has discovered a new material found by AI to reduce lithium use in batteries. It's happening.
It is. How the
Is it possible?
John, what's up with this AI, man?
It's as soon as it becomes self-aware, we're all out of here.
Dude, come on.
You know what, John? You said that. I was watching this thing on YouTube about Nostradamus, and one of his predictions was the Son of Man will take over the world. Or, no, wait. The creation, the creation of man will take over the world. That was it.
AI?
They sort of
they
played it into AI. Yeah. I mean, it could be anything.
ChatGPT. It's kind of useful.
Well, that's good to know. Let's lighten it up a little bit. I found this particularly touching. Next story is about White Claw.
Ooh.
I shared this a while back that there's only, I like this tweet from Joe. There's really only two business models: creating a spiked version of a normal drink and creating an NA version of a traditional alcoholic drink. Now watch what White Claw has now done.
Oh, no way.
Neither.
Yes. There is now non-alcoholic White Claw.
Isn't that called LaCroix water?
Oh, interesting. What? Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
So if you liked the bad chemical taste of White Claw, but not the boogie juice, they got that for you now.
It's the malt
boogie juice?
No boogie juice for you, Hoag.
I never heard that. Yeah, I'm boogie juice free.
No! That's right.
And then lastly, Dolby, I was going to share the thing you shared earlier from our friends at Wall Street Bets. Is it insider trading if I bought Boeing puts while I'm inside the wrecked plane?
Oh God, dude!
Oh my
God! You gonna read it, Jack? You should read this.
Sure. Purely hypothetical cause. Imagine sitting on an airplane when suddenly the effing door blows out. Now, while everyone's screaming and gasping for air, instead of turning your noise-canceling headphones and ignoring the baby next to you, you open your Robinhood and load up on Boeing puts. There's no way this could be already priced in. It's literally just happened. Would it be considered insider trading? I mean, you're literally inside the wreck of an airplane. On the other hand,
you deserve it.
One could argue that you were outside the plane, given that the door blew off. That's good shit posting right there. I appreciate that.
Oh, amazing! Thank you, Kern1234 from Wall Street Bets. With a high quality shit post.
I'm impressed that somebody actually thought of that.
Who thinks of this shit?
It's a great question, though. It's a great question. I mean, would you pull that off? I mean, let's say you were on that plane and you had Robinhood Dodge. Would you just start buying puts if you had access to it?
That wouldn't be on my mind. I'm not gonna lie.
Really, you're not like 3 feet from a door, and you're not going to YOLO your life savings.
You know what? F it, right? Pass it on to your kids and stuff.
Speaking of YOLO, I'm gonna bounce here.
That's a huge bounce, yeah.
Anytime there's a chance to get long.
Oh my goodness. VWAP support S&Ps.
On the money.
Jeez, man. And it's been supportive all day at VWAP.
Yep, when AI isn't solving our lithium problems, it's bouncing off of VWAP. Is there any more good news?
Well, we got CPI tomorrow, so remember, be up there bright and early.
Mm-hmm.
What else? There's some truckers protesting in Germany. That's a big thing.
Is it?
I didn't even see
Stop
that.
The presses.
You crack me up, man.
What? You guys aren't following the protests?
The trucking protests? I missed that one.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
No, they're actually pretty big. Up on Twitter, yeah. So basically, all the farmers in Germany are protesting a tax on diesel fuel, and they basically just lined all up their trucks and are just clogging up everything. It's actually pretty big event. It's on Twitter though. If you want to find videos of the events.
Luke Getzey got fired.
Robert.
Luke Getzey got fired. That's an amazing.
There you go.
Amazing situation.
I didn't even notice that. D. Robert is saying you were right. You were right as always, Mark. D. As always.
There was definitely movement this power hour.
Yeah. Not didn't do the best, but I'm out of practice. So next power hour.
That reverse button. That reverse button trade would have been real nice today, Dolby.
Yeah, it would have been.
Dude.
It would have been. That's actually why I kind of went long too, is because like we're already going up, and if you're smashing the reverse button, why would you really fight it? So it didn't work out.
Got Pete Carroll out in Seattle as well.
Wow.
That they're going to keep him another year. Yeah,
he's gone.
A lot of
We just
coaches.
hired him. Yeah.
Very many.
I'm envious of that job. They work some pretty serious hours.
Well, it's like we fired Nagy, and then what's he doing? He's working with the Chiefs. He's the offensive coach.
Screwing that up too.
No.
Screwing that up too.
Oh yeah.
People.
I had fun today, guys.
Yeah,
It's a
I
fun
did
show
too.
for sure. Yeah. Thanks for hanging
Well,
out,
any
everybody.
final thoughts? We got about a minute and a half left. I got to. My final thought is that Pete Carroll has always looked to me like a guy who's dating your mom. Like he just has weird, sleazy. Him and the Trivago guy have weird, sleazy stepdad
Trivago.
energy.
He's like the tennis instructor that gets a little too handsy, you know? Like
Exactly. Snapping that gum.
Yep.
My goodness.
So,
Hey,
Hoag, anything in the markets today?
It's all about tomorrow now. CPI, ACH, anything can happen.
Yes, it will.
Just make sure you don't come into the markets kerfuffled.
No. Don't forget, we got Anne Marie going to join us for Fast Markets. Yes.
Ooh, nice.
Dolby, thanks for joining.
Not a problem.
We had a good first time.
Yes, we did, Jack. Looking forward to many more future times as well. I think I'll be back on the schedule as long as chat's okay with it. It's really about chat. If chat wants me back, I'll come back. If not, then chat you can have whoever else you want. I'll be back in Discord, hanging out in the Energies channel.
You'll be back here. You'll be.
I know. It's fun. It's fun to do this. I love talking trading with everybody. It's been I've had such an amazing time with Topstep, and this has grown so much. It's been cool to grow with it and kind of share experiences with everybody.
Yep.
All righty. Well, that's the bell. That's another end to a great day on Topstep TV. We had some laughs, had some times, took some trades, and we'll be back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. live.
Don't forget to pray for peace.
Eddie and Hoag. Hoag, I'm going to let you do the end because you can't top your
my
peace prayer.
My outro.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
go ahead. Do it.
Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to others. Make sure you pray for peace. Get some rest and be ready for tomorrow. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock for the opening call. Be another fun day.
Push.